Hello and welcome to Viva Las Vegas 2.0. And it looks like they are bringing in the jury right now. So welcome. And remember that what happens in Vegas happens here on Viva Las Vegas 2.0. So how's everyone doing today? Let's see here. I don't have it on mute, do I? Okay. That's the feed for it. We'll go with Law and Crime since Court TV's feed was pretty hard to hear yesterday. June, that's a great question. I don't know. Opinions? Does the defendant dye his eyebrows? Oh, come on, the judge is talking. Let's hear it. Oh, it's cranked up. David Franklin says yes. Okay, Katie, what do you want to say yes? As long as you don't think so, then just say I don't think so. You want to think he dyes his eyebrows? How vain would you have to be to dye your eyebrows? Well, hello, Robert from Cologne in Germany. No, it's been pronounced Tellez the whole time here. No Spanish or Ortesias, if he's from Argentina. You want him to color the eyebrows on his giant head. There you go. If that helps you, Tellez, like Teletubbies. Oh, there you go, Robert. Guten Abend. Did I pronounce that right, Daniela? Guten Abend. Oh, look at that. Thank you. I was tempted to say a bend, just like read it how it sounds, but come on, give me some credit. Okay, why do we not have sound? Like the judge is talking. Let's go. Here, just in case the sound comes on. All right, defense team drinks Gatorade. We saw that. Did his head become more bulbous? I don't know. I think it's the same bulbousness as before. Is that a word? Bulbousness. Danielle, are you calling my tie boring? I dressed up for this. You're killing me. I would not suggest that he smallered his head because I'm going to be honest, I don't think smallered is a word. All right. Do I need to go to Court TV? Does Court TV have sound? Well, my goodness, what is going on? What are they talking about? I got to do, yeah. No one's lips are moving. Maybe we can just do our own. I mean, I did a dramatic recreation with finger puppets. They weren't even finger puppets. I just drew. Got my pen right here. Good saying. Is your head more bulbous than yesterday? That's what she's asking. And then the defense is saying, no, he smallered his head because we learned that word today. On the left, where? On the left of the defendant? The defense attorney, or who are you talking about? Julia? Yes. Yesterday there was even more. I tried to count them, but they cut away too. So. Oh, that's that's attorney. His last name is what is his? Is it Mike? Is his first name? Horvath is his last name. So Bob Draskevich, I think it's Mike Horvath, is Bob's associate there. So those are the two defense attorneys there. I don't know if Mr. Horvath is going to cross-examine any witnesses or do anything, or I'm not sure how they're going to divvy up their assignments. What about the glasses? Wait, what just happened? Yes, I was in court, but I also want to look good for the audience here. What the heck is live view? What is happening? All right. Yeah, Court TV's like the same thing here. All right. I don't know what's happening. but Law and Crime just has this live view screensaver bouncing around. I don't know what's going on here. Well, oh, June, don't start that. So, what did you have, June? Did you have tea, evening meal, dinner, or supper, or what was it? Have you had all three? Picking up on your sarcasm there, Maria. I am. It was not too subtle. It was not too subtle. There you can watch, look at the Great Seal of Nevada with our motto there, all for our country, which is, I don't know, gotta say, not as cool as New Hampshire's live free or die. That's pretty cool. But yes, all for our country. Well, while we're waiting, should we go look at Amazon? Or should we just wait? Because I got time. Okay, what do you call it? A rula kebab? All right. Oh, wait, I hear sound. Hang on. What the heck? I heard sound. Oh. Yes, this is fascinating stuff while I go look up stuff online here. Hang on. Let's see what's going on here. This one, though, might be controversial because some of you actually might like this, but I don't know. An ostrich pillow. You're going to sleep. If you want to look like a nincompoop, maybe. All right, looks like we got something here.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God.
I do.
You may be seated.
Wait, isn't this the same guy that?
Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
Clifford, CLIFFORD, Mogg, MOGG.
Thank you. Good morning, Tech Mog.
Morning, Mr.
Okay.
Rastovich.
And we'll stop right there. It's obviously.
All right, we're live now.
Old habits die hard. You've since retired. Now you're a private investigator.
I'm not a private investigator. I'm a
Private
consultant.
consultant.
Correct.
Fair. All right. Turning your attention to your testimony at the end of yesterday, the locations of interest, and this was your slide that I'm referring to. I believe it's slide 7. you were primarily focused on this 5.3 mile trip, give or take, between Mr. Garman's residence and the residence belonging to Mr. Tellis, correct?
That's an approximation.
Okay. How many neighborhoods or designated neighborhoods are within, just along this route, this 5.3?
That's how you roll in Kentucky, right, Beth?
Numerous.
Fair to say hundreds.
Jinx,
I
Maria.
wouldn't know if it was hundreds, but there's numerous.
You had given testimony towards the end of the day yesterday that you had driven through Mr. Tellis's neighborhood, correct?
I did.
Looking for another Denali?
Examining the area, looking for vehicles, correct.
And what other vehicles would you be looking for other than a red Denali?
We were advised that Mr. Tejas also had two other vehicles. I believe one is a BMW, the other one was a Tesla. And so we drove the area. I believe at the time that I drove through, I can't recall if both the BMW, the Tesla, and the Tahoe were at his residence or not, but those were the
I
vehicles
can't
we knew
recall
that
off
he
the
had.
top of my head the name of the
Okay,
subdivision.
and in reference to this
Give me a call.
5.3 mile route, which you had reviewed approximately 20 cameras on, did you review that route for the BMW?
No, we did not.
Did you review that route for the Tesla?
We did not.
So then back to Mr. Tellis's neighborhood, you'd agree with me that when you drove through Mr. Tellis's neighborhood, you were looking for a red Denali similar to his.
I was looking for all the vehicles that were registered to him.
Approximately how many houses were in his specific neighborhood?
Oh, rough guess. Maybe 100.
This area near
There we go.
where Mr.
It'll sound better here.
Tellis
Switch to
lived,
law and
correct?
crime is off of their screensaver.
Approximately 9:10 in the morning. That's correct.
And just so we're clear, at 9:10 from this camera that it was 9601 Red Hills Drive, basically the Piggott Elementary School, you saw the Denali.
Oh, come on. We tease
in
because
the
we
neighborhood,
love.
not specifically to Mr. Tellis's house, but the area, correct?
It drove into the
Okay.
neighborhood where Mr. Tejas lives.
And he was arriving, assuming, and that's again too, we don't know who was driving, do we?
That's correct.
Throughout your testimony yesterday, you repeatedly said he, the driver, he. We don't know, all things being you, whether it was a he or a she, do we?
I'm fairly confident it was a male.
Didn't answer his
But you
question.
didn't know. You don't know. You can't testify today whether it was a male or a female, can you?
Not positively.
But back to this arrival, whoever's driving this Denali at 9:10:18 DVR time on September 2nd, 2022, do you know where that Denali was arriving from or where its place of origin is from?
Well, I looked at phone records from Mr. Tejas, and I know that earlier in the morning, previous to 9:10, he was down in the area of, I believe it was Desert Inn and Durango. There's a school down there in that neighborhood.
Okay. But again, not based upon any captures from any ring cams, school cams, gas station cams. That's based upon his cell phone data, correct?
That's correct. The camera at his residence did not record, and there wasn't anything on the Ring camera of evidentiary value.
And we'll get to that. But just so we're clear though, as far as where this vehicle was, we don't know, do we? We have no records concerning that red Denali prior to 9:10 a.m.
That's correct.
We don't know the location of this red Denali on September 1st, the day before, do we?
I do not.
And we don't know the location of this red Denali following, let's say, 9/3, do we?
I believe there were surveillance units set up on that vehicle at some point after 9/2, but I don't recall the exact date.
Let me ask you this. Are you aware of Mr. Tellis being under surveillance prior to this date in question, September 2nd?
Okay, Kelmer, we're going to quiz you
No.
to make sure you actually caught the replay. But yes, everyone
At
hit
this
the
point
like
in
button.
time, you worked with the homicide unit?
That's correct.
So you were unaware of what other involvement, if any other units may have had concerning details concerning Mr. Tellis?
I know there were other units in the Metropolitan Police Department that were involved in an investigation concerning Mr. Tejas, but I don't know the details concerning that investigation.
Are you aware of a surveillance detail that had been focused on Mr. Tellis on the days preceding this killing of Mr. Garum?
I am not.
Are you aware that he was subject to surveillance on the day of this killing of Mr. Garing?
I am not.
The next slide I'd like you to turn your attention to is, so let's see, we'll go here. It's at 9:12. This is where you discussed roughly the same time Mr. Gehrman is leaving the taco shop. Again, you'd said that the time was wrong in this, correct?
Oh my goodness, a celebrity
That's correct.
sighting,
The
folks.
Clock time on the DVR is wrong. I believe this is,
That's 2
I'd have
fingers
to
for
go back and look at the
2.0.
previous slide, but probably somewhere
Welcome,
around
Mike, from
9:14
wherever
in the morning.
you are.
Okay, and
In the
you were
world.
shown a receipt by Mr. Hamner concerning a receipt.
I don't think I was shown a receipt.
Okay, was there any discussion with you and Mr. Hamner concerning your receipt from Roberto's Taco Shop on the morning in question?
No, I know that one existed. That's how we ended up going there. That was found during a search of Mr. Gurman's residence. And so that's one of
The
the
hero's
reasons
welcome
that we
there,
went
Mike.
to the taco shop, is to follow up on the time of that receipt. And I believe, if memory serves me correctly, the time on the receipt was about 9:04.
And are you aware of that receipt and the timestamp on the receipt being accurate, or is it just an assumption that it was?
Based on the adjusted time on the DVR, I think the time was pretty accurate, but I can't testify that it absolutely was.
Yeah, I already
accurate.
ruined the surprise with that
Moving on.
Velociraptor.
This is a
Charges to
9/12/32.
the
This
door.
is from the same 906 Red Hills Drive, the Piggott Elementary, correct?
Yes, sir.
And your testimony yesterday was at this time, we see this Denali leaving this area, correct?
Oh
Yes,
no,
sir.
that's Mike's shtick for sure. Showing skin.
But just so we're clear, the last point of either seeing this vehicle arriving or leaving, this is about as close as we get to the Tellis residence, correct?
It is.
But still, we have a distance, don't we? I mean, it's not right around the corner, but I mean, there's a distance between this camera and Mr. Tellis's home.
Where I lose track of the Denali as it heads north, it's right around the corner from Mr. Tejas' residence.
And, you know, since we're on the subject, I'll just address this right now. This surveillance camera, the Ring camera, Mr.
Well, thank you.
Tellis's
Thank you.
home, security
Someone might have
cameras.
called it boring earlier. I
Um,
can't tell.
It's your testimony that you could not find any video from that day, correct?
That's correct. If any video would have been recovered, it would have been provided to me so that I could have used it in my PowerPoint. I know that detectives at the scene who were executing the search warrant there, in addition to myself, requested that our digital forensics lab come out and examine the DVR. I don't know what the results of that examination are.
So you're not able to give testimony whether it was cloud-based or not?
I am not.
You're not aware of whether the passcode had been given to it and followed through?
All I know is that the digital forensics detectives came out and they're the ones that examined the system.
So they would know in reference to that system versus you, fair to say?
Yes, sir.
It's Paisley there,
And you're not
Daniela.
aware of when any security
Ooh,
system
Conrad dish.
may have been
Paisley.
installed, whether it was the day before on the Tellis residence already.
I am not.
Are you aware of any other neighbors of Mr. Tellis who had been spoken to concerning their Ring cameras or their
Yes.
security systems that could have gotten you closer to the
Would you
Telus
like to
home?
hear more
I
about?
am aware that other detectives canvassed the area for surveillance video,
A cool story.
and I don't believe we were able to locate any.
But you can't say for certain, can you?
Well, I can say that if video would have been recovered, it would have been given to me to be used as part of the PowerPoint that I created.
But again, and just so we're clear, and if I may approach this screen, I mean, we've got the Piggott Elementary School here. That's where the green pen is, correct?
Yes, sir.
And we have the Telus home up here, a ways away on the other side of Spanish Steps, correct?
Correct.
So you said it was right around the corner, but it's actually really not. You'd have to leave Piggott Elementary School, come over here on Red Hills, drive up Red Hills, let's see, Silk Tassel, hit Spanish Steps. And from this picture, we can't really see, but we don't really have.
I wonder if he's covering his carotid artery. I sent Derek a link.
Where I lose track of the Denali is about
We
6
learned that from-
houses south of the intersection, and then right around the
From
corner.
the Black
to
Swan,
Mr.
putting your
Tejas'
hand over your
residence.
neck.
Would you agree with me, just based upon this capture, and this presumably is from a satellite?
The picture of this?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes,
you
it's
do.
good.
That's why I'm
We've got quite a few
not
homes.
very good at it. That's why I
We've
do
got
this.
that Silk Tassel Drive. We've got
I'm
1,
just
2,
kidding.
3, 4, 5, 6.
Well, you got to
7,
make good
8
notes and
on one
outline
side,
and know what
6
you're
on
going
the
to.
other. Then we have Spanish Steps. We have homes on each side.
He probably, I don't know how organized he is or how many, I mean, because
Could have,
especially when you're cross examining, you don't always
There
know
were,
what
but not
they're
every
gonna say on
home
direct
has security
examination.
cameras, and just because you have a camera doesn't mean that it captures anything.
but you do have points
kind
or
of like in
things
the
that you
instance of
want
Mr.
them
Telus'
to
home. There's
say.
a camera that doesn't
That's
mean
generally
anything to
how
you, correct?
That's
it works, at least for
Fair to
me.
say, we do have several homes.
Have
between
certain
Piggott
Facts or
vantage point
things that I
and the
want
Telus
them
home.
to say
There are several, yes.
and admit to or whatever.
You had given testimony concerning seeing a red Denali drive by from a certain vantage point, and you weren't able to see whether or not it had a plate, correct?
That's correct.
Hi, Leslie. I don't know what we're yammering about.
Do you recall which capture you were referring to?
I believe that was from 1405 Wintergreen.
You know,
and
we really
there was
don't do
no plate visible
Depositions in
on the
criminal
back of the
cases
truck
here.
at the time that it
Sucks.
drove northbound on Wintergreen.
I was
And what
jealous of
time was
that
I don't
Florida
recall off the
Black
top of
Swan
my
case
head.
where they got to
Was
depose
referring
witnesses
to your
before.
notes or your slide preparation refresher recollection?
If you want to back out of this and go to the PowerPoint itself, and then I have to scroll down to the slides.
Okay, I'll do this. We'll go through it together.
Oh, let's do it together.
So it's that angle.
Right here?
No, not this, but it's this angle from 1405 Wintergreen.
Not that one.
No, sir.
That's Mr. Telus. I'm sorry, that's Mr. Gehrman. Let's see. And you know, since we're here in the interest of time, let's address this. You were asked, did something jump out at you? Recall that line of questioning yesterday?
Correct.
And you were
Gary, I
shown
like your
then-
attitude. Most people don't like lawyers. Some people have even called us
Exhibit
scumbags.
17, Mr. Hamner had shown this to the jury.
Yes,
correct? We have a visor down in the summertime on a vehicle, correct?
that's correct.
Yes, that's good.
And you'd said there was
And
something
then at this house,
telling,
captured the
something
red Denali,
very characteristic about this
the one next door,
capture, correct?
captured the red Denali.
There's one of them, yes.
And we'll get to the other matters, but you said something here on the front just showed you that this must be the same vehicle or similar to the vehicle, correct?
It stood out to me as something that was similar on both the suspects.
Well, just one in
and on Mr.
particular,
Tejas'
Maria, not
And if I can show
Not
you
all of
what's
us.
been admitted and shown, published, State's Exhibit 317.
Yes,
Let me approach, this was it, correct?
that's correct.
And you said in your testimonies that there's something here that matches something there concerning this light color area?
Correct. It's just something that drew my attention on both vehicles. And it's a faded area on the plastic of the left front of the Denali.
But then again, this faded area, the sun's reflecting off of it, isn't it?
But the wrinkles in his forehead are
I don't
not.
believe the sun was reflecting off of that.
I don't know where the. Oh, there we go. Now you got a bunch.
Exhibit will speak for itself. If I told you that it is, do you have any reason to disagree with me?
That the sun is reflecting off of that,
Yes.
I would.
Okay, well, obviously, too, we let those that are the ultimate determiners of fact determine that. There was other testimony concerning things jumping out at you. The rims on the Denali,
Correct.
these are stock rims, aren't they?
They are.
The tinting in the front, lighter tinting in the front, darker tinting in the back. Something else?
That's correct. When you take everything into consideration.
But that's a standard feature, is it not? The front windows are generally not tinted and the backs are.
That's not true.
Have you done research concerning the 2007 Denali?
I've seen Denali's. I've seen tinted windows in the front, tinted windows all the way around. No
Joseph's
tint
question.
all the
Yes,
way
if you did.
around. Some windows tinted, some windows not. It runs the gamut. It depends on the owner of the vehicle on whether or not you want to tint your
Yes,
windows.
if you did research.
Have you done any research in reference to like Car Guru or CarMax, Google concerning 2007 Denali's, what they
I
look
have.
like? Fairly similar to this one.
Similar, yes.
They all have Denali on the side like this Denali has, correct?
They do.
Oh dear. And for those of you who weren't here yesterday, you don't
Moving
look.
forward, please stop me
You
when
don't
we
look.
come to the capture. I think was the word used.
See, Katie
in
learned.
reference to the license plate.
So if you play this clip,
Okay,
stop.
right there.
Yes.
All right. Oh,
That's on cornflower. That's another angle where you do not see a license plate on the rear of the vehicle.
okay. And this is at 1042, correct?
Yes, sir.
This is some distance from the Telus home, correct?
It's about a block.
Thank you, Leslie.
Now let's hit that. About a block from the Telus home?
No, I'm sorry.
Okay.
It's about a block from Mr. Gehrman's residence.
No, there was no decision made. You don't look.
5.3 miles from Mr.
Thank you.
Tejas' residence.
One urinal stall in between, and you don't look.
So we've got a red Denali about an hour and 30 minutes away from the other Denali that's captured at Piggott, that's some distance away from Telus home, correct?
I believe this time is correct. You'd have to go to the slide before for me to confirm that. It is,
Okay. So again, about an hour and a half.
correct.
We've got a 5.3 mile stretch. And you'll agree with me that we don't have continuous coverage, do we? We have 20 spots, give or take, over a 5.3 mile area. Fair to say?
That's correct. Again, some houses had video, some didn't. Some captured the vehicle, some didn't. Some weren't recording, some were.
And it's your testimony that this captures at 1042, correct? Give or take, assuming it's accurate.
Yes, sir.
And I'll go forward now to 1405 Winter Green.
So I believe that one also shows that there was no plate on the back of the vehicle.
Okay, and this is 17 minutes after the last one?
Yes, correct.
And this is all in the area of Mr. Gehrman's home, correct?
This is on Wintergreen, about 30 feet north of Bronze Circle where Mr. Gehrman lived.
So we've got all this time that's transpired, correct?
Minutes.
Well, if we go from 1042 to 1101, I mean, we've got some time. Almost 20 minutes.
That's also the suspect out walking around the area.
We've got 20 minutes that we've gone by, correct?
Sure.
Fair to say that this video window that we've been looking at begins at about 9:10, correct? Concerning the Denali. I don't want to say it's Mr. Tellis' Denali, but a Denali, correct?
That's correct.
Hey, it's Bob. Bob, welcome.
What's
One of
going
the
on?
slides
How you been?
that we look at.
Good.
Hey, everybody, say hi to Bob.
It's about 11:50, isn't it?
Approximately, yes,
That's a fair amount of time, correct?
it is.
No, this is not
Turning
Bob
your
the burglar.
attention to
There was mention of Bob the burglar yesterday
A
in this
Denali.
case,
a red
Uh-oh.
Denali.
but I did not get Bob
Did you receive
Who's that
information
guy?
the burglar.
that there was about 67 red Denalis in the Vegas area?
There's actually more than that. We had an initial listing, I believe, over 100. Of that 100, one of the Denalis listed on there was registered at
What's
Mr.
the,
Taylor's residence to his wife, Mary. We
What's the
further
quick
narrowed
synopsis
that
of
list
this
down
murder?
to red.
Basically, this is
Yukons.
a
The first list
he was a public administrator
07 to
here
14
who's on
Yukons.
trial. He basically is
Next list
accused
that
of
we
killing
narrowed down was
an
07
investigative
to
journalist.
2014.
who,
Oh,
Red
yeah, I
exposed
read
some-
about that
Again,
case. That's crazy.
Mr. Tejas' wife, Mary.
It's crazy.
At his
Yeah.
address.
But you know what else
was
is crazy?
listed on
We
that
haven't even
list.
spoken about this, but
We
Bob,
narrowed it down
tell me, when
even
you go into
further
a
then
public restroom,
to
into a
red
urinal,
Denali's. And again,
do you go
Mr.
right next to the
Tejas'
person or do you leave a
wife,
space in
Mary,
between?
at his address was
Always
listed as
leave
an owner of
space.
that vehicle.
Unless
Okay,
you're
do
like
you ever
a
look,
search,
if you're in a public,
Advanced license plate
do you ever
readers,
look when you're at the
and
urinal?
Mr. Tejas'
We have women
No.
here that say
was
they would look.
photographed
You never
by an
look.
advanced license plate
Of course
reader
they would.
vehicle At his residence.
That's what women
No.
would do.
License
No, but
plate,
that's
a Nevada
not-
commemorative plate, I believe it was
Yes, Katie, the
944 Adam.
important questions.
Okay, and when was
I don't know what the exact.
We had a whole
date
discussion of
was,
this
but I
yesterday.
could get it.
I don't know if
So
you knew
don't
this,
have
but
it today. I mean, I
in
see you
2007
laying
at the
out, you know,
courthouse
laying out
Las
for
Vegas,
steps of this
was me,
investigation. But when was this captured?
empty urinal,
When
and
was
O.J.
this?
Simpson
Please.
when he was.
Oh, wow.
Tell us.
Yeah.
If I could get it.
So
for you.
Okay.
I had that claim to fame
Given
of
to the state.
urinating in close
I believe
proximity
everybody
to.
has the license plate reader
Mr. Simpson.
information.
That reminds me,
I don't
what
know
was
when
that
nor when.
HBO
And as you sit
documentary
here
about
today, and
that
it's, trust me, it's
kooky
not a test. but
billionaire
you don't have it
murderer?
with you.
I do
And
have
he
it
was
with
caught
me.
on a
I just don't know that my
hot mic
computer
that
is
he
going to work
went to
in
the
here.
bathroom
Okay.
and he
Fair
didn't
enough.
realize the mic was still on. And he's like, I killed them all.
Fair to say, though, there was
So he'd been denying
more
that
than
he
one
had
Denali.
killed anyone.
And we're
And
talking about a 5.3 mile area
HBO
that you were
recorded him
focusing
saying,
on,
"Oh
correct?
yeah, I killed them all."
There is more than one Denali in the.
I forget
Clark
the guy's
County
name,
Valley.
but he was weird. He like murdered a lot of people. So,
Oh, hi, Leslie. Bob is
At no
my
point in
friend. He was
time
been on a couple
Do you
times
agree
on
with me that it's your jury, but
1.0.
at no point
You
in
have
time
the
do
who
we
you're gonna
have
call.
any capture of a
Tim,
red
hopefully we'll
Denali,
have some more here
parked,
coming out. But yeah,
and there's a
Bob's an
license plate
attorney.
being either removed
Overall
or
good guy.
upon it, correct?
There's
That's
not.
Bob. Even though he's looking like a guy we interview
Most
who
of
wants
the
to keep his
captures that we
identity.
have of this red Denali, you don't really see a
Your
plate one way
face
or
all
the other.
shadowy there,
you need to
like
give me that
No,
robot
that's not
voice.
Okay.
some whistleblower. Yes,
The
that's
witness
what we
You'll
need.
protection
see the
voice.
plate as it's traveling around Mr. Gurman's neighborhood. Once it goes down Washington, you can tell
Oh,
that there is something
Robert
on the
Durst
back of the
is who you're
vehicle that
thinking
was
of.
not there
That's the
before.
guy.
Down the hot
That's the
mic.
guy.
And you could direct our attention to which slide specifically you're referring to.
Yes, if you can
And
pull up
says,
the
hi, Bob. Good
one,
to see you again.
it's on
Beth
Washington.
also said she would look.
Okay, so it's
She was in
forward
the
from this, looking at
the
the
urinal.
time.
Correct.
Yeah, I mean, without getting too graphic, women might get a little disappointed at men's urinals. You know, and guys aren't really showing at that moment.
It's
So
near the end.
Well, no one's looking,
What was
so
taken
there's
from-
no reason we
no one's
show.
looking, and no one's really showing. So
The one that's taken from the
Not a-
backyard of a residence.
Just kind of do
Yeah.
your
Back
business
to
and get out of it.
Washington.
Wash your hands and get out.
And
of it.
then also from the Winco Foods on
That-
Washington.
That's the one thing. Have you noticed this? Like the guys who wash their
Telling us
hands
to
versus the ones who don't.
Right there.
Like, there's no rhyme or reason to it. No
So where the
pattern.
red box was,
Like I've seen
you
homeless
look,
guys wash their
you can
hands. I've
see
seen businessmen
white
not
and
wash their
darker.
hands. It's crazy.
and I believe that is the commemorative license plate
Yes.
that was on the back of the vehicle.
Maria has big expectations.
As soon as we get- you're saying that
Yeah.
belongs to
They,
the Telus residents, that's you're drawing this conclusion based
according to
upon
Maria, the
this
women are
image.
used to being
Oh, no,
disappointed.
I was
That's
present
right.
for the execution of a search
So-
warrant at Mr. Tejas' residence, where several items of evidence were recovered.
I suggested to
absolutely
Ben earlier
confirms
that he
my
get a pet
belief
monkey to
that
join
Mr.
us on the
Tejas'
show.
vehicle
So I think that would
Was the
add
one used
you know,
in
some
the commission of
crazy
Jeffrey Thurman's
hijinks.
murder.
And we understand.
You didn't
that.
respond. You didn't get back to me on that suggestion.
Concerning
Oh
this
no,
vehicle,
you just have
this
my.
captured 1135,
No, we don't want a live monkey on camera.
1135 Sunspot Street, 1135.
We have all the excitement we
You're
can handle.
raising this conclusion concerning this commemorative plate, and that this is the vehicle based
Maybe
upon
for like a
that image.
post-show wrap-up, you could have a live.
What I'm saying is that
No,
when
live
the
monkey.
vehicle was last photographed at 7200 Periwinkle, as it turned west onto Vegas Drive, the next video that I have, the next capture I have of the vehicle is as it travels westbound on Washington from
So is this the
Tenaya.
prosecutor
At that
that's
point,
in
it
the
appears
gray
to me
jacket?
that there's a license plate on the
No,
vehicle.
that's defense. This is
So you're saying
cross-examination.
there's a better
Oh,
image of
okay.
the plate captured
This
than
is a
this
detective
putting
who's
on the plate.
testified yesterday
what you're
about.
looking
Oh
at?
my gosh, it was
There is
just
no
horrible.
image
Like basically
of
showed a
the
still image of
license plate
every
being put back
every
on the
building or
vehicle.
house that
But
this
I'm
guy
asking
drove in
concerning
this
the image of the
car,
plate.
this
If
red
you go
Denali,
to the
had some
next
sort of
one, I
surveillance
believe,
camera. He's
from
like,
Winco Foods.
here's the picture from this one next
And
door.
again, you can look at the back
Here's
of
the
that.
picture from
Now
this
you
one.
can clearly see that there is a
So
white
now-
area on the rear lift
If you
gate.
don't wash your
And that's
hands,
the
I avoid
commemorative
you.
plate that you've testified concerning.
But how would you girls know?
The
Because you
previous
wouldn't
one
be
is
in
what
the
I
in the
thought it was,
bathroom to see who
just
does
based
and
on the
doesn't.
color scheme, what it looked like.
You see something there, and that's this commemorative plate that you're sure belongs to the
Really,
town.
when you reach a
No,
certain
in this
amount of
video or
education,
this
money, or fame,
clip,
there's no need to
All
wash
I'm
your
saying
hands
is
anymore.
now it appears that there is a license plate on the vehicle.
Well, there you go.
And in reference
Thanks,
to the license
Barto.
plate that you're
That's a very
testifying is on
interesting
this vehicle,
historical
can't
perspective.
tell what kind of plate it is.
You
Mhm.
cannot.
I think Pasteur was right in the long run, though.
No
So.
further questions.
See, David disagrees. You always wash your hands. You don't know where they've been.
It's a good idea.
Yeah.
So what's Mr. Tella's defense?
Oh, he was framed. You didn't know that? Speaking of OJ, he's got the OJ defense. He was framed by a corrupt cop.
No.
Is what his defense attorney
Thank you, Your Honor.
said. Is basically he had uncovered some sort of kickback as public administrator, and that he there's this corrupt detective Jappy, I think was his name.
Hmm.
Sidebar. All right, so he was like, look, there's this corrupt cop basically is kind of out to get him, and there were death threats from someone else. I guess previously this murder happened in September of 2022, and in February there's someone left a death threat or something, someone else. And they're like, look, this guy he was an investigative journalist. He's been doing this for 40 plus years. He wrote about the mob back in the 80s and stuff when they were getting kicked out of the casinos and everything. So they're like, this guy's got lots of enemies and everyone wanted him dead. And they basically framed him because, I don't know, because they hate him. But the framers did such a good job. They bothered to like every detail. They put his DNA under the fingernails of the deceased person there. So anyway, yeah, he had a terribly toxic work environment, and so one of the people from his office went to this investigative journalist, and he sort of blew the. And anyway, he lost his primary.
Oh, yeah.
And
or social media, read, watch, or listen
Yeah,
to
wasn't he-
news or media accounts.
Wasn't that
or
the
commentary
argument that he
about
was blaming the
research
public
consulting,
official for losing the
or
primary or
reference
something like
materials
that?
doing an investigation.
Well,
That's
so
why
he
he lashed out.
had lost his primary, so he knows he was
Case
going to be out
independently
once his
investigate or
term
learn
was
about
up.
the case on your own, or form express any
But
opinion regarding the case until it's finally
he,
submitted to you. Thank you. You go with the officer of the court, and we will
But
be
this guy Jeff German kept pursuing the story and had gotten a Freedom of Information request to get his email correspondence to between he and one of his employees, because he also was alleged to have had an inappropriate relationship with one of his employees in a just horrible toxic work environment. He forbade them from speaking to each other, like just an awful person. And so he let's see. Oops, where'd you go, Bob? Hang on.
Wasn't there some CCTV or some video footage of him?
Yes, in a big orange shirt with big straw hat that they found. Yes, they found the straw hat cut up in his home. Yes, there you go. Your hair looks great. Don't worry about it, man.
Yeah, I need my makeup and artist crew over here to kind of touch.
Yeah, we don't
me up.
have the budget for that. So I'm sorry, but now when did they say they were coming back? I was talking and not listening. Okay, until 1 o'clock Pacific. So we got like an hour and 15 minutes. But what we were doing before when we had a break here is we were going through my Amazon wish list here. So what do you think here? Not really a wish list. We just have crazy products here. But this right here is this ostrich pillow, which I think might be, because I think some people might like this, but you know, you stick your head in there and you just go to sleep. It's got hand openings too. See, hand openings, idea for going into a super comfy snooze position. A mouth opening.
Might suffocate. That's scary.
No, it's got a mouth opening, so you're not going to suffocate. And then it's got next generation microbeads. So this aren't your parents' microbeads.
Not those those old timey microbeads.
Yes, not like our pioneer forefathers. Those were terrible. No, these are like space age polymers, I think is what they use. Right, Maria? Maria's a scientist. She can tell us about polymers.
That looks like something that Robert Durst used on one of his victims. I don't know.
See, but like now look at this guy. Are you gonna wear this ostrich pillow on a plane and just look like a it's like,
I mean, I guess
would you like a beverage? You know, did you see the flight attendant? Like, it's a huggable pillow. Okay, so you can hug it. Look at that. She just
be like,
contemplates the void in her life of any human contact or affection.
And some pretzels.
And bring me a straw. I'd like a straw if you could.
I need a straw.
Sir, this is Spirit straw is going to cost you an extra $1. I'm like, power napping. You can just sit your head down and put your hands in the holder, I guess, so no one sticks a finger in your ear.
How are the reviews? Did a lot of did people say they love it, or what's the average rating that it gets?
4.3, 408 ratings, but there's videos, so let's watch. She seems so sad and lonely.
It's like a Halloween costume.
Julie Marie, they can't hurt you. Can't hurt you. Don't worry about it.
Just stick your head in.
Hi, we're Studio KG, and we created the ostrich pillow. A perfect companion to nap pretty much anywhere.
Perfect companion.
Be it for an express power nap at work, or for a good snooze.
Because it's got next generation filling in it, Leslie.
Did you know that power napping
If you look
increases
like that at
productivity
the-
by 34%?
At the airport with an ostrich, I'm gonna make fun of you.
We spend so much time at
That's why
work
they have
in
holes
front
you
of the
can stick
screen
your
or in
hand in.
transit, and we thought,
Like
why
a-
not create
like a Doctor
something
Who
that
game.
helps us nap?
Why put like
Disconnect
a
and dream.
ridiculous doofus on the plane or the bus?
All you have to do is find a place to nap,
You gotta find a place
slip
to
on
nap,
the ostrich
slip an
pillow,
ostrich pillow.
and you're set to go.
I should write that down.
This is a review for the Ostrich Pillow. The pillow with neck support and head support, whether you're traveling or you're taking a nap at your desk. The Ostrich Pillow is a travel pillow designed for head and neck support. It has a unique microfiber design along
Next
with a
generation
coated microbead
microfibers.
filling.
Yeah, let's get
While
back
it
to
covers
that,
the
man.
eyes to reduce light exposure, it does have openings for breathing as well as openings for your hands to rest. So with the Ostrich Pillow,
I
I like how he's
it
trying to be
has
objective.
been-
about this.
Yeah, no, I mean,
I
it's like, okay, I got the
don't know about that one.
kindergarten. Hey, well, maybe.
I never understood the ostrich. I meant, do they really stick their heads in the sand to avoid frightening things?
I believe they rest their heads on the ground, but
It's not a great survival strategy if like hungry wolves are running after you.
your boss will never suspect a thing. I'm sorry, I identify as an ostrich, and I'm going to. So I have to. set
Perfect for
my-
sleeping at your office desk.
Yes, it is the perfect thing for sleeping at your office desk. Let's see. All right, well, let's hear some reviews. But I mean, it just looks so stupid. I mean, it might be the greatest thing for napping, but
Let's look at the negative reviews. What are the people who don't like it?
oh my
have to say?
gosh, it's like I just want to say, like, when you came here to the airport or on the plane, did you plan on looking like a damn fool? That's what I want to ask him. If you have this. All right, Annie Grand, 5 stars. Got a
How
thumbs
bad-
up there.
Oh,
Amazing for
how about
travel,
without this?
planes, shared rooms, naps, anywhere. Nothing says I'm not in the mood to interact like this. Dear. It's so soft and lightweight, excellent quality. I have no idea what people think or say when I have it on in public. Are you kidding me? You really have no idea? I
That's
have an
what it
idea
says.
what
I look
people
like a
think
crazy person.
when they have it on in public, but I could not care less. Okay, well, at least she got that. At least she didn't say I could care less, because that would make the little grammar plate in my head twitch. So at least, all right, I'll give Annie that she could not care less. Amazing. Everyone should have one. Excellent gift. Also, one size fits all. But really, okay, so I have no idea what people think or say. You do. That's why you said that. You actually do know what people think and say if you have that freaking thing on your head. But see, you got her eyes there. I would think I'd want it lower. See, because you can see right there are her eyes and the nose. But like, I would think I'd want that lower to have my nose and my mouth.
David
exposed.
Franklin says if Mr. Tellis had warned that, he would have been a free man. So
No one would have suspected a thing. They're like, yeah, be on the lookout for an ostrich. Or the suspect is an ostrich. And okay, 2 stars. John Moore is very disappointed.
uh-oh.
A little disappointed. What am I saying here? This product has had a strong chemical odor from the moment I removed it from the box. For something you put on your head, this could lead to a headache for someone who is sensitive to such things. Maybe I just have a
you should
big
wash it
head,
first.
but the pillow is not as big as it looks in the pictures.
Uh-oh.
When using it as it was designed, the hole for breathing also came up to my eyes, making it nearly impossible to block out the light. When you stick your arms in the top, it pulls the pillow up and uncovers your eyes.
Mhm.
This is due to the size of the pillow. The inside lacks a lot of filling, making the support of the pillow subpar at most. When you put it on your head, gravity takes over and all the filling groups at the bottom. Hey, that's the next generation filling your bad mouth in there. leaving poor support for the rest of your head. The stitching on the pillow does not appear to be very sturdy either, and I fear it could easily get snagged and all the filling would come out. Oh, wouldn't that be awesome? If you're on a plane, it just rips and all your space age polymer fillings
And your
around there.
microbeads.
Yes, the fabric used on the pillow is good and soft to the touch, so getting your head in and out is easy. Well, there's a feather in your cap. Overall, I would say it would make an excellent gag gift, but for the price, the functionality of the pillow could really use some work. It's only $100. Oh yeah, you're
should
liking
not
this
do
more
it.
and more, Maria? Like what do you
We should all get one.
didn't you see the video? We should go watch the video again, Julia. They wanted a great place to nap. So yeah. So there you go. Oh my goodness. So yeah. Oh, look at all the pillows. This is an ostrich pillow. There it is. Oh, there he's got it on his face there. Yeah, see, you can see his eyes right there. So yeah, his mouth. I mean, yeah, you'd want it over your eyes so you could sleep.
Yeah, I would think so.
A natural sleeping position like this, where you get your hands above your head, and we all sleep like that, right? I mean, April Bennett, 5 stars. Look at that.
She loves it.
Yes, I cannot comment of its efficacy or comfort, only that it is the only thing my 11-year-old asked for his birthday and was excited to get it. He seems to enjoy it. All right.
I don't think I've ever seen anyone ever wear that out in public.
And
Maybe
introvert,
it's just catching on.
introvert definitely invented that. Yeah, I mean, it's like that one review said, like, yeah, no one's going to talk to you. And so, and rightfully so. I mean, I don't, would you talk to some weirdo at the airport who's got that on his head? Yeah, I'm sorry. You know what? You nap. I'm good. All right. Well, so
All right.
yes, there's the ostrich pillow. Or how is it's $100, right? Isn't that what they're
$99.99.
99? Oh, just $99.
On the
Well, there
button
you go. Yeah, I'm gonna have to pass.
there. Maybe just save it for later. Think about it.
Yeah. Oh, so this guy look
I love the picture.
lay on the couch, dude. What's the matter with you?
I think the ostrich pillow helps you sleep upright. Perhaps maybe that's the idea. They have those, they sell them at the airports. Those little neck things that are.
Maria, are you gonna wear this really? I want photographs of you on an airplane with an ostrich pillow.
Or even in the.
Yes, she does look. Yes, she has some loneliness there. Hugging
Maybe
the
she just
ostrich
loves
pillow.
the
I think that
ostrich
yeah.
pillow.
Why don't you get a teddy bear?
It's comforting. It's got the microbeads.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right,
right,
man.
well-
I'm gonna have to jet, but
Thanks, Bob. It was a pleasure having you here. And yeah.
it's fun. We'll do it again.
Yeah, no, you're gonna go buy an ostrich pillow. You're not fooling any of us, but it
I'll
was nice
put
to
my
have you
review
here.
up there next.
And yes, come back anytime. We'd love to have you.
Okay, cool. Sounds good.
All right.
Bye,
Okay.
guys.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Let's see here. The next. All right. I don't know if you can, let's see here. But there, can you see this? This is the official Drink Nation urinal test. So we're going to take a break here from Amazon. We're going to give you the Drink Nation urinal test. All right. Can you see this? So here we go. You got to go. So here's your so you have 6 urinal stalls here. Number 3, number 6 is occupied. Okay, so easy section here. What do you got? So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 2 and 4 are occupied. Which we're gonna see how well you do. All right, who's going to play? Who's going to give us the answers? All right, David, we will go with we'll say number 6. Okay, number 1 or number 2 here. This is the easy section. So we've got someone at number 1. Which urinal are you going to go to? No, you're not looking. You don't look. That's the thing. And someone reminded me in Jumanji. Did you ever see the first? Well, not the first one from the '90s, but the Jumanji with The Rock and Jack Black and everything. You don't look. They even mentioned that. Like, you don't look. Okay, so question number 2. What's your answer? Okay, no, we're on to number 2. We're not. No, we already answered 6. Number 2 here. What's your answer? Oh my goodness, you guys are going to fail the urinal test. This is. Okay, thank you. We'll go with number 6 here for. Okay. All right, number 3. They're all empty. Which one do you use? Okay. They're all empty. So which one are you going to go to? Okay, this is to question number 3 here. Can you look at their butt? No, we don't look at other dudes' butts either. I'm happy to say, Maria, you're doing a great job. So your answer number 3 here. All the urinal stalls are empty. So which one are you choosing? I think there's probably 2 correct answers here. All right, David, you seem to have your head on straight. Where's David? That's certainly an option. Well, yes, that would be the answer for number 4 here, but I don't think it's an option. Would be the stall for the next one, but that's not gonna hit us. We got to answer. It doesn't. We don't know which one's closest to the door for number 3. So, David, what's your answer here? I don't trust any of these other people. The looky-loos. You're gonna go with 4? Okay. Really, you said 4. See, I think the correct answer would be either 1 or 6, because then you've left plenty of room for other people. But all right, so number 4 here, we got everyone did the right thing and left a space, but now it's your turn. Normally, I would say stall, but that's not an option for this. So we got to pick 1, 3, or 5 here for question 4, and then we'll see what this test grades us at. So for number 4, Okay, 1, 1, 1. I think yes. 1. All right. Yes, that does seem to be, and I think that is the right answer because you're gonna have 2 people on either side. So you want to minimize that. You don't want that. So there we go. Boom. Okay. Number 5. Subtle, tricky, but important to know. So now here for number 5, we've got number 1 is open, 2 is occupied, 3 and 4 are open, 5 and 6 are occupied. So I don't know how 5 and 6 got to be like that. So sometimes maybe like I don't know, someone was there or they were all filled and it was the only one, and then they left, and then you're like standing next to someone. When that happens, it's a little awkward. You feel like a doofus because you did breach urinal protocol. So your answer to number 5. Subtle, tricky, but important to know. Turn around. Every now and then, maybe thing. See, I would say in that situation, let's also look for a stall when that's the. But this quiz here doesn't give us that option, so maybe the stalls are occupied or not functioning. So for number 5, five and 6 are playing footsies. 1, 1, 1. All right. Four, because 5 might be ready to leave. All right, David, you are our leader here in the urinal game. You can put that on your resume too, David. Urinal game leader. And then 6, very tricky section here. All right, 1 and 2 are occupied, 3 and 4 open, 5 and 6 are occupied. Which I don't even know how it would get to that situation unless it's like busy and then 3 and 4 finished and then left it like that, but it should never be like that, ever. Yes, that sounds better on the resume. Strategic urinal. Now, just a SUA at my but these are also learning moments, Colleen. I mean, how can I trust all you looky-loos, because you're going to give the wrong answers because you're going to go and be like, oh, yeah, I want to look. And so you like say there were 2, and then you're like, oh, yeah, I want to go to the one where there's 2 on either side so I can be like, ooh, oh, look at that guy. Oh, look at that guy. You don't look. They space them out. Sometimes they put little divider things out too, but it just, I don't know. So, I don't know. 3 because I haven't said 3 yet. All right. Fair enough. Okay. If you ain't looking, you ain't living. Maybe when I get my merch up there, maybe that's what I'll put that on a t-shirt. If you ain't looking, you ain't living. Yeah, those big troughs. If you have a big dude, yeah, then you stay away or you wait. Yeah, if they're not properly spaced and it's like a big. Yeah, you just wait. All right. Speaking of waiting, let's wait no more longer here. Let's see if this will calculate our score and see how we did. So you think you can pee? What? 6. I thought we said 6 on number 1. None. Your choice of 6. The only one to go, and every guy instinctively knows this. But okay. Correct. And number 2. Your none. What the heck? Why is it saying none? Killing me. Correct answer 6. Stall 5 is acceptable, but you run a greater risk of being next to someone who arrives later. The tricky section. Dude, we answered all of these. Why are they? It's killing me. Kind of tricky. Your choice. The correct answer is 1 or 6. You are tacitly saying, I don't want anyone next to me. Right? That's when they were all empty. So yes, 1 or 6. Number 4. Correct answer 1. See, you're stuck to being at least one guy, so you minimize the impact. You get a wall on your left. Never go between 2 guys if you can help it. Exceptions to this are stadium restrooms where the herd thunders in. Okay, number 4. I think you got that right, David. Didn't you say 4? Believe it or not, 1 and 3 couples with you and the guy. Stall 2. This differs from question 4 in a subtle way that the nuances can't be explained. Suffice to say, only we men would understand. Okay. Well, we got one right. Your choice, none. Correct answer, none. Go to the mirror and pretend to comb your hair, straighten a tie until the urinals open up a bit more. If you have to go real bad, use a doored stall. Okay. Other parts of the unwritten code of urinals. No talking unless it's a good friend. But even then, keep it terse and unemotional. Okay, this ain't no clubhouse. I don't think we need to tell you, but absolutely no touching of anyone other than yourself. A touch of another's elbow is of the highest offense. No singing, period. Glances are for the purposes of acknowledgement only. Yeah, I see you there. I will not look again. Okay. So there you go. Now you are all the wiser. You said go to the stall, you win. Yes, you win. I did check them. This is why it's... Yeah, they're killing me. Killing me. I checked all the boxes there. You saw me. You saw me. No. No singing. And especially, no, you don't sing that song. No, you have to bring your own Cheerios. You have to bring your own Cheerios. So, you know. So there you have it. There you have it. No, but in Kentucky, there is a light up gas station restroom that plays like disco music and has like flashing lights and stuff. Beth, have you been to that gas station bathroom? Do you know what I'm talking about? Well, you see, it's a thing. I'm not just making this up. There is actual urinal etiquette. Yes, the urinal cakes, the breath mints, those, yeah, the mint, they're not, yes. They are not for human consumption. They are not. No, there's not a urinal cake. Follow your urinal etiquette or you're in trouble. I saw what you did there. Saw what you did there. Yeah, no, there's a bathroom in Kentucky that let's see, here we go. There, can everybody hang on? Boom. Can everybody see that? Let me do this. I don't want to get any more dings for copyright, but here we go. This is from WBKR. When you're on a road trip, one of the biggest gambles you take is where to stop to use the bathroom. Unless you plan your gas station stops or have a bladder of steel, you could end up somewhere you've never been when nature calls. Is the potty game going to be nightmare fuel or clean? And dare I say fun? Fans of Buc-ee's would possibly say that the Beaver has the best bathrooms unless they've been to a hop shop owned by Valor Oil. Hop shops are a chain of Kentucky-based gas stations mainly located throughout the northern part of the state with a couple in Ohio. Davies County, folks, they are planning a renovation. Okay, here's also a competition to the best bathroom in the country. Keep reading to see how you can help them win. There, I don't know if you can see that. There's a nice bathroom disco ball right up there, up at the top. Wait, right there. 6 of those Hop Shops locations are marked as disco bathrooms. You can find them in Florence. They have 2. Are you kidding me? Florence, Kentucky. Oh my goodness. Yes. So Florence, Kentucky has 2 disco bathrooms. You can find them, let's see, in Mainville, Ohio. For the most part, these bathrooms look totally normal, very clean and smelling fresh. What makes them special is a big red button on the wall. It says, do not push. But there is a winky face emoji tempting you to, of course, push the button. So do not push this red button. When you do, the lights turn off, the disco ball starts to spin, the laser show begins, and so does the dance music. ABBA, Donna Summers, Rihanna, and more make up a playlist that will have you dancing while you take care of business. If you aren't planning a road trip anytime soon, here's a video of the Hop Shop disco bathroom from Verona that went viral on TikTok for its fabulousness. Although the Carrollton, Kentucky location is only about 45 minutes away if you want to hop on over for a little fun potty break. There you go. So yeah, if you want ABBA, we already power ranked the ABBA songs last week, 2 weeks ago now. It's been a while. But yes, we did. Here, should I press it? Let's just watch. Let's just see. I don't know why there's a frog. Just a regular bathroom, except
Push it. Push the button. Hopper, whatever you do, do not hit that button.
All right, I don't want to play music, but there you go. There is your disco bathrooms from Kentucky. So there you have it. You never danced in the bathroom, Leslie? Oh my goodness, yes. Song dedications. That's why you gotta watch, man. You're gonna miss Kentucky disco bathrooms. Now you've seen it all. I guess you can unsubscribe and just bid us all a fond farewell. So Beth, you're just laughing. Have you been to a hop shop or whatever those are called? Have you been to a Kentucky bathroom? A Kentucky disco bathroom? Obviously, you've been to a Kentucky bathroom, I'm assuming. But I think we should shame Beth into going to one of these bathrooms and taking a video to provide us with some, yes, video proof that these Kentucky disco bathrooms exist. Yes, I corrected myself, smarty pants. I know you've been to a have you been to a Kentucky disco bathroom? Yes, the legend of the Kentucky disco bathrooms. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Derby Schmerby. Julia, they got they have disco bathrooms. Are you kidding me? Now that would be cool if they had disco bathrooms at Churchill Downs where they have the Derby. Like not only do you get to watch the horse race. All right, I just might have to, because disco bathrooms, I mean, that's who's going to be able to resist a disco bathroom? But yes, who said that? Push it real good. Oh my gosh. That, yes, that should be the theme song there. Yes, Carrie, in Kentucky, they have disco bathrooms. Every bathroom in Kentucky has a red button that turns off the lights and drops a disco ball. And it's just a magical place where dreams come true. So you went to the Coca-Cola factory in Kentucky, but did you ever dance in the bathroom, Carrie? That's the real question. Oh dear. All right. You know what? I actually have to do real work. But we're back at 1 o'clock Eastern. That's in 40 minutes, 38 minutes. I'll leave here to talk amongst yourself. I have to actually expect me to do work. All right. Talk about disco bathrooms, and I will be right back. Hello, everyone. Wait, what's everyone talking about? Hello, what's going on here? You're talking about Bobby Brown and MC Hammer? Too legit to quit. You've been singing and dancing? Have you been in a Kentucky restroom? Yes, casual-ish Ben is back. You know, I should go all the way casual there. Yeah, I got some work done and took a power nap with my ostrich pillow. It was great. Oh, hi, Kristen. Yes, there are some developments in the Black Swan. Apparently, there's some kind of juror issue. One of the jurors was a domestic violence victim. Didn't disclose that, or well, actually, it was both the perpetrator and the victim. And it's not buttoned up all the way. The top button is unbuttoned. What is going on? Yeah. All right. Daniela just read the filings. What's going on with the Black Swan? One had a phone and was texting. Really? Well, that's going to be up to the appeals court. Yeah, it's not as nice as you think. They don't pay me any money for that, so we'll just keep it off camera next time. But let's see. Yeah, that's pretty dumb. You know, I am going to change it. I'm going to go all the way casual. T-shirt or a shirt with a collar still? What would you prefer? I'll take input. Anyone have any thoughts? Because, yeah, I'm going to get my dress shirt here. All right, 2 votes for T-shirt. Okay. I could probably handle that. No. Hand or pants were never a part of the deal. Well, as the saying goes, Kristen, I'm comfortable in my own skin. All right. We're back. I'm back. Yes. Let's see. We're glad, but things are slow at work. Yeah. Do you want me to go and come back again? All right. Hey, these guys are late, man. Okay, here we go. All right. You know me, I'm a crowd pleaser. Okay. Yes, the dress socks came off. And the pants came off, replaced by shorts. So yes, less and less. Oh no. At my age, the fact that I still have all my hair at the age of 20, is incredible. So no, we'll keep the hair. So I'm not coming back bald. Yes, Carrie. They were replaced by shorts. So I guess I stopped there. They're short pants, not short shorts. You're gonna unfollow if I shave my head? What if I lose a bet or something and have to shave my head? You're gonna unfollow? What if I shave my beard? Should I shave my beard? I've thought about that. Maybe there's something on Amazon I could buy. I don't know if I'd call it t-shirt business on top, but how much time you got? So wait, this is the person having dinner dates with her cousin asking me what's wrong with me. Did I get that right? Is that where we are? Well, they're late. I don't know. What should we do? Should we look at Amazon? What were you guys talking about? What did you talk about while I was gone? There was a dance party here. We sang a lot. We partied. Well, what did you sing? There was dancing and singing, like a Kentucky gas station restroom, kind of. Leslie's good at 80 songs, so let's hear some. Like, you just give her a song and then she would just sing it, or how does that work? David, you should maybe put that on like on canvas and mount it on the wall to remind yourself to live, laugh, and love. It's more fun than a Kentucky gas station? Really? Hammer Time. Hammer Time was that 90s? Maybe like 1990 if it's the 90s. Start off with some words and she will know the rest. Interesting. Nobody knows. Although I do have a birthday coming up in a month. Actually, today's the 15th, right? August 15th? Exactly 1 month from today. But yeah, I'm late 20s, I think is what we decided. All right, well, someone give Leslie a line. I want to see this. I want to see this party trick. Oops. You're 50? You're like Sally O'Malley? I'm 50. 50 years old. And I can kick, stretch, and kick. Does anyone know what I'm talking about? Or just babbling like a crazy man while they're late to come back? Yeah, those cabbage slides were happening, man. That was just like you saw it. You saw it when I saw it, man. The cabbage slides. That was just, yeah. It was like, wait, something else you may like. Yes, Sally O'Malley she was an underrated character. I thought that was. Let's see. Pick up where I left off here on Amazon. Yeah, and then we had the technical difficulties there with the is this what you're talking about? The cabbage slides, women's footwear. So there you have it. Oh, look. Yeah. I think they work better, though, if you put the other foot in this one right here. I don't know why she's. Oh, there she got it. Well, the foot model got a pedicure. I can see that. Okay. And then you want pink. So yes, 17 ratings here. So let's see what we got. Of course, we go to the reviews with images. All right, 4 stars, verified purchase. These are fun. These are pretty comfortable walk-in. I got them mostly as a house shoe, and they are perfect for that. My only complaints, if you can really call them that, is that the plastic band does press into my big toes, as shown in the photo. Oh, can you see that? There's her big toe. Or is that a he? I don't know. Chorus. When bending my foot while walking, and the band is slightly misaligned, pretty sure it's supposed to be, so it makes the shoe want to go kind of sideways, especially if barefooted. If you have the shoes on, you're not barefooted. Do you understand this review, anybody? Sorry, when I'm here in this thing, I can't read the. Yeah, am I right? Would it kill her to, get a pedicure? She gonna make a. Yeah, no socks. Well, I have no socks with sandals. So I don't understand it, but it says those complaints aren't really too bad. We will see how they stand up, but for the price and the joy I have received from them already, they are worth it. There's another. Oh, look how red her toe is. My goodness, that looks horrible. So maybe get a bigger size then. Is that the only reviews with images? Okay, 5 stars here. Squishy sounds horrible for me, but too loud to use. They make squishy sounds like farts. Gave them to a kid, so 5 stars. They love them. Well, that makes me more likely to buy it. If it's gonna be, squishy fart sounds. No, it's the same one. The review with the thing. Oh wait, 1 star, Sarah. Not comfy. Blister City. Do not recommend. Well, no one wants to go to Blister City. All right, Lance gave these 4 stars. Bought these for my wife. She really liked them. They were a big hit for summer. 1 person knows. Okay, a customer right here, 5 stars. Burger King foot lettuce. Burger King foot lettuce, Burger King foot lettuce, Burger King foot lettuce, Burger King foot lettuce. Enjoy. 5 people found that helpful. Yes, fart cabbage slides. I don't know. This guy bought him for his wife, and now he's sleeping on the couch. Maybe that's what he was going for. Well, yeah, hey, I'm not going to shortchange any of you folks here. I don't want anyone to be like, wait. You only read 3 Burger King foot lettuces, and I bought them based on that. And you should have, there were 4 Burger King foot lettuce comments. And 5 people found that helpful. Does that like, can we like click and see who a customer? Has this person reviewed anything before? Yeah, 5 stars Burger King foot lettuce. And 5 people found that helpful. No one else found his other reviews helpful. I want to, like, can I see who those 5 people are? Guess not. Don't want to. All right. So which color? So Leslie said, don't buy this for your wife. Well, it's not really an issue. It's on divorce, but ladies, tell me, which one would you like your husband, boyfriend, significant other to buy you? Purple, pink, yellow, green? I mean, there's purple cabbage, but I don't know about pink and yellow. So yeah, right, Katie, you're reading my mind. Yep. Yellow. Why? Why would you want yellow? There's no such thing as yellow cabbage. If there was, I don't know if we should be eating it. Colleen, where's the fun in that? Yes, Maria, which color would you like? There's purple, pink, yellow, or green. And we did read some reviews. There was one that was very helpful that said Burger King foot lettuce 4 times. So if that helps you make a decision. These vegetable sandals are suitable for women of all ages in spring, summer, autumn, and winter. I mean, come on. Leslie, are you feeling silly now about saying don't buy this for, you know, what kind of advice was that for men? They're telling you they're suitable for all occasions. Casual and comfortable sandals suitable for all seasons, occasions, suitable for bedrooms, bathrooms, living rooms, spas, gyms, swimming pools, beaches. Oh, don't start the trial now. We're reading all the places here. Beaches, leisure, public showers, steam baths, dormitories, campsites, swimming pools, changing rooms, hotels, and more. So that's where you can wear these. What do you disagree with? Do you disagree with the Burger King foot lettuce review, or what do you? Here in Vegas, maybe you could wear those. Okay, Maria, explain. All right, I don't know. I hear the. Look at the next line, on occasions. Okay, let's see here. Okay, meanwhile, solid colored vegetable sandals are also suitable for cooking in the kitchen, playing with children, drinking afternoon tea in the garden, walking to the mailbox, taking out garbage. But you better come back with them. Watering the lawn, walking the dog, or going out to sign for packages. I've been needing some going out for signing package footwear. All right, back to work. Well, Leslie, what do you wear when you go out to sign for packages? Yes, June, where are you? She's probably asleep. What time is it over there? I've probably signed for packages barefoot before, now that I think about it.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
May be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
First name is Stephanie, Stephanie. Last name Yagi, Yagi.
YAG.
Thank you very much. If you could you please explain to the jury what you do for a living?
I'm currently employed as a medical examiner at the Clark County Coroner's Office.
How long have you been with the Clark County Coroner's Office?
About 2 years.
If you could, please, and what is your title?
Medical examiner and forensic pathologist.
If you could explain to the jury, what is a medical examiner?
So a medical examiner is a medical doctor who specializes in determining the cause and manner of death.
If you could, please describe your educational background.
I'm guessing it was stab wounds.
So I am a medical doctor. After
Next
graduating
witness.
from medical school, I did 4 additional years in residency training in anatomic and clinical pathology and 1 additional year in subspecialized training in forensic pathology. And I'm board certified in anatomic.
All right, we're learning a lot
clinical,
more
and
about
forensic
Julia
pathology.
now.
After finishing your schooling, where did you go professionally from that point? Was it to the Clark County?
Sounds
Coroner's
like a
Office, or
safe
was it
word.
somewhere else?
Yes, after training, I went directly to the
Better than my
Clark County Coroner's
safe word of
On
Faster.
average, how many autopsies
that was a
do you perform
poor
a year?
choice.
Office.
A
Approximately
very poor
250.
choice.
Okay. If you could, describe what is the purpose of an autopsy?
The purpose is going to be to determine the cause and manner of death in any sudden, unexpected, violent, or suspicious deaths.
Are there categories that help define potential manners of death?
Yes.
How many are there? At least within your office, how many are there?
So there are 5.
Okay, and please tell us each one.
So there's going to be natural, accident, suicide, homicide, and in cases where we cannot tell, undetermined.
Did you perform the autopsy on an individual by the name of Jeffrey Michael Gehrman?
Yes.
Okay, and that was performed on September 4th of 2022?
Yes.
If you
The job
could
just sounds
explain
gross to
a
me.
little bit about how Mr. Gehrman's body
I hate
is
looking at
transported to your office.
autopsy photos.
In cases like these where it is a suspicious or violent death, the body is transported in a sealed body bag, either from the scene or the hospital, wherever death is pronounced. It is then transported to our office, and that seal is not broken until the forensic processing takes place in the presence of law enforcement.
Who are the individuals that put that body in a sealed bag for transport to your office?
Those would be our coroner investigators.
Okay, so not someone affiliated with Metro, but actually employees from your office.
Correct.
When Mr. Gehrman's body arrived in your office, was it in that sealed bag?
Yes.
Did you notice any sort of tampering with the seal in any way?
No.
Okay, so after you, let's say, open a seal of someone you're about to perform an autopsy on, what's the next step?
Who are those guys?
So every step of this process is photo documented. Again, a photograph of the sealed body bag is taken, as well as a tow tag with identifying coroner case number. The body is then photographed as is, or as it comes out of the body bag, and then processing takes place in layers. So if a body is clothed, the clothes are taken off, and again, photographs are taken. If the body is dirty, it is then cleaned, and then again, photographs are taken.
Is there a process of taking fingernail or toenail clippings from a body?
In certain cases, yes.
In this case, was that performed?
I don't recall.
Okay. If that is actually performed, when does that typically happen in the process?
Again, during the processing portion of the autopsy.
And so that's the beginning part where you're photographing and things like that before you get to, for example, cutting and going into the body. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Beardly McBeard face.
So
I like
after
it.
you take photographs of the body with clothing on, and then remove the clothing, and then you get to cleaning the body, what is the next step for a medical examiner like yourself?
So the autopsy examination occurs in multiple steps. The first step is going to be an external examination. So I'm just looking at the body, documenting, identifying features such as hair color, eye color, scars,
Dead
tattoos,
toenail clippings
as well as any
hurt
external
much less
trauma that I
than
can see on the body.
live toenail clippings.
So you kind of go from head to toe and you're marking things externally on the body. What would be the next phase of the autopsy?
The next step is going to be the internal examination. So this portion is somewhat likened to a surgical procedure where the body is opened. The internal organs are taken out. They are evaluated as well as weighed. Again, documenting any sequelae of natural disease one might have, as well as any injuries.
Is there a phase that continues after an internal examination?
There are additional ancillary studies that we can perform that are included as part of the autopsy examination, things like toxicology testing, histologic or microscopic examination if necessary.
Oh yeah, that's
or
my
any type
favorite
of other
80s new wave
consultations that
band.
we see fit.
Dead toenail
Okay.
clippings.
Um,
They were great.
Were those things performed in this case,
In this case, toxicology testing was performed.
but not a histological one?
Correct.
And that's essentially when you're looking at tissue underneath. You take slides of tissue and look at it under a microscope. Would that be correct?
Yes.
Okay. Were any radiographs or MRIs taken of the body?
Postmortem radiographs or x-rays were taken in our office of the body.
Okay. And so that was done in this case?
Correct.
All right. Now, at this time, I'd like to approach with what has been admitted by stipulation, Your Honor, states 188 through states 203. Correct. May I approach the witness? All right, let the record reflect. I'm showing the witness states 188 through 203. Please take a moment, doctor, take a moment to flip through those and let me know if these look familiar to you.
Yes, I think you're right. Protecting his carotid artery.
Yes.
Okay. What are we looking at here?
In general, these are going to be photographs from the forensic processing portion as well as autopsy examination for this particular case.
Thank you very much. This time, permission to publish. Publishing states 188. Who are we looking at here?
So this is a facial identification photograph of the decedent, Mr. German.
Okay, I think it's pronounced Garman, but that's
apologize.
okay. It's okay. How old was Mr. Garman?
I don't recall.
Would it help refresh your recollection to see a copy of your autopsy report?
Yes.
Okay, referring to page 1, counsel. Just read silently here, these two lines here, and let me know if that refreshes your memory.
Yes, it does.
Okay. So let me ask you again. How old was Mr. Garman at the time of his death?
69 years.
Okay. So this is kind of an external view of him. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, for the purposes of your external examination, you noted a series of injuries. We'll come back to this, but I want to first start with publishing 189. What are we looking at here?
This is an overall photograph of the anterior or front portion of the body.
Okay. I want to talk first about his neck. Did you note externally an injury sustained to Mr. Garman's neck?
Yes.
What type of wound was it? Where was it on the neck?
There are actually two sharp force injuries of the neck, more specifically two incised wounds of the anterior and left lateral aspects of the neck.
Okay, let's take the incised wound to the anterior of the neck. If you could, please explain to the jury, what does the word incised mean?
So an incised wound is a category of sharp force injury, which is an injury created by something with a blade or cutting edge. An incised wound, by definition, is longer on the skin than it is deep within the body. And by contrast, we have stab wounds, which are going to be the opposite. They're going to be deeper into the body than their length on the skin.
So a stab wound essentially could be someone plunging some sharp object into a body versus slicing across.
It could be, yes.
Okay. I want to publish Exhibit 197. What are we looking at here?
So this is the incised wound to the anterior neck previously discussed.
Do you know what the term wound track means?
Yes.
What does it mean?
In my opinion, it is the path that the injury is involving. So specific tissues and or objects that are involved in said wound.
If you could, please explain to us, based on your examination of Mr. Derman, tell us about the wound track of this particular incised wound to the anterior of his neck.
So this wound involved obviously the skin and underlying or subcutaneous tissues. It also produced defects in the larynx, which is part of the respiratory tract, and the carotid artery, which is a main artery that supplies blood to the brain.
If you could, please explain to us what sort of damage receiving a wound like this to your larynx could do to a person.
It could make it difficult to breathe.
And tell me about the carotid artery. Why is that such a significant artery in the body?
It is the main blood supply to the brain.
And what happens if the brain, I know this may seem like.
That's
a silly
funny,
question,
Leslie.
but
I was
please,
just
doctor,
texting
tell
him.
us what would happen to a person if their body could not get blood to their brain?
No, I was actually
They suffer
texting Derek,
things
as a
like
matter of fact.
anoxia, which is lack of oxygen.
See what a
The brain
furrowed brow,
controls
if that
many,
means
all
anything.
of the functions of our body.
Is this injury, based on your medical training and experience, potentially fatal?
Yes.
Do you believe, based on your examination, this was one of the fatal injuries?
Yes.
Publishing Exhibit 198. What part of the body are we looking at now, doctor?
This is the left lateral or left aspect of the neck.
Okay, I
Is
did
there an
text.
injury
He
that
texted me
you
back
noted here
about
that you
a furrowed
memorialized in your
brow.
report?
He states that
Yes,
that would
there is
mean
a small incised
generally mean
wound.
anger or frustration.
You know what? If you take
A
your
furrowed
mouse,
brow.
I believe it should, if you could take a mouse and maybe point to us, where is that second incised wound?
So it's going to be right here.
Okay. So let the record reflect that the witness has circled what appears to be a small incision almost in the center of the photo on the left side of his neck. If you could, what was the wound track result here?
It was relatively superficial, involving only the skin and some subcutaneous tissues.
And so superficial meaning it didn't go too deeply. Would that be correct?
Correct.
In layman's terms, sorry. Let's talk.
That's about the fist there. It
Was there
says,
another wound?
anytime
on the
someone
left
makes a
side of the neck?
fist, they are
We're
angry
republishing
or very
198.
tense.
No.
Did you
So,
indicate
here's my
at
texting
some
conversation
point there
with
was
him
a
now.
stab wound to
Oh,
the
where'd it
left
go?
posterior of the neck?
Yes.
Do you see that here in this
He's
photograph?
texting me now. I can see the little bubbles
No.
moving here.
Okay. But one is noted, is that correct?
Yes.
And let me do this. The lighting's not great either, so let me at least approach and you look at it. I don't know if I'm right or wrong, but let me see. If you look at it up close here, can you see it at all?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So let's republish it, and then you can circle it for us. Publishing 198. Please show us where the wound
So
is
this
to the
is-
left posterior neck.
Is there any way to make it lighter?
You know, we can try. Oh, yeah, that seems a little bit too much, but let's.
Okay, so he's saying I asked him
How about?
resting chin on the
Is that good?
palm,
Better, doctor?
fingers
Okay.
in
And I
a
can
fist
zoom
or
in
curled,
too, so
covering his
I-
mouth. He says, anytime covering the mouth is trying to prevent thoughts from becoming
A little bit
words
more.
by physically
All right,
blocking
so
them.
Can you please tell us where
There you go.
another
That's what the expert
injury was
says.
noted on the left posterior neck?
I didn't mention anything about having tiny hands.
All right, let the record reflect that the witness has noted another, what appears to almost look like a perforating injury to the back part.
Yeah,
of
she's
his
probably
neck.
happy
And
because she
just
gets to
in
like
layman's terms,
take the day off of
posterior
work,
means what?
come down to court, and not have to
Okay,
see like
anterior means what?
dead bodies
The
and
And lateral
pull
means
out
what?
On this side.
organs and put them in a jar or whatever she does.
What was the wound track on
That's
that?
probably why
that
she's
injury, that
smiling and
third
happy.
injury?
The injury of the left posterior neck was
Yeah.
also involving the skin and subcutaneous tissues.
Okay.
I'd like
Did
to
it
know his
also,
opinion
touch on some of the superficial
on
muscles.
cabbage slides.
Yes.
What sort of what sort of injury or effect does that have on a person?
It could be variable.
Come on, Robert, don't cover up your
Variable?
mouth. Tell us.
Okay,
What do you think about
let's,
the cabbage slides? Doesn't it though? I mean, what do you do? She says she takes them out and then weighs them and then she just put them in a jar. Like, what do you? I don't know. Or you just throw them out like when you get a chicken or a turkey
was
or
there
whatever. You just
another
throw away
injury that
the
you had denoted to the
giblets.
right posterior neck?
Yes.
Okay, what type of injury was that?
It was considered a stab wound.
Okay, what was the wound track on that injury?
They get orange
This
slides
wound,
issued at
involved the
CCDC.
skin, subcutaneous muscles, and soft tissue.
Okay,
A blue jumpsuit and
I might
like
circle
orange
back to
socks
that
and
one.
orange slides usually.
I want to talk about the torso for a moment. Was there an
Yeah,
injury
that's not as
to
fun as
the
putting them in
lateral
jars.
side, the left lateral side of his torso?
Yes, there are 2 stab wounds to the left lateral torso.
Okay, fine.
I'm publishing.
I'm sure you guys have lots of fun at
Publish.
parties here.
to
More fun to say they
190.
put them in jars.
Do you see the general area where you denoted those injuries?
Yes.
Okay, if you could, why don't you show us with your, and actually, you know what I can do too? I can have an enlargement here. I'm going to publish 195. Just a bit.
What? That's a good thing though.
Where on the left side of Mr. Gehrman is there another injury?
So there's a stab wound here, and there's actually also one here behind.
I don't know.
this.
Oh, you know what? There was something that I saw on Amazon that might help them.
Let me publish 196.
So remind
Is this
me.
a better
Of,
view
Yes.
of
we have
at
a
least one
break
of those
here. I
injuries?
can show you.
Yes.
Okay. Tell me, the stab wound to the left lateral torso, what was the wound track on that? What damage did this injury do?
Of which stab wound?
The one to the left lateral torso, the one closer to the rib cage.
Can you be more specific?
You denote in your report that there's a sharp injury number 5.
So there are 2 stab wounds of the lateral torso. One is more superior or higher up on the chest, while the other one is more midline chest.
Let's talk about the higher up one.
So the more superior stab wound of the left lateral torso involved, again, the skin and subcutaneous tissues,
Kind
the
of,
thoracic
kind
cage
of.
or ribs, the left lung, as well as the heart and aorta, which is the.
I bet
blood
she's singing that when she
supply.
takes them out of the jar to
What
put them in the
damage
body.
did, this stab wound
respectfully.
do to the upper lobe of the lung?
So it punctured the upper lobe of the left lung.
What sort of damage could that create in a person?
Could be variable.
Okay, we'll give you some examples, doctor.
Well, my specialty training is not clinical medicine, so my patient population is somewhat biased. However, it could result in trouble breathing. It could result in blood within the chest cavity, and it could result in death.
Okay. You mentioned.
They don't
what
organize them?
into-
I put
was
it- they
it-
just-
I don't know if you testified to this, but
Just
did this injury
put it right back in
also, touch the pericardium?
Yes,
What is the pericardium?
the pericardium is the sac that surrounds the heart.
What sort of damage could that cause to a person if their pericardium is?
Yes, Maria, are you an
On its
autopsy
own?
tech?
Could be nothing.
Okay. Tell me about, was there any, did this wound penetrate the heart in any way?
Yes,
What did it hit?
I believe it hit one of the atria of the lung, or sorry.
Well, who
atria
said
of
they
the
put them
heart.
back in respectfully? I think
Did you
respectfully
know
to put them back
it
like
had
the way
hit
you
the
found
right
them.
ventricle as well as the aorta?
I would have to refresh my recollection.
Sure. Referring to page 3, counsel.
Maria, any comment? Are you a female, Dexter?
Does that refresh your memory?
Yes.
Okay, so tell me about this injury. What
Yeah, but I was told they
part
put them back
does
in respectfully. So
stab
to me,
wound,
that would be like
affect
organizing them
on
and putting
heart?
them in all nice and then
Uh,
closing it up. And
Resulted in
You
injury
know.
to the right ventricle of the heart.
Okay. What is the role of the right ventricle?
It is one of the pumping chambers of the heart.
Okay, what
Except for
can happen
Einstein's
to a
brain,
person if
and
their
that was
right
missing for a
ventricle
while.
is
You heard
damaged?
that story about
Their
Einstein's
function
brain
to
was
pump blood
missing?
to the body may become impaired.
Can that injury be potentially fatal?
Yes.
In your opinion, based on your examination here, was this one of the potential fatal injury, or was this one of the fatal injuries suffered by Mr. Dearman?
Yes.
Yes, Katie, that's
Let's
what I'm
talk about
saying.
the aorta. What is significant about the aorta?
Like,
What
just
role does it play?
Put it back the way you found
It
it.
is one of the main vessels.
Same thing I
that
tell my
leads from the
kids.
heart to the rest of the body.
If that
Yes.
portion of the, if that
And so did,
valve
like, Walt
portion of the
Disney.
heart is damaged,
He's
how can that
frozen
affect the
too.
person?
I think.
Blood
Could be.
could be impaired to the rest of the body.
In your opinion,
Back
based on
together.
your training and medical experience, was this another one of the fatal injuries to Mr. Dearman?
It could be, yes.
Let's talk about the more, the lower injury to the left lateral torso. I'm republishing 195. If you could show us, I don't know if the lighting's great on that, but if you could show us, where is that injury?
There you go.
Can you repeat which injury you're?
There's your
The
answer.
lower left lateral injury to the torso.
It's going to be this one down here.
Okay, let the record reflect that the witness has circled an injury to the left of the hand that's holding up a ruler in the photograph. Would that be accurate, doctor?
Yes.
If you could, please tell me about the wound track for this particular wound.
This wound involved the skin and subcutaneous tissues, as well as the hemidiaphragm and the kidney.
Okay. And what sort of damage can that cause to the body?
The diaphragm is responsible for helping a person breathe, and the kidney is responsible for waste production.
Okay. What sort of effect can that have on the body if you sustain an injury such as that?
Which injury?
You can take them in order. I apologize. We can start with the hemidiaphragm if you wish.
Could lead to trouble breathing.
Okay. How about to the helium of the left kidney?
The hilum of the kidney compromises multiple different constituents of the kidney, including major vessels, as well as the renal pelvis, which then leads to the bladder. Injury to this area could result in hemorrhage or bleeding.
All right. Was there, and this was what type of wound? An incised wound, a stab wound?
This was a stab wound.
All right. Was there a third injury to the left lateral torso?
Not that I recall.
Okay. Would it help refresh your recollection if I refer to page 3 of your report?
Yes.
Okay. Page 3. Does this help refresh your memory?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we can call them
Was there a third injury
kidneysons.
you had noted to the left side of Mr. Dearman's torso?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, 2 years she's been
Do you
with the
recall
coroner's
previously
office.
noting that in your report?
The report denotes a left posterior torso wound.
This happened 2 years
Which is
ago
the
in
back of the
September,
body.
so this is
Okay.
one of her first cases. I don't know.
Doc, let me just approach I just want to make sure I'm getting my numbers correct. You had indicated previously there was a left lateral injury that hit the hemidiaphragm and the hilum. Is that correct?
Yes.
In your report, do you note that as 7 or 6?
Number 7 is denoted as left lateral torso, and then number 6 is left posterior torso. It appears on the report, and my apologies, the left posterior torso wound is the wound that perforates the diaphragm and hilum of the kidney.
Okay, so so posterior means back.
Back.
Okay, so there's an injury. So just so we're clear, on his left back, there's an injury. It's a stab wound, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and those are the ones that perforated the hemidiaphragm and the hilum.
Correct.
Okay, so that's one. We haven't seen that in the picture. You denoted the second lateral one. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and the damage with respect to that left lateral torso, was that more superficial in nature?
Yes, it involved only the skin and subcutaneous soft tissues.
Okay.
Yeah, he died from
I'm
stab
gonna
wounds.
show
That's,
you Exhibit 193.
what else does she need to say?
Are there any injuries here that you noted?
7 stab wounds will
Yes,
do
there
it.
are 2 stab wounds to the posterior neck.
Okay. Could
Posterior
you
neck.
circle where those are?
Sure. We have one here and one here.
Right. Publishing 192. What are we looking at here?
Why don't you come up with a
Again,
name
this is
for
the
it?
Posterior or back portion of
What
the
would you
body.
name that?
And
Whatever
we
it
have
is
2
he's
stab
doing.
wounds as well. Here and then here as well.
So that last one you just circled, is that the left posterior one that you were describing that hits the, I'm gonna butcher that, I want to look at my notes. The hemidiaphragm as well as the hilum.
Yes,
Okay, so that's the one you were talking about previously.
correct.
Okay. This superior one up here, what was the wound track on that?
Again, both the skin and subcutaneous tough tissues.
Okay, and then I'm just re-showing 193.
Smushy face.
These two up here, what sort of damage did that create?
Both are going to involve the skin
Constipation.
and subcutaneous soft tissues.
Right?
Oh, grimace.
Publishing 194. Is this the right side? Is this the right side of Mr. Garman's body?
Yes.
And what do we see on the right side that was of note for your investigation or your examination of Mr. Garman?
So here in the center of the photograph, there is a linear abrasion, which is like a scrape or scratch-like injury.
Okay. I want to now focus on Mr. Garman's hands. I'm going to focus on the right hand. What did you note with respect to his right hand and his right forearm?
There are multiple, approximately 3 incised wounds to the right hand and forearm.
Publishing 201. Could you circle where you see any potential, or where you see injuries on Mr. Garman's hand?
Yes. So there's one here. I believe there's one here as well. It's slightly overexposed.
But you're noting here and in here, is that correct?
Correct.
And for the record, there seems to be kind of near the right index finger, a laceration. And she's also noting an injury to the inside of his right thumb near the base. Have you ever heard the term defensive type injuries?
It's like, I've already seen these.
Yes.
In your life, what does that mean?
They're wounds that characteristically are seen when a victim is attempting to either defend themselves actively or passively.
Did you make a determination based on your training and experience that these wounds here were most likely representative of a defensive type injury?
Yes, they could be consistent with defensive type wounds.
Publishing 202, we're now looking at his right forearm. Is there an injury noted here?
Yes.
Could you circle it?
There's a small incised wound here in the middle of the photograph.
Okay. Publishing 203, is this a more close-up view of that same injury?
Yes.
In your opinion, was this also consistent with a defensive wound?
It could be.
Turning to his left hand and forearm, did you also note injuries on his left hand and his left forearm?
Yes.
Okay. Publishing 199, could you show us where any injuries are depicted in that photograph?
There's an incised wound here on the dorsal aspect of the thumb.
Okay, is that dorsal mean top?
Yes.
Okay. And publishing 200. What did you note here?
And then
Dorsal means
again,
top.
there's an incised wound to the
Learned something.
forearm.
Okay. Could you circle it for us?
Yes.
It's a tough
In your
decision.
opinion, based on your training experience, did you also make a determination that these injuries to the left
Just
forearm
tell
and to the
man,
left hand
Treat
are also
yourself.
consistent with
Get them
defensive
both.
type, wounds?
Yes, they could be.
Lastly, did you make a series of notations about a variety of other bruises or contusions or potentially even smaller lacerations throughout Mr. Dermott's body.
Jenny, welcome.
Yes.
Publishing 188. Do we see some of those in this photograph?
What time is it in New Zealand?
And generally, where are we? Where
Hi,
are these
Naomi.
bruises?
So scattered predominantly across the forehead are some minor abrasions, or again, these scrape or scratch-like injuries.
If you could, just take your mouse and just show us what you're speaking about.
Etc.
Okay. When you've concluded your examination, did you reach a determination as to what the cause and manner of death was with respect to Jeffrey Gehrman?
Yes.
And what was the cause of death?
Multiple sharp force injuries,
And what was the manner of death?
homicide.
And in lay terms, what does homicide mean?
Homicide means death at the hands of another.
Thank you. I have no further questions to this case.
Homicide, when you kill your homie. It's pronounced homicide? I'm pronouncing it wrong this whole time. I feel silly.
Doctor, how many stab wounds
9 a.m. over there?
were on the body?
It's Friday. Yeah.
Sorry, I have to do some math in my head. I believe there are 6 stab wounds.
Wait, we heard 7
And how
earlier.
many slicing wounds, slashing wounds?
7 incised wounds.
Okay, so we have 6 and 7, 13.
Yes.
You had given testimony concerning that appeared to be a slashing wound to the front of the neck, correct?
Incised wound, yes.
So to protect your carotid
I'm
arteries,
referring
folks.
Specifically to State's Exhibit 189. I'm sorry. That would be the wound right here, correct?
Correct.
You would testify that that would have severed the carotid.
Oh, hey, there's
artery,
Ramsey.
correct?
It did.
This is
sever
one of the
the-
bailiffs
It
over,
did.
Yes.
over
And
the
you
shoulder
testified
there.
that would
There he
be the
is.
primary source, the main source of blood to the brain.
Correct.
Safe to say that in so doing, having been severed, that
Why
would
is he
have
smiling?
admitted a substantial amount of blood.
It could have, yes.
Through your examination of the body, were you able to determine whether this wound had occurred in a standing position, laying position?
No.
But assuming that it would have been a decisive wound or a primary cause of death wound, it would be safe to assume that Mr. Gehrman was standing. Fair to say?
I would not assume that, no.
No. So it's your testimony then that he could have basically received a fatal cut and gotten back up or been down. You're unaware as to the order. Fair to say?
Correct.
Of the 13,
Maybe he should have our
wounds
power
suffered,
rank the stab
would it be
wounds.
your characterization that this would be the most serious.
It is one of the more significant wounds, yes.
The other wound being to the left side of the body,
Yes.
near the heart,
Yes.
and that would have been the second most grievous, or the second most serious wound that Mr. Gehrman would have suffered, correct?
I would say that it is another significant wound, yes.
And is it also fair to say that given the location of the wound and the type of the wound, again, that would have emitted a great deal of blood?
Can you be more specific about where?
Yeah,
Did you
for sure.
expect
Next
that
time
to
he
bleed?
won't.
That stab wound to bleed,
Potentially, yes.
potentially.
Next
Did you
time he'll get
expect
away
not
with
to
it.
bleed?
There are certain circumstances, yes, where they're not, a lot of blood might not be produced.
And what would those circumstances be?
So bleeding could be externally or internally. So I guess you would have to delineate which one you're asking about.
You obviously performed the autopsy in this case. Did you see any signs of internal bleeding?
Yes,
And how significant was the internal bleeding?
there was a small amount of blood.
A small amount. So it would be safe to assume that the bleeding was exterior. I mean, it would have left the body, correct?
It could have.
Okay. It would be, for a person to bleed a fair amount from this wound would be consistent with the wound received.
I wonder if she's
You have
just
no
one of those
reason
people
to
that, yeah,
believe that it
laughs and
didn't
smiles when she's
a fair amount.
nervous.
Correct.
Same question
I
concerning
don't think I would
the wound
smile
to the
at
neck. I mean, it's safe to assume that would have bled a lot because there were
talking
no
about
signs
blood
of internal
leaving the.
bleeding concerning that wound, correct?
There were signs of internal bleeding
But a small amount versus a large amount.
at the time of the autopsy, correct?
Okay. So again, we'd have small internal bleeding, not major internal bleeding as to the two major wounds that occurred, correct?
At the time of the autopsy, yes.
Based upon your examination of the body, specifically the
Yeah, I had a
incised wounds,
client
are you
once
able
who
to give
had a
an opinion
terrible
as
habit
to
of
the
laughing
type of
when he
murder
was
weapon
nervous.
or the weapon that caused these wounds?
No, other than sharp force injury, which would be due to a tool or implement with a sharp cutting edge. No,
Were any wounds particularly deep? What were the depth of them? And let's focus on the, outside of the defensive wounds, which
They were
obviously wouldn't
deep,
give you an
man.
indication, but the two primary wounds.
the deepest wound I believe was measured at approximately 3 inches in depth.
3.
The first cut is the deepest. That's how the song goes. So
And as
would be
as far
assumed
as
that was the first one.
the instrument, you can't give any opinion. Jagged edge, straight edge, anything of that nature.
Correct.
What does your daughter do, Jenny? Does she
Safe to
laugh
say
or
that
like
the
smile when
instrument
she's
was
nervous?
Not longer, assuming it was a knife blade, longer than 3 inches, based upon your examination of the body.
Could you ask the question again, please?
Absolutely. Safe to assume that based upon your examination of the body, and assuming this was a knife wound, safe to say that the blade of the knife would have not been longer than 3 inches.
It is not safe to assume that.
And please explain why.
So the depth of the wound does not directly correlate to the length of the blade. Someone can use full force, push a blade directly all the way to its hilt into a decedent, therefore creating a depth longer than the actual blade. Or the blade could not be pushed in fully, which would then create a wound that is not as long as the full length of the blade.
You have
And
an
in
evil
this
niece?
case, would there be any indication, assuming the knife had been pushed in, that it was not able to be pushed in completely? Anything would have blocked its path or the trajectory?
Could you repeat the question again?
Absolutely. Nothing to show that, let's say, a person was attempting to stab into the body. Is there anything to show or that would have stopped, let's say, the intrusion of the blade?
I don't have any evidence of that on autopsy examination.
I am too
And again,
young.
you gave testimony that perhaps the blade.
I'm pretty
could
sure it was
have
on
been
your,
shorter, then made a
That's what I
deeper
call music
intrusion.
CD that I
It's
borrowed.
possible.
In this case, there's nothing to indicate that, based upon your review of the body.
Pretty sure
Correct.
that's how I heard that. And I'll give it back to you soon, I promise.
So based upon your review and your examination, 3-inch wound is the deepest, fair to say?
Correct.
Nothing to indicate that it could have, that assuming it was a blade, could have been longer, correct?
It could have, yes.
But at the time of the autopsy, and are you aware of any other examinations that may have occurred to the body prior to your examination?
Correct.
You're not aware of any, are you?
No.
So obviously then we're basically limited to your examination of the body and the conclusion reached by your examination of the body.
Yes.
And at the time of your examination of the body, there was little internal bleeding, fair to say?
Talking regular cassette or 8-track cassette?
Yes.
So it's fair to assume that the bleeding again would not have been internal, it would have been external bleeding. I mean, the bleeding caused by these wounds inflicted.
It is one possibility, yes.
At
Jenny, we
what
even had a
time
quiz
did you
on urinal
conduct
etiquette.
Your examination of the body.
I don't recall.
Do you recall the date?
It would be September 4th, 2022.
And who was present when you examined?
Colleen, aren't those
the body?
DVDs?
Along with the forensic technicians that are part of my staff, there's a member of law enforcement present as well.
And do you recall who that was?
I believe it was Detective Hawkins.
Okay.
Aren't CD movies called DVDs? Or what am
Mr.
I missing?
Hamner had asked you concerning the hands. You recall, the body coming in a sealed bag, and there was a question concerning the processing of the nails. Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes,
It was your testimony that you did not recall the nails being processed upon your.
See, David, that's why
review
she's
of the
lending
body.
me.
correct. The
CDs,
clipping of
listen to that
fingernails
song.
is not something that is within my job duties. Our forensic technicians perform that task.
Okay.
And I believe that those are given then to Metro or law enforcement.
And when you viewed the body, obviously the hands were not bagged, correct?
Correct.
And you did not.
Oh,
remove any
James,
bagging
you're
from
the
hands.
you're the winner.
Me personally, no.
You have Elvis on Reel to Reel. You win.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Jack.
So just to touch on that clippings question, so that's a process that essentially happens before you kind of take over to do your examination. That be correct?
Correct.
Okay. There were questions.
Well, vinyl records are
about-
cool again now. They're all hip. So maybe
There were
Leslie's
questions
a.
about the number of wounds and
Leslie,
injuries.
are you a hipster?
One of the things I wanted to touch on, I'm going to
Are
publish.
you a
one
hipster and we don't know it?
Does he appear to be in a state of decomposition?
Yes.
Okay, is that why we see some skin slippage and things of that nature?
Yes.
Okay, that was just something that wasn't covered. I wanted to at least address that. Can that be affected by sitting out in the hot sun?
Yes.
Okay, and this was September. This is in early September. I think it was done on, yours was done on the 4th. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. There were questions on cross-examination about the fact that I think you were asked to count up the number of injuries. Remember that?
I don't know. A vinyl record collection
Yes.
sounds
But to be clear,
pretty hipster.
one of the injuries literally is a slashing of his throat, correct?
An incised wound of the neck. Yes.
Okay. Which could be performed with a slashing motion potentially, correct?
Potentially.
Okay. But let's be honest, that injury literally severs his carotid artery.
Oh,
Yeah.
Jenny, tell Leslie what
There's
song it
a
was. Which
stab
Dionne
wound
Warwick
that
song?
pierces
She'll
his
sing
heart.
it for you. So
Correct.
go ahead, Jenny.
And then there's
Get ready,
multiple
Leslie.
stab wounds to his back.
We're ready to hear you sing.
Correct?
Just give her the first line.
There's stab wounds to his side, on both sides, or at least there's lacerations on one side and stabs
We're
on
gonna have
the other,
Leslie, our
correct?
hipster.
There's an abrasion on the right side.
Sing
and
to us.
2 stab wounds on the left.
Okay. So there's multiple stabs, and then there's multiple cuts,
Dionne Warwick.
incisions throughout his body.
Her and her
There are multiple
psychic
incisions on the
friends.
upper extremities. Yes.
And then there was
Do
one other
you
question
know
about
the way
how
to San
he was
Jose?
asking you about, well, trying to estimate the length
Oh.
of a blade, right? And I think you had said
From the morning I wake up
that's not the length of a wound is not really a good measurement to
before
determine the
I
length of the
put
blade.
on my
Certain
makeup.
circumstances can be at play that can affect the depth of the injury, correct?
I think it would
Correct.
And one of the things I think you said was sometimes a blade may not go all the way in. Is that correct?
Correct.
Isn't it true that one
She
of the
said,
things
"Do you know
noticed-
the way to San Jose?"
Then let me.
But you
let
can
me
sing either
rephrase.
one, Leslie, or sing
You
both.
examined his hands, correct?
Yes.
His hands have injuries on them, do they not?
And then we'll all join in with you as
In
you
your
sing.
opinion,
That's what
what
friends are
type of
for.
Wounds are those characteristic of?
That's
They could
what
be consistent
friends
with
are
defensive
for.
type injuries.
And that is where a victim is trying to
Keep
protect
smiling.
himself from being injured.
That is one instance. Yes.
And this individual is being stabbed multiple times.
Keep
Yes.
And he had
laughing.
injuries to his hands as he was
Oh,
being
you
attacked.
can always count on me
There are injuries to his hands.
for sure.
Okay, no further questions.
Any class?
That's what friends
In
are
reference to
for.
the inside of the stab wounds. Length of the blade, if it was in fact a blade. Again, there was no bruising around the entry point of the wound to indicate perhaps something being stopped, like say the hilt of a knife, assuming it was a knife. Fair to say?
I did not identify any bruising around the areas of the stab wounds. Evaluation was limited slightly by the stages of decomposition of the body.
Obviously, if you had a
Really?
body and there were multiple stab wounds and you saw.
That's your brother's brother. Didn't you tell your brother like they were going to be more than friends at that point?
obviously there was a stopping point.
Like,
It could be consistent with something else hitting that area.
yeah, that is a strange choice for a
The
wedding.
hilt of a knife, perhaps.
Could be, yes.
And in this case.
That's
the
just saying,
wound was a
like, you know,
3-inch
5, 10
right?
years into the marriage.
It was
like,
measured at approximately
it's
3 inches,
friends
yes.
and
Could have been a
roommates,
little less.
or
Yes.
I don't know how that song goes.
You gave an example wherein
Keep
a
smiling.
shorter blade could have been used, and based upon your testimony, a shorter
And
blade
I
could have been used in this
never
case.
thought I'd feel
Yes.
this way.
Again, the cut to the neck, we would expect that to bleed.
You don't know if they are what? If they're friends?
It would be in my
Or more than
expectation,
friends?
Yes.
Well, you would think if they're getting married, they're
Thank you.
more than friends. Like,
Nothing further.
you know,
Thank you very
that
much
they
for your
like
participation
each
today.
other
You may step
and are going to be
down.
more than
Congratulations,
friends.
Christina. Thank you for being here. You may call your next witness.
All right, Leslie. Sing Walk On By better then. Go ahead. Welcome, Kim. As far as I'm concerned, that I got the chance to sing, that I do believe in you. And should I ever go away, well then, close your eyes and try to feel the way we do today. And then you can remember,
If you solemnly
keep
swear that the testimony you're about to
smiling,
give in this action shall be the
keep
truth, the whole
shining.
truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Oh,
Yes, I do.
you
May be
can
seated.
always
Please
count
state
on
and spell
me.
your first and last name for the record.
First name
For
Jennifer,
sure.
Jennifer. Last name Manning,
That's what friends are
Manning.
for.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Oh, good
How are you
times
employed? As
and
a
bad
senior crime
times.
scene analyst with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police
I'll
Department.
be
And
on
we've
your
had a couple crime scene
side
analysts testify ahead of you,
forevermore.
but can you give us your explanation of what a crime
That's
scene
what
analyst
friends
does?
are for.
Sure. At first, we're requested to crime scenes by patrol officers or detectives.
What does
And
that
our
mean?
primary responsibility is for the documentation of that scene, which would entail detailed note taking of the scene, photography, identification, location, and preservation of any evidence that we find. If there's anything to fingerprint process, we will process that. In major cases, we'll complete a diagram.
Okay, well,
And at
Jenny,
the end of everything,
you never
reports are
look,
completed
okay?
and turned in.
Urinal
Okay,
etiquette is,
and you're a senior
you
crime
never
scene
look.
analyst?
Yes.
And we've heard testimony before that you have to have a certain amount of experience and proficiency in order to be a senior crime scene analyst.
Yes.
Do crime scene analysts attend autopsies?
Yes, we do.
What is the role of a crime scene analyst?
We might not
at
know unless they
autopsy?
ask her to say
So
pre-trial.
autopsy is really
See
an
how she says
extension
it.
of the original crime scene. It'll give us an opportunity to search for and collect any additional evidence that might be present.
Okay.
Sing it, sister.
On September the 4th of 2022, did you attend the
Never,
autopsy
never,
of
never
Jeff
look.
Gehrman?
Yes, I did.
Let me ask you, the crime scene or the body of Mr. Gehrman was discovered at his home on September the 3rd. Did you report to that scene at all?
No, I did not.
How was it that you came to be the person that reported on the 4th for his autopsy?
We have a rotation of crime scene analysts who can actually go to autopsies, and I was next up on the rotation.
Is it just kind of random?
Yes.
Okay, when you're the person assigned to go to an autopsy, I assume you go into work that day, and that's when you learn that you're going to be the person going to the autopsy?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, and once you realize you have that assignment, what do you do in order to prepare to attend the autopsy?
Well, when we get down to the coroner's office, we
Speak
will
the truth,
log
James. Way to
our,
go.
Visitation for that day, and for me, it was autopsy that day. We do have lockers down there that are designated for LVMPD personnel.
I'm sorry, did you
that
say she was a
houses our PPE.
crime scene analyst?
So
She's
I
not
would get
a
gowned up in all
coroner.
the personal protective equipment prior to entering into the ID processing room.
Okay, and I
Okay, yes,
assume
yes,
at
yes.
the coroner's office, you can't just walk in and say, I'm here and I'd like to attend an autopsy. They have to let you in?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, and you said PPE, and I think we all probably know what that is, but can you describe what you wear for an autopsy?
Yes, I always wear a hairnet, mask. I wear a gown. It covers over 3/4 of my body, booties over my shoes, in addition to gloves.
Okay, and
Slightly
when
remind him
you get all, as you said,
of
gowned up,
proper urinal
what's the
etiquette.
next thing that happens at an autopsy for a crime scene analyst?
So when we enter the processing room, I'll get all my supplies ready for the collection of the evidence that may happen during the autopsy.
Okay, and what are those supplies just generally?
So I'll do an envelope for the handbags. I'll get a larger bag ready for like the sheet, kind of like this.
That would be
size
the
of
perfect
bag.
time to commit a
I
murder,
will get little
Daniela.
point envelopes ready for
Maybe you should go check
fingernail
on their
clippings, swabs ready to
perfect
do any
cover.
sort of
I heard
swabs.
screaming, but the game was
And
on.
are there standard samples that Metro
No one would
takes
suspect
from
it.
an individual as they present at autopsy? Like standard evidence samples, I guess, from their body?
Yes, we always, well, I shouldn't say always, but
for him.
typically, given the case, there's handbags on there. So we'll collect the handbags. We will do hand swabs. We'll collect fingernails.
That might be how they do it
We
in
also will
prison,
take
but
a buccal
like
swab, which is a
the rest of
DNA
us in the free
sample.
world would know.
And are
Doesn't
you
work like
working
that,
with
Katie.
the coroner's office forensic
Does
techs in
not.
order to kind of get your evidence, and they're doing their job as well?
Yes,
And are you both separately taking photographs?
yes, we are.
Prior to you showing up at the autopsy, do you know what forensic tech you're going to be working with for the autopsy?
No, I don't.
Okay, so that's random too?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, hey, Robert Tellis wasn't married to
The body first presents at
this victim.
autopsy. Do you take any note as to whether or not the seal of the body bag is intact?
Yes, I do.
And that's part of your responsibilities?
Hi,
with
Crooked
Metro?
Cat. When you get to this
That is
point,
correct. So my first
in the future,
photography, my
welcome
first photo of
to the
it would
future.
be
It's a
to
wonderful
show the body
place.
bag
You'll feel
and
right
then
at
to show
home
that the
here.
seal is intact.
Okay. And then after, I assume the seal's broken and that's when the processing starts?
Yes,
And then that's when you're working with the forensic techs?
yes.
Just remember,
And can
Crooked
you kind of describe
Cat,
how that,
Crooked
like if you were
House.
watching, what would that look like?
You never look
So after
when
the
in the
seal is
urinals.
cut, the forensic technician
One
will open up the body
one
bag.
empty
We'll
urinal is
take a series
buffer.
of photos to
Don't
show
look.
the condition of what we see.
The condition of the person?
Yes.
Okay. When you were at this autopsy for Mr. Gehrman, did you notice any defects or any damage to the handbags or the bags that were on his hands or anything like that?
No, I did not.
Okay. And no problem, you didn't see any
would
defects
require
or signs
time
that
travel.
the body bag itself had been compromised?
That is correct.
Okay. So I assume you're
Let's hope
taking
so.
photographs of this first step that you described?
Yes.
Okay. And then we've heard testimony that it's kind of done in layers. Is that a fair description?
Yes.
Okay. And so the first layer is just, I assume, how the person presents with their clothes on as is, or however they appeared at the scene?
Yes.
What's after that?
So after that is when we'll do the collection of the handbags, the swabs of the hands, the fingernail clippings.
And when you do the swabs of the hands, can you describe for the members of the jury what you're using to swab the hands and what area?
You know
of
what
the
they were.
hand
They were
that you
rubber
swab?
chicken handbags.
So it's
Come on.
a cotton swab that is in a sealed package. I would put 2 drops of molecular water on there, and then I would swab all around the fingers, the palm, around the nails, and the web of the hand.
Okay, and this is probably obvious, but I assume that the swabs are new for each autopsy, like everything's fresh equipment.
Yes.
And you swab all over all areas of the hands?
Yes.
And then I think you mentioned that fingernail clippings are collected as well?
Yes.
What does that look like? How do you collect those at an autopsy working with the forensic techs?
So the forensic technician will clean and disinfect a pair of scissors, and I'll be right there with them with a little coin envelope. And for him to, after he cuts each fingernail, it will go inside the coin envelope. I do one for the right hand and a separate one for the left hand.
Okay, and so it just goes right from sort of being clipped off the person into your envelope?
Yes.
And you actually are the person that observes them disinfect or clean the scissors that are going to be used?
Yes.
Okay. And then when you collect those envelopes of the fingernail clippings, what do you do with those?
I close that up and then I put it into a little bit larger envelope that we call a biological envelope, and I seal those.
Okay, and that's indicating that the substance inside the evidence bag is biological.
Yes.
Okay. What do you do with clothing of a decedent at autopsy?
So the coroner's office has clean sheets, so I will lay out a clean sheet. That's part of the one prepping process. And then after I get the buccal swab, then we will lay out the clothing.
In this case with Mr. Gehrman's clothing, how would you describe it? Was it dry or wet, or what did it look like to you?
It was saturated with blood and had a little bit of decomp fluid on it.
So decomposition fluid and blood on it as well?
Yes.
When you have clothing like that, how as a crime scene analyst do you address that in terms of impounding it as evidence?
So we have biohazard drying closets back in the crime scene investigation section. So I would hang up the clothing and the sheet to dry. So typically will take 1 to 2 days to dry.
Okay. So in terms of the samples of like the hand swabs and the fingernail clippings, after you collect those from autopsy, I think you said they're in small envelopes, then in a larger envelope, and then are they in an evidence bag after that, or an
Yes.
evidence envelope?
Yes.
What do you do with that envelope?
I don't know about that, James.
Ensuring that it's not compromised.
A lot of these
I
women have
would
been
put
very
in
recalcitrant
a red
about
evidence seal on the
looking,
back of the package.
really
I would
defiant,
sign
saying,
it
you know
for
what, I don't care, I'm gonna
and
look.
sealing it, and then my initials and P number.
Okay, and then where does
So
that go?
We have a log, so we will
don't
log
look.
it back at the CSI section. And then we have a secure chute that we'll drop our evidence down into.
So once you drop that evidence down that chute, are you able, or is anybody able to grab that piece of evidence back up?
Supervisor and above would have access to the room.
Okay. And would they have to sign something saying, hey, I recalled an evidence envelope?
Yes.
Okay. Did you, after you dropped those swabs and fingernail clippings down that evidence chute, did you ever have contact with that evidence again?
So then it doesn't count,
And
Julia.
as you left that envelope, it was sealed?
No one asked me, then it doesn't count.
Clothing that you talked
You'd
about.
be
that
forgiven
was
as
in
long as you
the-
promise not to look.
called Drying closets?
Yes.
You gotta go
What
in there and
happened
not
with
look.
that?
I was able to seal that up 2 days later.
Okay,
And
so
James,
that
one
was
of
taken on the
those
6th?
Yes.
Okay.
man rules is
To
when
be
you
clear,
go
the autopsy was
to
on
the
the
urinals,
4th, and so
you don't
the
look.
swabs of the hands and the fingernails.
You go in,
would
you
have
do your
been
business,
deposited
you get
into
out.
that evidence chute on the 4th,
That is correct.
and no contact with that after.
Correct.
And then you waited for the clothes to be dried, and then that was deposited on the 6th?
Yes.
Okay. On.
Yes, where's the corner to laugh at the stab?
Witness, Your Honor.
She would have thought that was funny.
And I've shown these photographs just for the record to Mr. Groskovich. So Ms. Manning, I'm showing you what's been marked as state's proposed 162 to 176. Could you look through those and just let me know when you're done, please?
Okay.
Okay. Looking through those, do those appear to be just a portion of the photos that you took at the autopsy of Mr. Gehrman and some of his clothing?
Yes.
State moves to admit 162 to 176.
No objection.
And then while I'm up here, I'm going to have you look at state's proposed 177 through 187. Do those appear to be photographs that you took of the defendant on September 7th of 2022?
Yes.
I move to admit 177 to 187.
No objection.
May I publish these, Your Honor? Thank you. Ms. Manning, I'm putting.
Well,
on the
Colleen, I think
overhead
there
what's been
we're
admitted as
now we're
states
talking about a whole different
162.
thing, a whole different dynamic. Just saying.
Looking at that photograph, can you describe to the members of the jury what we're looking at?
That is the decedent's right arm.
Okay, and it would have been
Don't wanna know.
obviously that hand or well, you actually did it for both hands, that the fingernail clippings and hand swabs were taken,
Yes,
both hands. This is states 163, which is just sort of a closer version. Is that correct?
that is correct.
And now I'm putting on the overhead states 165. That also appears to be the decedent's hand.
Yes,
And to be clear, it's the technician who actually, with the scissors, who actually cuts the fingernails, and then you hold your envelope waiting for it to drop in.
that is correct.
If they like
And
go
that procedure
like
was
everywhere,
followed in the autopsy of Mr.
your
Garman.
fingernails, and they
Yes.
like fly
I'm
off
gonna put
in
on the
crazy
overhead now,
directions.
states 166.
What then?
What are we looking at in that photograph?
So this is the sheet that I was referring to, and then the clothing that was removed from the decedent.
Okay, and the sheet is in the upper left kind of corner of the sheet of the photograph?
Yes, that is the sheet that was wrapped around the decedent.
Okay, and then that's the clothing he was wearing?
Yes,
I'm putting on the overhead now, states 167. What are we looking at there?
that is the shorts that were removed from the decedent.
And it looks like there's some car keys there, or keys, is that correct?
That is correct. There were keys in the right pocket.
Okay, and you photograph that as it presents to you when you're attending the autopsy?
Yes,
I'm now putting on the overhead states 169. What are we looking at there?
that is the shirt that the decedent was wearing.
And now I'm showing you states 171. Still appears to be the shirt, but there are these yellow kind of markers on it. What are those?
Those are scaled arrows that we will put on an item to mark the potential areas for defects.
And by defects, it's something in the fabric like hole or something like that.
That is correct.
I'm putting on the overhead now. This is probably a better one. States 173. Does that appear to be a closer view of one of those markers and a defect?
Yes,
And so by those markers, you're trying to draw the viewer's attention to where there's something in the clothing that may be noteworthy, right?
that is correct.
You also collected Mr. Garman's shoes.
Yes,
I'm putting on the overhead now, states 175. Do those appear to be the shoes?
they are.
Okay. And states 176 appear to be the backs of his shoes.
Yes, that is correct.
Now, after we talked about all of the evidence you impounded at autopsy, and I think you mentioned this, but I just want to double check. At autopsy, you also took a buccal swab of Mr. Garman,
Yes, I did.
and I assume that was to collect a DNA sample from him?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, I want to move forward in time to September 7th. On that date, were you asked to go to the Summerlin Area Command to take pictures of an individual?
Yes, I was.
And is that person Robert Tellis?
Yes,
You took a series of photos of him at the direction
Jenny, did you
of,
tip the hand
Detective
towel
Gaddis.
person?
yes,
I'm putting on the overhead now, states 177.
We wanna know.
Is that one of the photographs you took of Mr. Tellis on September 7th?
yes,
And when you were documenting his physical condition, do you have him like turn to the right, so you can get different aspects of his body?
yes. We will take full body shots, the front, both sides, and the back.
Okay. And this is states 178, just another view, but more sideways.
That is correct.
States 179, the back of him,
That is correct.
and states 180. When you were photographing him, was one of the purposes of photographing him to note any potential injuries
Really? You
that
don't
he
tip?
had on his person?
Yes,
Do you recall if there were any injuries
Well,
to him?
I do live in Las
there were a
Vegas.
couple of injuries.
I
He
think
had a
there's more
Band-Aid on the left ring
tipping
finger,
here than
an
other
injury on
places.
the left middle finger, an injury on the right ring finger, and a bruise on the right shoulder.
I'm putting on the overhead now, states 182. You said he had a Band-Aid on his left ring finger?
Yes.
I don't think
Did
he's
you
trying
see
to
that
be
in the
cute. I
photograph?
think he's
Yes,
trying.
I
I think
did.
he's going
Can
for
you move that mouse in front
totes
of you and just kind of
adorbs
direct the jurors?
rather than
Did you
cute.
ask him or did you direct him to remove that Band-Aid?
Yes.
Thanks, Colleen. Good
This
to
is
know.
states 184, and that's the hand with the Band-Aid removed.
That is correct.
And this is states 186. Little closer view, is that fair?
Yes, with our scale.
Crooked
in there.
Cat, welcome to the present.
Were you also on September the 7th? Did you also
Welcome.
collect a buccal swab?
Welcome to the
from
future.
Mr. Tellis?
Yes, I did.
We have
And
flying
I'm
cars
not sure if
and
we
world
covered this, but what does
peace
a buccal swab
now.
look like?
You'll love it.
So it's a self-contained kit. Inside the kit has 2 sealed cotton swabs. So you would take those out and swab one side of the cheek with one cotton swab and swab the other side of the cheek with another cotton swab. And then there's a little box that you would put the cotton swabs into. And after you do that,
Fletcher, how do
you
they
seal
compare
the kit.
to
So once you got
gas
his buccal
station
swab on
restrooms in
September the
Kentucky?
7th, did you have specific instructions on what to do? with it?
Any thoughts?
I was to respond back to the crime scene investigation section to get those impounded.
Okay, and was there any like sense of urgency or to do it quicker than normal, or you just were driving straight back? You would have done that anyway. Or you tell me.
Yes. I
Raise
was
your glass
advised to
that
head back
Viva Las
to
Vegas
the CSI
2.0
Okay, as soon
is
as
still
you
around
got
here in the
buccal
future.
swab.
Yes.
Okay, and you did that, I assume?
Yes.
And that was none of the evidence or his buccal swab was
Ew, Fletcher, no.
the Summerlin area.
You missed
command to
our
where you ultimately
Discussion of
impounded
disco
it?
bathrooms in Kentucky. No.
Thank you very much. I'll pass the witness.
Yes, thank you. Ms. Manning, you were asked to bring that bag with you in court today, correct?
Correct.
Well,
And
she's
you
all
can inform us
smiley and
what's
eager.
contained within that bag.
So inside this bag is a pair of jeans that I recovered from the defendant.
Okay. You brought that from the evidence vault today?
Yes.
I would ask her to launch that with the court. Defense Exhibit A. Great, thank you.
Interesting. There was a restaurant or bar somewhere that had.
Do you want to have it open now? Or?
Did you see it? It was just in the news. I think they
Addressing that later.
were asked to take it
By
down.
stipulation, we could.
They had Bruce Jenner on the men's room door and Caitlyn Jenner on the ladies' room door.
Since she's here, we'll take advantage. We could have her open it now.
Sorry, Colleen, are you not getting satisfaction? What was the manscaping question? I saw a statement. You said that ladies appreciate manscaping.
Do you have a bag as well to back it? Ms. Bailey, do you have a bag as well to back it?
I do not.
Okay.
Orange rubber gloves? Come on. Can we get her a pair of hander pants, please? You get confused? Get confused and accidentally go into the men's room to sneak a peek. Leslie, you are so sly. You are so sly. Yes, he's quite good with a knife. We heard from the previous witness, yes. A bag inside of a bag. Classic. If it's another bag in there, I'm gonna be upset.
Please, yes. Thank you. We could have a lodge up with the court.
No objection.
Yes, please. We move to admit by stipulate. Yes.
All right. We have a love connection going on here. James, do you have a passport? You ready to travel to New Zealand? Love. So he was arrested on the 7th, like 5 days after. Are these the jeans he had?
Now, you photographed these pants, correct?
Yes, I did.
You were aware that those pants were taken from Mr. Teller.
That's right.
Yes.
They took him and left him go in
And
a
they were
white
taken pursuant
suit.
to a warrant.
That is correct.
Do you remember that?
Now, did you process those pants?
No, I did not.
Turning your attention to the photographs shown of you of Mr. Tellis. We'll start with State's Exhibit 177. You took the photograph, correct?
Yes, I did.
You noticed no injuries to his, other than the one near his ring finger, any injuries to his arms, neck, anything like that, his face?
Not in this photo, just
Okay.
the ones on his hands.
And we were shown those just moments ago, correct?
Correct.
Same question, State's Exhibit 178.
That is correct. No injuries.
State's Exhibit 179.
The same.
State's Exhibit 180. Same question, no injuries, neck, arms, anything like that.
Correct.
And State's Exhibit 181.
The same.
There you
And
go.
this photograph.
There's your shirtless photo, ladies.
Shirt's off, correct?
That is correct.
Drink it all
You
in.
took photographs of his shirt off as well, did you not?
I did.
But you've not been asked any testimony concerning those photographs today, have you?
No, I have not.
Do you recall what photographs, how many photographs you took of his bare torso, front and back? The rest of his body?
I do not.
You took several.
I did
Fair to
take
say?
several, yes.
If we could approach the bench, please.
Oh, don't take it. Oh, sorry. It's good while it lasted. All right, sidebar. Oh. Speaking of the corner, and I said I had something. Hopefully this is a long sidebar. Because this right here from Amazon Sister Amy women's long sleeve zip printed zipper surfing one piece swimsuit bathing suit. See? So it's for the coroner to put all the
Available to the primary detective in this case.
stuff
Yes.
back.
Okay, we'll get to those later on then.
and put it back
Do
in
you
there.
agree with me that you didn't see any scratch marks, any wounds?
Just the bruise on the right shoulder.
Okay, and again, we will have a photograph of that we don't have today, but it was a minor bruise, correct?
Correct.
Unable to say what time that bruise may or may not have occurred, correct?
That is correct.
No, so I'm.
Yes, what he
clear.
said,
You were
a furrowed brow
present
is
for the
anger or
processing
frustration.
Of Mr.
Anytime someone makes
correct?
a fist, they
Yes.
are angry or very tense,
You were also
and the
present
covering of the
during
mouth
gathering of evidence
in any way,
for Mr. Tillis.
Yes.
trying to prevent thoughts from becoming words by physically blocking them.
There's a number of
That's what
people
he
that
said.
are in this rotation that you had made reference to that you just happened to appear for, correct? Concerning the investigation of this matter.
Yes, that is correct.
Well, I was hoping for a longer
That
sidebar,
you,
but
being a crime
talking about
scene investigator,
taking the stuff
were
out and
present
put the
in
organs
reference
in the
to
jar
both
and then putting them
gentlemen,
back
correct?
in the
Correct.
thing. I was like, you know what? Reminds me of something I saw on Amazon.
How many total photographs did you take of Mr. Tillis?
I do not recall.
Do you recall when these photographs were taken?
They were taking, I arrived at 8:25, so after that time.
In reference to the bagging of the hands, I'm sorry, the collection of the fingernails of Mr. Gehrman, approximately what time did that occur?
The bag was cut, the seal was cut at 7:25, and I was done with autopsy at 10:50, so sometime in there. You'd have to look up the metadata on the photograph.
You were not present at Mr. Gehrman's home, correct?
No, I was not.
You're not aware of who was, fair to say?
I know some members of my other squad.
Okay, but you're not able to tell us today, correct?
Was that for the search warrant?
Correct.
Stephanie Smithson was there, my supervisor, Moretta McIntyre, director, Kristen Gramis.
And that was at the execution of the warrant, correct?
That is correct.
Concerning Mr. Tillis, correct?
Yes,
And you'd also testified that once this evidence is put down through the chute, that supervisors have access to the evidence, correct?
correct.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Julie, are you talking about the defendant? Or do you think the defendant has makeup on?
At this time, we're going to take a recess. During this recess, you're admonished not to discuss or communicate with anyone,
Recess.
including your fellow jurors, in any way regarding the case or
And there's a
transcription by voice
2:45
message on
here.
text, internet, or the means of communication or social media. Read, watch, or listen to news or media accounts or commentary about the case. Do research, consult dictionaries, internet, or reference materials. Do any investigation, test a theory, recreate any aspect of the case, or in any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own, or form expressing an opinion regarding the case until it's finally submitted to you. We'll be in recess for 15 minutes.
Thank you, all right, for that.
He looks like my thumb. Yeah, he's gone. Well, the thumb had the smiley face, and then I had to do it on the pointer finger, which was hard because I'm not left-handed, and I had to draw it. But I still do. I do my best. Okay. Where was I before they rudely concluded there? There we go. So, yes. Yeah, all right. So, yes, here you go. So, for the corner, this might be make a good gift for the corner. So, like when she takes the stuff out, she knows how to put it back together. You know what I mean? So, there's the front. So, you can see, you know, was that lungs, liver, muscles, let's see, liver, all the intestines, you know? So yeah, nothing like. And I'm sure she was happy to model that day. Like, yeah. And anatomically correct. Superb mechanics. We want it like magnify. We want it to show up here. Let's see. So, oh, number one, sexy zipper. Yes, nothing says sexy like a corpse there. Sexy zipper, fine zipper, slightly sexy in fashion. Number two, fashion printing, adoption of international leading high-end professional vest fabric, HD 3D printing technology. Well, finally, we're getting some HD 3D printing technology. Are you kidding me? Yes. Oh, yeah. Yes, yes. Alyssa, don't ask. Really, Leslie? A sexy zipper. Are you kidding me? Well, David, what else would you make your anatomically correct, space suit, but with space age polymers or whatever this is? What do they call this? A bathing suit? Swimsuit? It's a Sister Amy women's long sleeve zip printed zipper surfing one piece swimsuit bathing suit. That just rolls off the tongue. I'll say it again. Sister Amy women's long sleeve zip printed zipper surfing one piece swimsuit bathing suit. Yeah. Don't try that. Don't try it yourself. That's why I'm the host here. Oh, healthy fabric. Well, you gotta have healthy fabric. Comfortable fabrics so you cannot put it down. You don't want like sickly or unhealthy fabric. So it's got it all. The sexy zipper, the fashion printing, the healthy. All right, let's see here. Oh, look, shaped waist. Human body back. Oh, man, do they have the front and back? Again, healthy fabric. Again, I can't stress how much healthy fabric is so important. You don't want unhealthy or sickly fabric. But, I mean, like I bet the coroner would appreciate if she was just sort of standing there all like, yeah, hey, here I am. She's like, oh, yeah, that's where that went, after she takes it, takes it out of the jar, like here, puts it back in there. Okay, product information. Basic information, name, printed, long sleeve swimwear, color, picture color, fabric, 88% polyester and 12% spandex. That's that healthy fabric. It's got a moderate on the softness index, moderate on the elastic index, and moderate on the thickness index. Tips. The lighting cause and the monitor may be different when shooting subtle color difference. Please receive the actual item. Okay. It's clear as mud. Again, this country of origin, China. Who's surprised? Who is surprised? Look at that, guys. Look at all. These are like unavailable. Why are these not? Oh, that's large, extra large. Do they have them in? What is this? Oh, like bones there. Now let's go back to our. Oh, they've got like muscles and a gray skin. Oh my goodness. Put the kids to bed. Put the kids to bed. You didn't see that. No, no. Not here. We keep it clean on Viva Las Vegas 2.0. All right. My goodness. Oh, Jenny, I saw what you did there. What butterfly one, Colleen? You said you want a butter. Let me see. Yeah, the butterfly one. I have roses. Roses. Yeah, that's the booby one there. That's in gray. I didn't see a butterfly. See, I don't think that's what your ribs look like. You can see that one. Oh, sort of half skeleton, half musculature. That's not the right color. My ribs, nope, are not. Ew. Bloody handprints. Who is there a market for this? Oh, look at the little Irish one there. That's your St. Patty's Day. What the heck? Zebra Hamlet. Oh my. Oh, jaguar or cheetah? I don't know. I didn't see a butter. Oh, this one. Oh, it does have butterflies. Oh, she's got butterflies in her stomach. That's the one you want, Colleen? Okay, everybody. For Christmas, get this for Colleen. That's what she wants. And she's going to model it. So let's get back to this one here. Yeah, like she just, that is just not a sexy look. I know she's like standing there posing like, oh, like, hey, what's up? But I don't know. Internal organs, 33 ratings. No product reviews, photos. Okay, let's see. Steve bought this. Oh dear, Steve. 5 stars, great product, quick delivery. Thank you. Penny says, nice image, loose, elastic, 4 stars. Love the image. The material is thin, but good for the Texas heat. Julia, I know you're in Texas, so keep that in mind. Especially considering long sleeves in summer. It would be super helpful if the rear zipper was 2 inches longer. Hey, Penny DG, that's a sexy zipper. You're bad mouthing there. And had a pull string. Well, a pull string's not sexy. Elastic around leg holes is fairly weak, which causes some riding up. And I'm not confident it will stay tight for very long. It's just talking about the leg holes, people. Don't. Better with no sleeves. Yeah, but that's not, that's not anatomically correct or whatever. That's no good. Nancy H, 1 star. It was way too big and the colors were ugly. Well, what do you expect? Like the internal organ colors are not, they're not like beautiful. No one's ever said, oh gosh, it's as colorful as internal organs. Like, what are you expecting, Nancy H? All right, cut off the sleeves then. Come on. Leslie, what are you talking about? We're talking about leg holes, right? With the elastic on the leg holes. Please tell me you're talking about the elastic on the leg holes. Crooked Cat, I think they had those back in the past, but now here in the future, we are all anatomically correct. I'm surprised. Usually stuff from China, you can't. Okay, look, Ellen Corinne Johansson teaching. That's her review. 5 stars teaching. Angela Ball, 3 stars, not close to anatomically correct on the back. We haven't seen any images on the back. It'd be great if we had a review with the photo. Front side, cool. Back, not cool. If you are hoping for anatomical correctness. So there you go. Crooked Cat. The back is not anatomically correct. So, but I don't know. We looked at his reviews. I didn't see this. And yes, pull strings are for Piglet and Pooh Bears. Yes, and they are not sexy. So that's its claim to. That's one of its selling points is the sexy zipper. Come on. Really comfortable. Ray, Ari, really comfortable, but fits great, but kind of see-through. Okay, is that a joke? Like, I mean, that's like, you know, you wear it. It's like you're seeing inside. So, like, when he says see-through, does he think it? He or she? I am telling you, I don't know what. It's a selling point, like a sexy zipper. Zippers are sexy. I should bring out some trousers I have and let you see the zippers and tell me if you think those zippers are sexy or not. I don't think I have any. I don't think it's the only thing I have with zippers. But that's the thing. It is see-through. Like you're seeing through to the inside, the internal organs. So it's like this guy's. I think they're being a wise guy. See-through. Okay, Seattle Shopper said 4 stars. Difficult to zip on your own. This fit great, but can be very hard to get in and out of on your own, especially when needing to go to the bathroom. I fixed this easily, however, by tying a string to the zipper so I could easily grab it. What is this? What? Mop up level? Why do we have that? What? Why is that image connected to your review, Seattle Shopper? Okay, let's take a look at Seattle Shopper here. Oh, she's kind of cute there. I don't know. She's got 57 hearts. Look at that. Look at all these things we reviewed here. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that's our little anatomically correct thing there. Yeah, she's got this. Use this pickle costume as part of my cosplay. Wore these for a Pickle Rick costume for Comic-Con. Slay. Wait, what are those? It's Seattle Shopper review here. Where did they go? Anyway. Sorry, let's get back to. So there you have it. This is great. If you have any corner friends that are taking out internal organs and putting them in a jar and then are worried they're not going to be able to put them back, I think, you know, this would be a great gift. And there's one with butterflies that we need to get for Colleen. Right, Colleen? This one? Oh, look, it's the same model here. Boom. Yeah. Boom. Oh, the back. See, they show the back on this one. Notice sexy zipper. Yes. Oh, yeah. So sexy, that zipper. Oh, look, and then there's the butterflies there. Is this? How come we don't have any butterflies? There not been any purchases of the butterfly? Trying to help you out, Colleen, and get you, you know, trying to find out as much as I can so you can buy your sister Amy women's long sleeve zip printed zipper surfing one-piece swimsuit bathing suit. You know? Yes, the doctor would appreciate that, I'm sure. So, well, yeah, I didn't know that. What is that? Who likes the roses here? Let's see. What is this, man? This is. They don't have any like product description here. Okay. So this is just got roses in there and some kind of rib cage, and then it just sort of ends there with roses. Oh, and in the back, she's got the spine and shoulder blades and everything. Any takers on that? I don't know, but if she goes to a urinal, she better not look, Colleen. That's. Hi, Casey Carey. Welcome back. While you were gone, Carrie, we all pitched in and got you an anatomically correct Sister Amy women's long sleeve printed zipper surfing one piece swimsuit bathing suit. So I hope you like it. No, the cabbage sides will go with it anatomically correct. Well, how are you going to pee, Leslie? You're just going to pee in your anatomically correct long sleeve printed zipper surfing one. The energy anymore. Man, I am learning so much. Who says we don't learn here? Goodness. Yes, Carrie, it's with Prime, it should be there already. So I hope you like it. Send us some pictures, model it for us. Tell us really like how sexy you think the zipper is, because that's like one of their selling points right here. Sexy zipper. I can't enlarge it for some reason. I don't know why this one. Oh wait, is that enlarged? What the heck? But number one thing is the sexy zipper. So well. Sure you are, Julia. We know what you meant. We know. So there you go. Let's see, what time is it? When are we coming back? Oh my gosh, we're late. We should be back by now, huh? Do we have time for one more? What do you think? Yes, you owe me, but I don't take payment in anatomical bathing suits, though. So just bear that in mind, please. Wait. All right. So yes, Kim asked, who has used the men's room? All right, let's hear your stories. Well, why did you use the men's room? It might be a good prank to play on someone, yes, if you fall asleep drunk and then they change into that. They just had the Backstreet Boys hearing just this week, actually. What's his name? Nick Carter's getting sued for civilly for sexual assault, whatever, on his tour bus. No, I have not. I have peed outside, though. If that's where you're going with that, I don't. Yes, all the ladies are suing him. They just had a hearing on, I think it was his motion for summary judgment, just this week. I think Our Nevada judges. Maybe I'll stream it. It's a old one, but maybe we'll see. We'll see what happened if the judge ruled in favor of Nick Carter. It's Nick Carter, right? You know, I don't know. Those cases are kind of, I mean, if the band member invites you on the tour bus, you kind of, don't you know? But, I mean, yeah, reading the criminal complaint. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. But it does make for good content. But yeah, she was 17 and went on the tour bus. Oh, I hear him. All right, no more swimsuits, no more. There was a men's room at the traffic jam. Well, that's different than what alleged to have occurred here, but I get it. And I understand she's not. Yeah, I'm just saying, I think both these people might have been a little bit more wise. And I think alcohol played a part in this, in that Nick Carter thing.
Please remain seated and come to order. Court is now back in session.
And there's the seal of Nevada,
State stipulate to the
all for our
jury
country.
panel
Yes, Your Honor.
and offense.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, the state may call their next witness.
Thank you. State's going to call Zach
Okay, be
Schilling.
safe.
I'm sorry, Zach Schilling.
Just listen to the stream. Don't watch it. Eyes on the road.
Zach Schilling? Please watch your step.
All right. You know what? Keep listening. Keep watching. You know what? Or don't.
solemnly swear
Do whatever
the
you
testimony
want.
you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
You may be seated.
But if you're going to do that, just wear
Please state
the
your
anatomical
first last name for the record.
bathing suit to
Zachary
help
Schilling,
the
Z-A-C-K-A-R-Y,
paramedics.
Schilling, S-C-H-I-L-L-I-N-G.
May I proceed? Thank you.
Yes,
Sir, do you know
Kim.
someone by the name of Robert Tellis?
Go Knights,
do.
go.
When did you first meet Mr. Tellis?
Go Knights, go.
2020.
Okay. Do you see Mr. Tellis here in the courtroom?
I do.
Why don't you point out where he's sitting, maybe describe an article of clothing that he's wearing?
He's got a blue suit on, sitting right over there, bald head.
Okay, let the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant. So in what context do you meet the defendant?
2020, I'm a real estate agent, and I started working with Robert shortly after I believe he was elected to his position, helping to sell probate houses.
Okay, so he was the public administrator when you.
You're on your own, Fletcher.
Yes,
Do you have a business partner?
yes, I do.
What is her name?
His name,
Stay
Bob
strong.
McMasters.
Okay, did
And
you have
that's-
another partner that you worked with?
Oh yeah, Kristen Riffle. That's my real partner. Yeah.
Okay, so that was.
Well,
Wait,
I
a real
guess for
partner?
nice, you asked me
A
that.
fake
That's how I
partner?
met Bob through Bob.
Okay, but the one that you work with even still today is Kristen, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so you would help sell homes to the public administrator, is that right?
That is correct.
Just briefly, what's that kind of concept? So someone passes away and they don't have a will, and then there's a home left behind, is that kind of how
That's
you get
correct.
involved?
And there's typically, there's not a family per se, or the family's distant. That's when the public administration office steps in and helps with the estate.
Okay, So if you were tasked to help the public administrator's office help, I don't know, get a home fixed up or resell it, would you have interactions with Mr. Tellis?
Yes,
Would you see him in person?
yes.
Describe typically something you might do in person with Mr. Tellis.
Well, typically, we would, when the house was assigned, we'd walk through the house and say, this is what needs to be taken care of, this is what we're getting rid of. And then typically after the house was finished and completed, we would meet, look at the house. Rob would give us a thumbs up. We then would go over comps. During that process, we would talk about the value, and typically then the listing agreement.
Don't
would
we
be
all,
signed either
Julia?
in person or through documents.
Don't we all?
So when you're saying you would do a walkthrough, who would typically be there at a walkthrough?
Typically, it would be myself, Robert Tellis, Roberta, Bob McMasters, and Raul, who was the general contractor, who wasn't a general contractor.
And Roberta, meaning Roberta Kennett?
Yes.
All right. So when you would do a walk,
But if I may,
sure.
if there was another, somebody in the same position as Roberta, would
Okay.
be, whoever was in charge of the file under Robert would be there.
Understood. But when you say walkthrough, you're literally walking through with Mr. Tellis?
That's correct.
So you get to see him literally walk.
Yes.
How long would a walkthrough typically take?
Oh, are they talking about the limp
They-
now?
We could be there a half hour to an hour, or sometimes.
All his
he could be in and
disguise,
out
the
of there
limp is going to
in
give him
10, 15
away.
minutes.
All right. On average, how many times a month would you be doing walkthroughs with Mr. Tellis?
Well, I would say that on average from 20 to 2022, I'd see Mr. Tellis probably 1 to 3 times a month at least.
Okay, doing things like you've just
Yeah.
described to us.
Yeah, especially during the heat of it, yes.
And the heat of being what?
Heat of when we were really turning houses for him.
Understood.
Mhm.
And you mentioned 2020.
I'll say
to
something, Julia, so you
2022,
can
is that right?
Yeah.
see your
About 3
cleavage.
years,
I'll see the
roughly, or
cleavage.
Yeah.
a little over
Not
2
yours.
years.
Yeah.
You know what I mean.
Okay.
Carry on.
At some point I want to turn your attention to September, very early September of 2022. Do you become aware of a journalist, Jeff German, passing away?
Yes.
I don't want to get into the substance of it, but like, how do you learn about it in general?
I saw how I learned that he died was, a picture on the news. Then shortly after that, I think there was police video or police photos that were released of the.
You're welcome, Julia.
Of the suspected.
Remember, not all
person
heroes
that
wear
had
capes.
Done that.
Okay, so
I'm here to help.
bottom line is, at first you see through the news, it's just kind of reporting what happened. It was a
Mhm.
fairly big story. Would that be fair?
Yeah.
Okay, at least locally,
Yes.
it's a big story. And then you mentioned something else. You said that the police released
We
what?
moved on to Dionne Warwick
The
already.
police released
Carrie, come on.
photos of who they suspected perhaps might be
That's what
the person
friends are.
responsible for.
Do you remember kind of generally like what the outfit was? What do you remember?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So what do you remember?
It was a sombrero, a flame construction vest, I think long sleeve shirt. The shoes were some Nikes.
Okay.
The Nikes like you find like at Marshalls or Ross.
Okay. So you mentioned those Nikes. So when you see that
The
those
cheap
images
Nikes.
first release of the suspect walking around, does that catch your attention?
Yes,
Why?
it does. With the way that just in the photos itself, and the likeliness of the photos and of Mr. Tellis.
Yeah.
We're really, really close. And
Leslie, you snooze, you
Is it
lose,
just
man.
photos, or is there a video that you're seeing this person walk in the videos released by the police?
Oh,
Yeah,
goodness,
yes,
Jenny.
Yes.
So you
What are
see
you gonna
this suspect
unleash? Oh, there she
walking.
is.
What are you thinking at that point?
That
Can't
was on
really
a
see it.
Friday,
See the lady in the red
and
between the attorney and the defendant?
boy, that really, it's like, boy, that really looks like somebody I know.
Okay, and who's the person you're thinking of?
I was thinking of Mr. Tellis.
Were you
Is
here
there
when we
anything
power
else
ranked the
aside from
ABBA
walk
songs?
that caught your
Did you
attention?
give us your power
When you looked at
rankings?
The videos of that person.
The gate and Mr. Tellis would always wear.
Well, wait for a tight
a certain kind of
shot,
Nike
like a
that
close-up
was
shot of the
really
defendant,
unique to
like
me.
over her shoulder.
Maybe I'm a little bit of a fashionista, but
Oh,
like
oh.
the Nikes that you'd find like at Marshalls or Ross.
Did he just
where
say
they
he was a
replaced
fashionista?
The leather with like a plastic almost and the hard plastic. It just, they're cheap Nikes you always wore. I don't know.
So when you saw the video, the guys you
Is that
described
it?
in the sombrero and the construction and the orange construction outfit, you thought the shoes reminded you of the shoes that Robert Tellis wore.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. And the gait.
Yeah. And the way that he walked, the way that he carried.
You can be
Maybe
interested
it
in
was
the
good.
cleavage.
So when you see this, do you like share these thoughts with anyone?
Well, with my partner, Christy, I'm like, holy crap. Both of us agreed that really looked like Rob Tellis, but
There you
to
go.
jump to
There's
a
the tight shot
conclusion
there.
like that about somebody, you have to be pretty sure of yourself.
And let me ask you this: did you?
There you
kind of
go,
follow or know
Julia.
about any articles that Mr. Gehrman had written about Mr. Tellis?
Oh yeah, I was very familiar.
I don't want to get into the substance of it, but you were aware of kind of that leading up to this moment.
Yeah, I was very familiar with what was going on.
Okay, so on that Friday, you see that, you talk to Kristen. Do you pick up the phone?
That should be every day, really.
No, I didn't.
Okay, so I want to flash forward a
But-
few days later.
Oh, let me get that.
Do you see something else in the media that
Yes,
catches
it
your
should
attention?
be every day.
Yeah, I was on Monday. The Reno Gazette released photos of who, again, I believed was.
All right,
responsible
Julia
for Mr. Gehrman's
approved.
death
Julia
car.
approved.
car.
Leslie approved.
What is it about the car that caught your attention?
That it was Rob Tellis's car, maroon Tahoe, Denali, whatever older version, silver rims.
Had you ever seen Mr. Tellis drive?
We'll tell her. We'll try and reach out to her.
Absolutely.
Tell her to do better
When? Where?
Well,
tomorrow.
Robert Tellis and I live close to each other, so
In what part of town?
I live in Summerlin Center and he lives in Coley Ranch.
Okay, so I didn't mean to cut you off. Tell us what you were going to say.
Well, in fact, is there was one instance where Robert Tellis and I both went and go to the same water store
Love.
on Sahara in
Love.
Fort Apache.
Okay.
Love
And,
will
we were
keep
in the
us
store together,
together.
walked out kind of together. He loaded
Thinking it may
his water into the
whenever
back of a maroon
comes
Denali
along,
Tahoe,
singing his
whatever it
song.
is, maroon with
Stop,
silver rims.
Okay.
Exactly.
Say
Which
stop.
is when the
Thinking
pictures came
of you.
from the Reno Gazette. I called Christy and I was
Keep
like, in the
us
spot,
together.
like just came down my spine. I was like, holy crap. I didn't want to believe it, but the facts are the facts.
Oh, now that's a
was
great
Rob
song.
Tellis's car.
Okay, so you share
That's-
that with Christy.
That's a great song.
What's her kind of reaction to what?
Oh, let me get that
what
off
you're
so you
saying?
can see the cleavage
She's like,
there.
you need
There
to
you go.
call.
Objection, you're safe.
It's maybe
Drop
her.
down.
I mean, I can approach her. We can approach.
Ooh, sidebar. Looking around at love, keep us together. Whatever. Oh, and then there's the I will. All right, someone else sing it. Someone else. I'm
So
done.
you share your thoughts with Kristen, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you have a conversation with her, right?
Mm-hmm.
And after speaking with Kristen, what do you decide to do?
I called Crime Stoppers.
Apparently, she didn't leave.
The phone did not.
She's still here.
It wouldn't go through. There was a secondary phone call that was suggested. Phone number, I believe it was on the news, and so it would turn into a counter intelligence, whatever terrorist thing, and they were covering those phone calls after the photos were released. And I spoke to someone on the phone for about 15, 20 minutes.
Maria, we are discussing
Please stay on the
cleavage
phone.
and
The
looking at
detectives are
cleavage.
going to want to talk to you.
You're
I didn't
caught
hear
up
from the
now.
detectives, but the following morning,
This guy's a realtor
that's when
who
Robert
sold
Tellis'
houses
house
with
was
the
raided, and he was
defendant
brought
when he
into
was public administrator.
And then a few weeks later, I'd say approximately on September 26th of 2022, do you ultimately sit down and do an interview with the police?
Yeah, the detectives come to my office and talk to me.
All right, thank you. I have no further questions.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Schilling, was it just your testimony that you saw this image on the TV on a Friday?
Yes, it was a Friday. It's been a little while, but that's when I saw it.
Yes.
because I thought it was through the whole weekend.
Yes.
that it was like, no, this can't be.
Okay, so it's your testimony then on a Friday. you
We're
saw
all
this
pro
on
cleavage.
TV, and that's when you,
The photos of the suspected, yes.
I see. You'd had a business relationship with Mr. Tellis previously, correct?
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's true. You did miss
And
the
things- you
anatomically
guys had a
correct
break,
one
fair to
piece
say.
long
A
sleeve
break.
Yeah,
swimsuit.
the business relationship ended.
No,
I see. So you were still in business with Mr. Tellis?
that's correct. We just did, a couple weeks before, just had finished revamping a house for him. Independent of my former partner at the probate department, Bob McMaster.
And is it your testimony then that?
Say
the
cleavage
matter
3
condition
times and-
concerning the percentages
and Mike
that were
Gradwin
being
appears.
charged to the estate or to the homes, concerning the homes to be sold?
Was there a concern?
Yes.
Yes, Maria,
No.
the
Well, I mean,
anatomically
there-
correct
At one
bathing
point,
suit
long.
had a sexy
before this,
zipper,
probably a
but
year and a half.
you have to go back and
before,
look. We can't tell you too
we,
much.
Robert and I had a
You
disagreement
have to watch
about
the
the
replay.
commission when he overspent on a house, having it revamped, where I told him I told him the value was much lower, and he believed because of Zello that it was higher, but that's not really relevant to what.
Well, I submit it
Yeah.
is. I mean, so he was trying to preserve money to the heirs from the sale of the home, correct?
In that particular case that you're bringing up,
Yes.
he actually went opposite of what my advice was and spent entirely way too much money with Bob McMaster's revamping that house. And my comps I didn't agree with the comps that they were trying to push the value on. And it turned out that my value was correct. And because of that, and because of what they overspent on revamping that house, he then came to me and said, you need to take a commission break, which I pushed back, but ultimately I did do.
So then there was an issue. He wanted you to lower your commission in order for the heirs to receive more money, correct?
Yes, but after that fact, there was still, we probably did 20 or 30 other houses after that.
So that you guys did have a dispute. He was trying to say, you're getting too much money. I want to preserve that money to the heirs, correct?
In one instance out of about 40 houses, sure.
Okay, now it's 40 houses.
Well, whatever we did, I don't know the exact number of offhand. I think it was probably about 32 houses that I went through the probate department with, but I could be wrong, so don't nail me to the cross on that, but that's about right.
Nail you to the cross. I mean, you're coming in here, you're basically some expert on some gate that you see on TV. You just know it's Robert Tellis, correct? That's your testimony. You reach out and you call Crime Stoppers, correct?
That's correct.
Everyone remembers
What date did you call
Tony
Crime
Orlando and
Stoppers?
Dawn.
On the Monday.
You don't tie a yellow ribbon.
No, I don't.
You were interviewed on the 28th of September, correct?
That's correct.
What are you talking about, Carrie?
In the States, it's the 26th of August.
I'm sorry, it's the 26th, correct?
You have it in front of you.
Yes.
I'm coming
And
home.
during this
I've
interview,
done
you
my
talked about a friend of
time.
yours that's on SWAT that raided Mr. Tellis's house, correct?
That is correct.
He told you about the raiding of Mr. Tellis's house, correct?
Yes,
And you were friends, correct?
I grew up with him.
And then you decide that you want to give testimony that hurts Mr. Tellis, correct? You want to talk to the police and say that you, I think it's fair. You're then interviewed by police, correct? And you give testimony or you give.
Write
a
that down,
statement that could be
ladies.
Easily read as hurtful to Mr. Tellis, correct?
That's your
I'm
interpretation.
coming
So saying
home.
he's the guy
I've
that
done my
murdered
time.
Jeff Tellis, that's not hurtful?
And
My
I've got to
interpretation?
know what
That's
is
a
and
fact.
isn't mine.
I see. So you're calling and saying, I see
You
something. I think it's
received a
Robert
letter.
Tellis. That's not hurtful? Or is that
Be
hurtful?
free.
It was my,
Then you know just what to do if you still want me.
I have no malice against Robert Tellis.
Tie a yellow ribbon round
I see.
your
But you had some
tree.
issues with him concerning your
In
percentage. and asked to
3
be cut,
long
correct?
years.
One
Do
has
you
nothing to do with the
still
other.
want me?
And you talked to your friend, good friend of yours from high school that was on SWAT, involved in this investigation, correct?
Yes,
And then you give a statement to police concerning Mr. Tellis. Fair enough?
Well, if you need it.
That's.
I mean, I don't have any broad
One
advice
has
to give you.
nothing to do with the other.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Just real briefly. Okay, so the whole disagreement about evaluating that house, how long before Mr. Garman is killed is that disagreement over how to value the house? How far back in the past is that?
A year and a half.
Okay. After you have.
I think the purpose of this cross was to show that he had a disagreement, therefore an axe to grind with him, because when he was the administrator, he asked him as a realtor to not take a commission on
Do business with the public administrator's office.
Yes.
And just to be clear, do that office have to send the business your way? Is that how that works? Do they reach
No,
out?
they don't have to.
But they select people they want to use to help refurbish the house,
Yes.
correct? Okay, who is the head of the public administrator's office after the disagreement about the Zillow evaluation?
Still Mr. Tellis.
So it was still him. Do you continue to refurbish houses on behalf of the public
Knock
administrator's
3
office after the Zillow
times.
disagreement?
Yes.
For how much longer
On
leading
the
up to
ceiling.
Mr. Garman's death?
A year and a half.
Okay. And Rob Tellis remained the public
If you-
administrator during that 1.5 year period?
Yes.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Yes, thank you. After this agreement concerning the percentage on the sale of the home or the homes, Bob, and
Just one home.
your partner dropped you as a partner, correct? Bob,
That's
it goes to his bias mode. Thank you.
No, that's actually not correct. Bob McMasters and I both worked together at Urban Nest. And when I moved to Simply Vegas did not want Bob McMasters as a real estate agent there. And that's why that's why we separated.
Fair
And
to say.
after that fact, I'm going to go ahead and add for you and help
Oh,
you.
please do.
After that fact, I went ahead and put together my own team.
Okay.
And we started doing revamps then.
Okay. After you putting together your own team and stuff, this happened after you had an issue with Mr. Tellis concerning the percentage, correct, of the sale?
A year and a half or so later, yes.
And ultimately, you were not involved in the sale of homes in relation to the
Well,
Mr. Tellis's office.
The assignments of homes stopped about the same time as Mr. Garman passed away.
I see.
That's
your recollection.
That's when the assignment of homes stopped.
All right. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Why would you want to minimize? In-laws, schmin-laws, man. Don't minimize.
If you just stay here for just a moment,
Yeah, no problem.
We have a question from a juror.
Oh, we have a juror question. These are always fun.
When the attorneys approach.
Knock 3 times on the ceiling if you want me. Twice on the pipe if the answer is no. It's like what? What are you saying? Did I miss something? Did you ask me a question and I ignored it?
We have a note from a juror. It's been marked as court's exhibit number 8.
Oh, okay. What's it?
Did he talk to his friend before or after he was interviewed by the detective?
When you say my friend, do you mean my police officer friend? Or who do you mean friend?
Only permitted to ask the question as it is written. Does the state have any further?
Sure. So, yeah, I'll do a follow-up. So, sir, Do you talk, you mentioned you had a conversation at some point with a fellow SWAT officer that you knew.
Well, why would you want to minimize?
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Would you want to minimize
The conversations you had with the SWAT officer.
what
was that before
God gave you?
called Crime Stoppers or after you called?
Much after.
Okay. And
Oh boy.
and I know there was the question posed up friend. Did you have a conversation?
Good one, Maria.
With, Kristen, before you called Crime Stoppers or after?
Before.
Yeah, leg and
All the way
butt.
through the whole
Yeah.
weekend.
So
Okay.
not sorry. I'm sorry.
The conversation with Kristen is before you call Crime Stoppers.
Mhm.
You call Crime Stoppers, and then at the end
Yes,
of the month, at the end of September,
Derriere.
September 26th, that's when you have an interview with the police.
Well, I mean, you know,
Somewhere in between.
it's like choosing your
is that
kids. You
yes?
love them all.
Yes, that is, I'm sorry.
But
And somewhere in between,
there you go.
I don't know, a week after Mr. Derriman passes away in September 26th, you have some sort of conversation with someone from SWAT. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Okay, so it's Kristen conversation, Crime Stoppers, somewhere in the span of 2 to 3 weeks, talking to a SWAT guy, and then at the end of the month, you were talking with Metro and giving us just an interview about your observations.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Mr. Kastner?
Yes, but and obviously we have to rely upon your recollection of order of things, but what we do have clear, you'll agree with me, is that you spoke with your friend with SWAT before you were interviewed by detectives on September 26th, correct?
Yes.
You had to think about
well,
that for a minute, but you reviewed that
No, no.
transcript of your interview before
Yeah.
testifying today.
No. We keep it
Yes.
clean here.
Yes, so you'll agree with me that this idea that you
address
spoke to
later.
your friend with SWAT, you did that before you then were interviewed by detectives. Fair to say?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
No, nothing more so.
Thank you very much for your testimony here today. You may
But
step
yeah,
down.
Crooked Cat. Yes, this
Thank you very much.
attorney. I think he's quite frankly, he's doing a good job of making
Kristen Ripple?
chicken salad out of chicken bleep. To be honest, so he doesn't have a good set of facts to work with, quite frankly.
Please watch your step. If you step up to the witness stand, remain standing, raise your right hand, face the plate, please.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
My name is Kristen Riffle, KRISTEN RIFFFLE.
And
Pretty
Ms.
much.
Ripple,
Gotta figure out
what's your-
something.
What kind of business are you in?
I'm in real estate.
And who do you work with?
I work with Zach Schilling at Simply Vegas.
Okay. And are you and Zach in a personal relationship as well?
We used to be, not right now.
Okay. But there was a time when you were. Okay. In your work over the years in real estate, did you ever meet someone by the name of Robert Tellis?
Yes, I did.
And do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yeah.
Could you point to him and describe maybe an article of clothing that he's wearing?
Yeah, he's wearing a blue suit right there.
Your Honor, may the record reflect identification of the defendant? How was it that you came to meet Mr. Tellis?
I met him through Zach. We worked at Urban Nest, and we started working with Bob McMaster, who was the trustee, and he came to us to start working on the probate, and that's how we met Bob.
Okay, and it's in the context of Mr. Tellis was working as the public administrator, and you and Zach were doing work on homes?
Correct.
To later be resold?
Correct.
Do you recall about what year that was?
2020.
2020?
It was when the market was really hot.
Okay. And how many times do you think, or how many instances of working on homes took place? Like maybe how many houses did you work on?
Gosh, we did a lot. I didn't keep track, but there was a lot of homes.
Zero sum. She's a realtor.
I mean, I'm guessing, and I don't like to guess in court because I.
Well, would it be over 20?
Yes,
Do you think it would be over 30?
possibly,
Okay.
possibly.
So several. at
Several,
least.
quite a few, yeah.
Okay. When you were working on the homes, did you ever meet with Mr. Tellis out at those homes?
It's sort of like the ladies' room. They
And
all
in
just
those
meet and become
instances, what was the
besties,
purpose of
just like
Mr.
that.
Tellis coming out there?
So yeah, he was.
I
very
bet they asked if anyone had an
proactive, and,
Advil.
We would meet at the home to assess what needs to be done to the home, whether it needs to be, fixed up, redone, all of those sort of things, assess with the contractors. And then we would also meet, once it was done, we would meet, he would walk through, we would assess the value and sign the paperwork.
Okay, so you would have done that 20 to 30 times?
Yeah, many times.
Okay, and those would include a walkthrough where you're literally walking through the house?
Yes.
I want to direct your attention to September of 2022, early September. Around that time period,
Oh,
did
dear.
you become aware
I'm
that
too
journalist
sweet
Jeff
and
Garrett
naive
had
to
been
understand
murdered?
that.
Do you recall if you ever saw images released by the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department associated with that murder?
Yes.
And do you remember what they were? If they were still photos or videos?
Videos.
Videos?
Yeah.
And when you saw the videos, did they remind you of anybody?
Yes, me and Zach, because we had followed
Me and Zach.
all the stories that Jeff had written.
Sure.
So it was kind of like, oh my gosh, can you imagine if it was Rob that did that? And we kind of said it in jest, not really actually thinking he did it.
Sure.
And then we watched the video and we were like, it raised an eyebrow, but it was nothing that I would say, oh, you need to call the police on because, that's
not wanting to believe it.
Yeah. Well, it's not even not wanting to believe it. You just don't want to assume somebody did that
Sure.
and not be 100% sure.
Okay. Did there come a point in time when you and Zach, and I don't want to know what he said, but where you had a conversation about calling the police?
Yes, we did when he called me and he said, when they released a photograph of the car, he said, that's Rob's car. I've seen him in it at the water store. And I was like, okay. So that's when, he said, what should I do? What do we do? And I was like, well, if that's his car, you should consider calling somebody.
Okay. And is it your understanding that at that point he called the police?
Yes.
Okay. And at some point beyond that, do you recall being interviewed or being present during an interview with detectives?
Yes, they came to our office.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
Cross-examination?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Riffle.
Uniboob.
Jeff Gehrman dies, and you and Mr. Schilling are talking about Mr. Tellis in jest. That was your testimony, correct?
Yes.
And then sometime later, there's a recognition of a car that's driven at times by Mr. Tellis, correct?
Correct.
And is that when this realization that maybe Mr. Tellis is somehow involved occurred for you?
Pardon me?
I said, is that when this realization that maybe Mr. Tellis is somehow involved? Is that when this
Well,
came to you?
it was a consideration when we saw the video.
Okay.
And then
the video of what?
Of him walking
I
and
see.
the height, the shoes.
The shoes now. Okay.
Yes.
But you had testified concerning the realization.
What about
came to you when you
highlights,
saw
Julia?
The vehicle.
But the vehicle was the moment.
Can
when
you do
he said,
highlights?
okay, that's confirmation enough. The video before was not confirmation enough to make a phone call.
So the
the
video of
picture-
him walking was not confirmation?
No,
enough.
because I don't see his face.
I see.
So if I saw his
When I
face,
saw his
then I could confirm that it was
face.
him. The car was the confirmation.
What type of car was that?
It was a maroon, very large suburban Denali type.
Okay. Obviously, you've been following this matter in the paper prior to your testimony today.
Correct.
Both you and Mr. Schilling, you've been following this case, haven't you?
We followed the case. I mean, I haven't really been paying that much attention to it recently. But we followed the case when it was happening. Yeah.
Okay, well, it's still happening. You're aware of that.
Well, I'm aware it's still happening, but I haven't been paying that much attention to it recently. If I'm being honest.
Well,
Yeah.
please.
Oh,
You
that doesn't
received a
matter.
subpoena to come and testify, correct?
Either
And you
or.
received that subpoena.
Redheads too. No,
A week ago?
it's all good. That one
Was it a week ago? It was a week ago.
I don't know, man.
Yeah, I don't. It was a week and a half ago.
doesn't matter too
Weeks ago.
much.
And you just haven't really been paying attention.
I've
with
been
this.
very busy, if we're being honest,
Oh, that's please, yes.
which is a good thing.
You know that the trial of Mr. Tellos was coming up, correct?
No, I didn't.
Yeah, they can get
You
in.
know
They,
you
yeah,
got the
it's all good.
subpoena, that it was coming.
Well, I mean, I knew there was a subpoena coming. I didn't think I was even going to have to show up, to be honest with you. So I didn't think my testimony was going to be that important to it. So I was not taking it super seriously.
Super seriously.
In reference to these walkthroughs of these homes, Mr. Tellis was not present for most of those walkthroughs, fair to say?
Mr. Tellis wasn't present for our walkthroughs?
Correct.
No, he was present for our walkthroughs.
I see. That many times? You agree with me, you only came into contact with this gentleman, what, twice, maybe?
No, many times. We've seen each other many times, and he was always lovely with me.
He was always lovely with you.
Lovely.
He didn't have that good of a relationship with Mr. Schilling, did he?
There were times when they butt heads on price,
Correct.
but that's normal in our business.
In fact, Mr. Schilling would refer to Mr. Tellis as an asshole, correct?
No. Who said he's called him an asshole?
Just to be clear, though, while this thing was unfolding with Mr. Tellis, concerning Mr. Gehrman, you and Mr. Schilling were jesting about Mr. Tellis's involvement, correct?
We were assuming.
She said jesting, correct? You were joking about it.
Well, we were like, can you imagine if reading the stories that were out? Can you imagine if that was him and then we're watching the video and yeah. So yeah,
these stories that came out, they came out before
before the murder.
video, but they came out before the murder. Okay.
The story, we read all the stories with Roberta. We were very much in it because we worked with them. And yeah.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Just briefly, Ms. Ripple, you said it was the sort of the gait and the size of the person that looked familiar to you?
Yeah, it was this. Yeah, it was this.
And by size, do you mean like kind of build?
Height and build, yes.
Okay. And so the sort of the frame of the whole
Right.
body. Right. And then the way the person was walking?
Right.
Okay. And was there an article of clothing that you were, that drew your attention to?
Because Zach is so, he has a tendency to notice
Zach is
everything. Like
so-
he noticed things on my outfit today. Like he, saw a string and he's like, we got to cut the string. He's very observant with everything. So he always recognized the shoes. No, but he's brought up the shoes to
Okay,
me.
hold
in
on
the
one
past.
sec, let the judge decide.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. I'll be quiet.
Okay, so my question is, not what Zach said, but was there a particular article of clothing that you guys were focused on?
The shoes.
Okay, thank you.
I have no questions.
Okay. Any other questions?
Do you have more questions for her? Oh, there you go. The lady in red is bending over. Oh, stood up.
marked as Court's Exhibit number 9. Did she realize it was Tellus's vehicle, or Zachary told her that was Tellus's vehicle?
Zach told me it was his vehicle.
Any follow-up from the state? Mr. Draskovich?
No, I just want to say thank you.
Thank you very
Thank
much
you.
for your testimony here today. You may step down and you are
you.
excused from your subpoena.
Thank you.
The state may comment as witness.
We're going to call Detective Edgar Name. Please remain standing. Face clerk, raise your right hand.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated.
Thank you.
Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
My first name is Edgar, spelled Edgar, and my last name is Nahum, spelled Nahum, as in Mary.
Sir, what do you do for a living?
I'm a detective with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
All right. How long have you worked for Metro?
About 8.5 years right now, sir.
All right. And what is the division that you're currently assigned to?
Currently, I'm assigned to the homicide section.
How long have you been in homicide?
Approximately 1.5 years now.
Okay. And before that, what unit were you a part of?
I was part of the gang investigation section.
Okay. Now, I want to turn your attention to the investigation regarding the killing of Jeff Gehrman. Were you part of a squad?
Yes,
that
all the
was,
time.
Investigating that unit or that case, that event?
I wasn't part of the squad. I was doing what's called like a TDY or a temporary assignment, more of a ride along with the homicide section.
Welcome
I was
back,
allowed
Katie.
to
Did you make
go
it
to
home
homicide
safely?
Investigations and assist with homicide investigations.
Did that have something?
We
to
had a
do with
discussion
the
about
timing of
redheads
when
while you were
joining
gone.
Homicide. Is that why you were doing that ride along?
Yes, that's correct. I was in the process of testing to be a homicide detective, and so I was allowed the opportunity to ride with them and assist with their investigations, being that I was already a detective in a unit that handled violent crime.
Okay. Did you assist those detectives in performing a search warrant on the home of Robert Tellis?
I did, yes.
Okay. Tell us a little bit about how, like, a search is divvied up. How do you guys kind of game plan that?
So the way that it usually works, and every section has a little bit of a different way to do it, but this particular squad was a senior tenured squad of detectives. So while the lead detectives were obtaining their search warrants, the rest of us kind of gathered up, and usually once the search warrant is obtained by the lead detectives, we're told like, okay, we're ready to go. And then we'll kind of gauge the house or whatever is the premise that we're searching and divvy up the room. So, for me, being the fact that I was a ride along, I was paired with a senior detective who was currently already in homicide, and I was assigned an area of responsibility to search within the house.
Okay. And before you go and enter the house, do you have some kind of understanding of some of the evidence that's been collected in this case, or information that you have at your disposal, so you maybe know what to look for when you go into, let's say, a residence, as in this case?
Maria,
Yes,
how do you
correct.
feel about
usually
animals?
We'll be briefed as to like what the
Or
items are that we are
footwear
seeking, or the
fashioned
items sought,
after
as they're
certain
called, as part of the evidence of the search warrant.
animals.
Okay.
Are you okay with that?
Had you reviewed any of video surveillance that had been collected from the neighborhood in which Mr. Gehrman was killed?
Yes.
Did that include video of a suspect in a certain outfit?
Yes, it did.
What was that? What do you remember about that outfit? What jumped out to you?
So there was a couple of items of evidentiary value that we were searching for or seeking, which was going to be the focus of our searches. So the thing that stood out to me was like a gardener style hat, like a large straw hat. There was like orange, like a shirt, which would be like something along the lines of what a construction worker would wear. And there were some gray tennis shoes with black accents. Those are the items that had characteristics enough that we like want to look for them, or we're specifically seeking them.
Okay. So you're going to this house. Who did you partner up with anyone?
I did, yes.
Who was that?
That was Detective Lawrence Gilbert.
Okay. And what portion of the house did you work on?
I was initially assigned to the search of the downstairs living room.
Okay. Showing opposing counsel what's been marked as, well, it looks like it's 217, 18, 19. I think this is 217 through 235. Not all of them have been admitted, but is there any objection to their admission? That's right. He's just looking for their. No objection. No objection. All right.
218 through 235 remain offered at this point,
That's correct.
and there's no objection, they're admitted.
May I approach?
You may.
All right, sir, I want you to take a look at 217 through states 235. Just take a minute, flip through those, and let me know when if you recognize what you're looking at there.
I think we all could, quite frankly. We all could use an ostrich pillow right about now.
Those are still photographs of the of Mr. Tea's residence.
On the day that you performed the search?
Correct, yes.
All right. I know with crime scenes, if you have like an active crime scene, scenes are kind of like taped off and things of that nature. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. How about if you're just effectuating a search warrant? Is there a lot of sealing off of scenes with crime tape or anything like that?
I mean, it just depends on the circumstances, right? Depend like geographically where the scene is.
Okay.
If it can be contained, as in this case it was, like within a residence, it'd probably be more so just to like manage the flow of people in and out of the crime scene. So
okay,
it just depends is the answer.
Okay, so in this instance, did you tape around Mr. Tellis's house with crime?
If my memory serves correctly, Patrol had already done the majority of the crime scene preservation stuff and tape prior to our arrival.
Okay, so you remember, let me ask you this, who is allowed to come in and out of Mr. Tellis's residence during the performance of the search warrant?
Usually it would be the detectives that are assigned to the case. In this case, homicide, usually, at least in my experience, it was the units affecting the search warrant.
If any Metro officer was interested in just kind of walking in and seeing what's going on, are they allowed to do that?
We would highly discourage it because of what we're out actually doing, right?
In this instance, did you allow other members that are not part of this search team to come into the house when you were performing this search?
The way that I remember it, it was the homicide section that was there as well as the crime scene analyst. Could there have been other people there? Absolutely, but not to my recollection. That not anybody that I recall.
Okay, do you recall Detective Derek Jaffe participating in the search of the house?
I know Detective Derek Jaffe's name. I've never met him before, nor have I ever seen him.
Okay, so you're not exactly sure. Okay, do you remember seeing kind of a tall redhead waltzing through? Let me ask you this, and this may seem like a silly question, but do you allow regular citizens to just come in to a home that you're searching when you're performing a search warrant?
No, absolutely not.
Okay, why not?
Well, at that point, we have to treat it as if though it's an extension of the crime scene, right? Due to the fact that we're effecting a search warrant, it's evidence that could be located in there. So to preserve any potential evidence that would be inside of the residence, we don't allow members of the public into where we are searching.
So how about real estate agents? Do you let them come in when you're doing search warrants?
Absolutely not.
How about anyone from Compass Realty? Do you let anyone from Compass Realty come in during your search of Mr. Tellis' house?
No, sir. Nobody but law enforcement, to my knowledge, was allowed into the residence.
Okay. Publishing 217. What are we looking at here?
This is the front of Mr. Tez's residence the day of the search warrant.
All right. Publishing 218. Is this just a little bit of a closer view?
It is, yes.
Publishing.
I
219,
sort of
what are we
have
looking
a
at?
This is the
little
residence
schnauzer
front door.
named Ruby, but
Publishing 220. What do we
some
see
of the
here?
sadness of
This would be
divorce
like
is
a view towards what I guess would
you
be
don't
the
always
west.
have your pets with you.
Facing from the living room towards the kitchen, and in the where the archway is would be like the rest of the residence where you first enter, as well as I believe the stairs to go upstairs.
One other question before we kind of finish with the photos. Was Mr. Tellis' wife present in the home when you performed your search?
They were allowed to remain in their home for the sake of comfort, not wanting to, leave her and her children outside or anywhere where they wouldn't be as comfortable. We were trying to award them a little bit of respect in that sense.
Okay. So this is kind of standing in the family room sitting area. Would that be correct? Looking towards the kitchen?
It's okay.
That's
Ruby's
how I
always
would
happy to
it.
see me.
Right.
So
Publishing 221. What vantage
Just don't
point are
see
we
each other.
looking at here?
So this would be just as if
Off
though
it.
you flipped and looked to the right. So as you entered the residence, I guess it would be walking north, and then all the way at the right corner, which would be like the northeast living room, as the way that I would describe it. They had an L-shaped couch.
All right. Publishing 222. What perspective are we looking at now?
Same perspective as before, just maybe a little bit further to the north and looking towards the east.
Was this the room that you were assigned to?
Yes, it was.
Who was helping you search this particular room?
Detective Lawrence Gilbert.
I want to ask you about that couch. Does that couch have any sort of special features, or is it just a normal sitting couch?
The
normal sitting
far
couch.
corner next to where the dog kennel is, which would be, if I'm looking at the photo to the right, reclined.
Okay. So when you're performing, if you see what appears to be a reclining couch, do you kind of extend it out to see what potentially might be under it?
Yeah, this
Did you do that?
reporter
in this case?
Gehrman guy was a lifelong bachelor, and I think
Publishing exhibit 22.
it's reflected in his decor.
What do we see here?
So once the recliner had been extended, shone my light in it actually from the rear of the couch, and I saw what appeared to be like a Ziploc bag containing like fabric or plastic, some sort of like just shredded up
Yes,
material.
let's sing
And then
it.
to the right of that was a shoe.
Did the shoe catch your attention?
It did, yes.
Why?
It appeared to be the shoe that was shown to us previously in the video and in the still photos that we had of this.
I'll sing some Michael Jackson
I'm
for
gonna
us,
zoom
Leslie.
in. And if you look, detective, to your right, there is a mouse. Can you use that mouse and identify where you see the shoe?
So the shoe would be right here.
Oh, is this at
And then
Tellis'
what
house?
initially caught my eye was the Ziploc bag, which was right back here. And then when I moved to the front of the couch, after Detective Lawrence Gilbert alerted me that we may have some evidence, I came to the front and I observed the portion of what appeared to be like a cut up shoe.
Detective, were you able to see those shoes or those items when the couch was in its normal kind of non-reclined position?
No.
Okay, so it was, when you walked in, was it hidden from view?
Yes, unless you were to extend the recliner out.
This
you
is
wouldn't
5
have
days
been
after the
able to
murder.
see
Why
those
aren't
items.
these that are disposed of? I thought this was Gehrman's house.
221. Is this more of a floor level view of this portion of the couch?
Yes, it is.
Publishing 225. Is that kind of coming a little bit closer in?
Yes, it is.
Let me.
Hey, Katie, big-headed
Do you
weirdos
see
have
the
feelings
shoe?
too.
I do, yes.
Why don't you circle it and identify it for us?
That wouldn't be creepy at all.
Okay, let the record reflect the witness is circled a gray Nike to the left of the picture. Let's slide it to the middle here. Where is the bag?
The mouse is kind of already on it, but it's this item right here.
Okay, let the record reflect that the witness is circling what appears to be at least a blue lined Ziploc bag. Where is this other portion of the shoe that you're discussing?
Would have been right here.
Okay, let the record reflect that they're looking at another gray object with some white or black trim, also to the right of the Ziploc bag.
They knew what they were doing. The real killers did.
Publishing 226. Is this just another close-up view of this shoe?
Yes, it is.
Was this shoe intact? Like was it cut up, or was this shoe kind of intact?
That shoe was at least.
Yeah, I
from
better
when
not commit
saw
any
it
crimes. They
from
would
the
see
back and then from the front
a
without
lot of
approaching
dust
it too much.
under
It
my
looks to be a whole
bed.
shoe, as opposed to the other one, which was obviously cut up.
Okay, publishing 227. Is that another close-up or an isolation of the intact shoe?
Yes.
Publishing 228. Is this another side profile of that shoe?
Yes.
Can you pull photos over here? They're over there.
Oh, the Valentin?
Yeah, Jen, I do believe that's part of the pair that he cut up.
Published exhibit 311. So this, before we get to 311, so this is the shoe that struck you as being familiar, is that right?
Yes, it is.
Are they available on
311.
Amazon, Leslie?
Is this a still from some
What
of
is
the
it? A Eufy? A Eufy robot?
video that you reviewed before performing the search warrant?
Yes, it is.
I'll get that Eufy vacuum. Then I'll feel free to commit crime and not be embarrassed when they take crime scene photos under my bed.
Oh, there's the lag.
That's great advice.
And that's what caught your attention?
Yes.
Putting 228 and 311 essentially side by side. This caught your attention.
Yes, it did.
They look the same to me. It can't
I
be
want to
good. I
publish 229.
don't know what the defense will do. Yeah, they've sold 1 million of these.
What are we looking at here?
This is a close-up photo of the partial shoe that was located next to the Ziploc bag.
Detective, when you look at this, has the insole been removed?
It appears that way, yes.
Okay, is that usually the part of your shoe that you sweat into?
Correct.
Publishing 230. Is this another profile of that cut up shoe?
Yes, it is.
Ooh, is that blood?
Publishing 231. Is that another image from a different angle?
Yes.
Publishing 232. Is this just another top view or dorsal view of the shoe?
Correct.
I learned something new today.
I actually don't know what dorsal means, so you're
Means
educating me,
top.
sir.
Means top. Publishing 235.
Oh, the dorsal view is fancy.
What are we looking at here?
So this is a close-up photo of the Ziploc bag that I located with what appeared to be just like shredded bits of fabric.
Okay. Publishing 233. Are these some examples of some of the items inside that bag?
Yes, they are.
Publishing 234. What are we looking at here?
Just some more bits and pieces of plastic and
Welcome,
fabric that were
Sweets
located inside
Forever.
of the Ziploc bag.
When you identified the bag, the cut-up shoe, the intact shoe, what do you do at that point? When you see it, what's the next step in terms of securing it and getting it impounded?
So we work hand in hand with our crime scene section. So usually the way that it works is once you find an item of evidentiary value, just there's a lot more detectives usually than there are crime scene analysts. So we'll call out to the person who is documenting the evidence of the crime scene, right? Which in this case was crime scene analyst Smithson. So I called out for her and told her that we had located something in the living room under the couch, and then she came and pulled it from where it was, and then proceeded to document.
Welcome,
it as
Kim.
shown in the photos.
Let me ask you this, and I didn't ask you this before. Are you guys wearing anything protective-wise to preserve the integrity of the scene?
Yes.
What are you wearing?
This is not even just for the preservation of the scene, which obviously it's just another layer of protection to like preserve DNA evidence, but we will always wear gloves. Also just for like sanitary purposes, because a lot of
Wait,
times when
is that
we're
a thing?
searching, there are items which not necessarily clean or could be, potentially dangerous.
Is
But
that a thing
also
you name
in
your
instances where
robot
we're searching
vacuum?
for items where we might want to seek DNA, we'll wear mask coverings over our mouth and nose.
So
Go ahead,
so
Sweets.
You're wearing facial
share your
coverings,
thoughts.
gloves. So you see
We'd love to
this,
hear them.
you alert CSA Smithson, and then what does she do at that point as far as you recall?
So she comes to the front of it, to where the area where the shoe was located. She documents it in place by taking photographs of it as it was located. And then I think I helped her by lifting up the couch on the backside, because one of the items are kind of wedged in there a little further deep. And then she pulled them out and proceeded to
Really?
document.
Okay, so then they're documented.
That's a thing?
and then I take
You
it,
name
are
your
they
robot
bagged
vacuum.
up at that point?
Well, she collects all the evidence as is part of their procedure.
I mean, I
She
figured you
usually,
can. I just never
after
would have
she's done with
thought
her
to.
photographs, she'll bag it up, and then they take it away to the crime scene lab to conduct whatever analysis or just impound, whichever is applicable.
As far as you remember, did anybody else handle those shoes other than kind of when you observed it between Smithson kind of impounding it? Did you let anyone else kind of manipulate that evidence?
No.
Okay, court's indulgence.
No further questions.
Cross-examination?
Yes, thank you. It's Detective Nahum.
Nahum? I know it's a point of contention in this trial, sir. There's a lot of pronunciations of it. Nahum is the correct way.
Nahum? Correct. Just want to make sure I have the spelling right.
I appreciate that.
You and I have never spoken.
Correct.
Haven't contacted you concerning any reports that you may have generated in reference to this case?
You have not, sir, no.
You never look.
There is
Sweets. Never.
an officer's
Never look.
report that was generated in reference to this homicide investigation, correct?
I would assume so. That it was Detective Gaddis's case, I would assume it's Detective Gaddis's officer's report.
Okay. That's common. What happens, these reports are prepared in preparation for perhaps trials such as this one concerning homicide investigations and prosecutions. Fair to say.
Thanks, Crooked. It's all right. She's a good duck. She's a good girl.
These reports
She's
are
loved.
important.
It's all right.
Absolutely.
They're generally made in time and obviously advised to assure their accuracy.
Sure.
I mean, obviously, this is relied upon by
Okay, let's hear the names of other robot vacuums,
state
please.
prosecutors, defense in these cases. Fair to say.
Absolutely. They're very important reports.
And in this case, did you review, and I'll tell you, it's a 70-page report that is authored. It appears by Detective Gaddis. Did you review this report in preparation for your testimony today or any time during your
Yeah, Sweets. It's not social hour.
I have not, sir. No.
For sure. It's, yeah.
If
You
I
didn't get out.
told you that this report basically is a summation of the entire investigation, would you have any reason to disagree with me?
No.
And
Without
this-
knowing any
All right,
of the
be safe,
content, of course,
Julia.
but that's a fair representation of the majority of our reports, if not all of our reports. It's just a summary of our actions as detectives to best document our actions and the investigation.
This report, and I'll just tell you, and state has a report. I mean, obviously, I'm not misleading you. The state this report lays out basically the entry of Mr. Tellis's home, the search of Mr. Tellis's home on September 7th.
We'll be able to socialize in other
Happened in the morning,
settings,
correct.
Katie. Don't worry.
Yeah, sometime it was during regular working hours. I remember being there in the morning till the afternoon.
He had taken his stepson to school, correct? 9:12 in the morning.
I wasn't part of the apprehension or any of the sort of predecessing stuff that happened before. I was just told once Mr. Tejas was taken into custody that we'd be assisting this homicide squad with the service of search warrant.
Okay. And that was later in the day of the 7th, correct?
Like I said, it was sometime in the morning to the afternoon of that day. It was daylight.
No, I don't think
In this report, it lays out the
they're not seeking the
persons
death penalty
at
on
the
this,
scene
Kim.
of the search of Mr. Tellis's residence. Fair to say?
Sure.
Has a list of people that
Be
were
safe,
present.
Julia. Drive
And I wanted
safely.
to make sure I got the spelling of your name correct. Your
You
name
can
does not
always catch the
appear in
replay.
this report. Your name does not appear as the person that had discovered this tennis shoe that we've seen photographs of, or the pieces, the bags, things like that. Do you have any reason to disagree with me when I tell you it's not there?
Having not seen the report, sir, I have no reason to disagree with you.
If I told you that there is approximately 1,050 pages that have been produced as discovery from the district attorney's office, your name does not appear in those 1,050 pages. And I'm telling you, would you have any reason to disagree? Would you know I'm telling you the truth?
I have no reason to not believe you, sir. I was just wondering if the question was coming afterwards.
And great, your name's not here, but you're giving us testimony today that you found these cut up pieces of shoe, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that you found this shoe underneath the couch in the living room to tell us home, correct?
I did, yes.
But your name's not anywhere in the report.
What time do you say that you arrived at the Tellis home?
I couldn't give you a specific time, sir. Memory serves. What I recall is it was during working hours.
Okay.
The homicide section works between 7 to 5 p.m., 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. So it was within our working hours, and it was sometime in the afternoon, and we were there till in the morning to the afternoon.
Okay.
Your robot vacuum is named Chomp Chomp.
Yeah, not the exact time, no.
You didn't
I don't know
write
what I
any
would name
reports
a
or
robot
generate any
vacuum.
reports concerning
This is-
what you say that you found in the Tellis home.
I was thinking about getting one, but now I've
That's
got
correct.
the
I did
added
not
pressure of
generate any
naming
reports.
it.
And you were asked by Mr. Hamner if you had seen any civilians, members of Compass Realty at the home during the course of your investigation, during the search that you say that you were at, correct?
Yes.
But you weren't there prior to the service of this search warrant, correct? The 6th, the 5th?
Previous days?
Yes.
No, I had never responded to the Tejas residence before my part of the service of the search warrant.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay, so, Detective, you were asked on cross-examination about Detective Gaddis's officer's report. Do you remember being asked a series of questions? About
Yeah, I'll take.
I do, yes.
Okay.
I'll take
What's your
suggestions
first
for
name?
Edgar?
robot vacuum
Okay, so that
names.
begins with an E?
That's correct.
And what's your last name?
Nahum.
Okay, how do you spell it?
It's N as in Nancy, A-H-U-M as in Mary.
Okay, M as in Mary. What's your P number?
My P number is 15484.
Okay. On direct examination, I asked you a question. Did you process or search that living room alone, or did you do it with someone?
No, we
You
didn't,
did
and I
ask,
think
and
Beth
I
hates me
believe
now
that I
and
answered.
was
I did it with Detective
horribly
Lawrence Gilbert.
offended.
Okay.
And she left.
Referring
and
to
I don't know if
pages
she's coming
40
back.
and 41, counsel.
Let's never talk about it again.
You were also asked a question about when you did this. You had indicated the morning. Is that correct?
Sometime between the morning and into the afternoon. We were there for several hours.
Would it help refresh your recollection as to the time, if you had a chance to review Detective Gaddis's officer's report, specifically the area about executing the warrant at that location?
I've never seen Detective Gaddis's
But
police
would it help
report.
refresh your memory as to time you had a chance to take a glance at it?
Absolutely.
Referring to page 40 and 41, counsel.
I don't know if she's
I'd
offended
like
or
you
not,
to take a
but
look at this
she
paragraph
might
right
be.
here. And let me know if that refreshes your memory as
Didn't
to
mean
time.
anything. I don't mean to suggest she's
I'd like you to take a look.
romantically involved
and
with her
there's a
cousin.
list of off persons present. I want you to look at number 8 for the record, number 8, counsel. Take a look here, read it silently to yourself. Okay? And I want to turn to page 41, first paragraph, counsel. Take a look at this paragraph here and just review that. Let me know if that refreshes your memory to a certain extent. Okay? If you read this paragraph right here. Okay? All right. So now that you've had a chance to refresh your memory with Detective Gaddis, there was a question that was posed about, would it surprise you if you were never referenced? Do you see a possible reference to your name?
I do, yes.
Okay. Where is it listed?
As part of the persons present during the search of the execution of the search warrant at Mr. Tellez's home.
Okay. So when they list the officers, do they list out the first initial of their name?
Yes, they do.
Okay. What is the name and what is the first initial listed for you?
E as in Edward or Edgar, which is my actual name.
In the officer's report, how is your last name spelled?
It's misspelled. It's spelled Nahun at the end as opposed
N
to
instead
N.
of N. I have that issue with Hamner. It gets people messed up all the time. But anyways.
It's not about you.
Is your P number denoted correctly?
My P number is denoted correctly.
Okay. And then in the officer's report, who is denoted as the person who locates the shoe in the living room?
The person I was assisting with the search, Detective Lawrence Gilbert.
If you could, please explain to the jury whether or not Detective Gilbert is currently an active member of the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
No, tragically, he's retired, and I miss him every day.
Okay. So how long has he been retired for?
Retirement isn't tragic.
Okay. So he's retired
He
and you're
died.
active, correct?
That's correct.
But you participated in this search.
I did, yes.
Okay. And you were with him, and the two of you worked as a team to locate that shoe.
Yes, we did.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Just briefly, so your name was misspelled in the report on the one page.
My last name seems to keep a recurrent theme in this trial, sir.
Okay, but it was Detective Gilbert that initially found the shoe underneath the couch.
We were both searching the same area. Like I said, I was behind the couch. He was in front of the couch. I shone my light on it from the back. My attention was drawn to the Ziploc bag. And then when I looked to the right, saw the shoe. At that point, Detective Gilbert, I assume, also saw the shoe because he told me, hold on one
Well,
second.
We can't get into, obviously, you were present.
That's correct, sir.
Testimony. Were you wearing body cam or was this in any way memorialized?
We as detectives, sir, do not wear body cams. We are not required to as part of our policies or procedures.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Anything else?
Just
real
briefly.
Oh, come on, more?
Memorialized to body cam. There's other ways to memorialize a search, correct?
Yes, there is.
There are photographs, correct?
Photographs as well as a scribe, sir.
Right? There are reports that are written, correct?
Yes, correct.
Evidence can be physically impounded, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
In this case, was the shoes and the cut up shoes and the baggy shoes and the half shoes, were those things impounded as evidence?
Yes, they were.
Were they photographed and documented via photography?
Yes, that's correct.
And was it memorialized in the officer's report?
Yes, it was.
Additionally, crime scene analysts prepare reports.
Yes,
as well.
Leslie, I do know
They
this
haven't read it,
guy.
but
I'm not
isn't their
super
responsibility
close
to
or anything, but
memorialize the things that are ultimately
we did have
located in-
co-defendants on a case once.
Yes,
This is like
another part of the
15
process
years
for
ago.
us is that they generate the
I
reports
was a
and then obviously
teenager
as supporting
then, but
people in our investigations, our reports are very, I don't want to say redundant, but a lot of the same.
But no, he's got a
information is
very,
located on
very
both.
good
Thank
reputation.
you so much. No further questions.
This defense attorney, Bob Draskevich, is very well respected.
Jurors?
Like I say, I quite frankly think he's doing a good job of making chicken salad, as I said. Can I bring another witness on? Yes, I agree. Body cams cut out a lot of BS and nonsense, man. And I mean, I guess, yes, they're detectives, so I don't have to, but man, they should. That would, again, like I say, eliminate a lot of nonsense.
Do you recall who was the
One way or the
behind
other.
chair to check underneath? Was it you or Detective Gilbert?
Remember, serves correctly, it was me.
Court's exhibit number 11. While the team was searching the home, was the cameras on from the home and was the videos reviewed after the search?
Hard to say. I don't know.
And we marked this court's exhibit number 11. Is there any follow-up from the state?
Sweets, that question was brought up before.
No, thank you.
I don't really notice it, but maybe there are other people seeing it, seeing that his head is bigger today than yesterday.
And the state may call their next witness.
Detective Milligan?
Ooh, another detective. Yeehaw. It's okay, Sweets, but
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give
I
this
think we're all
action
going to question
shall be the truth, the whole
your
truth,
priorities.
and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated.
You know?
Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
My name is James Milligan. That's James. Milligan is Milligligan.
May proceed. Sir, how are you employed?
I'm a homicide detective with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
How long have you been a homicide detective?
A little over 2.5 years.
And how long have you worked for Metro in total?
Just about 18 years.
Okay. Were you working as a homicide detective on September the 7th of 2022?
I was.
And were you part of a team that was responsible for doing a search warrant at a residence on Spanish Steps?
I was.
And that's 9624 Spanish Steps?
That's correct.
Do you recall if other homicide detectives were involved in that search warrant as well?
Yes, there were.
Prior to doing the search warrant, is there any kind of briefing that occurs amongst the team of detectives that's going to do the search?
Yes, there is.
And who does the briefing?
Really, anybody can do the briefing.
Okay.
I can't recall exactly who it was during this.
Honestly, they seem typical to me.
Do you get some sort of briefing
Typical
that helps you
of
know what you're looking for?
Yes.
Metro
Okay, and that was
detectives.
done in this case?
Yes, it was.
Okay, when you get to the residence, do you have to wait till a search warrant is actually signed by a judge in order to enter the residence?
That's correct.
You weren't the person that drafted the warrant, correct?
I was not.
But at some point you were told there was judicial approval to enter the residence.
That's correct.
And then after that, I assume the detectives go in the residence?
Yes.
Do you take sort of an overview before people start going through things?
Yes, we do.
Is there any attempt to document how the residence appears before any searching occurs?
Yes, there is.
How does that take place?
The crime scene analyst will go into the residence and take overall photographs prior to any searching taking place.
Okay, so we know how it looks initially, and then then the search proceeds.
Yes.
Amongst the detectives, how do you decide who's going to search where?
We look at the layout inside the house, how big the house is, how cluttered it might be, or maybe not, and then how many people do we have to actually help do the searching, and then we divvy up assignments from there.
Okay, and do you know a detective Nahum?
I do.
He's the gentleman that just left the courtroom.
Yes.
Do you recall him working on the search warrant with Detective Gilbert?
Yes.
Detective Gilbert is now retired?
Yes, he is.
Okay. Did you have a particular duty with respect to this search warrant that other homicide detectives didn't have?
Yes, I was, excuse me, designated as the scribe for the service of the search warrant.
What does it mean to be the scribe?
The scribe takes inventory of any evidence that was collected, who it was collected by, where it was found, and will complete the search warrant return, which is essentially a handwritten inventory of items that were seized.
Okay, and that's just making sure everything's documented in writing as well as the photographs taken by the crime scene analyst.
That's correct.
And then the crime scene analyst actually does a report as well.
Correct.
Besides the homicide detectives and the crime scene analyst, were there any people in the house that were present during the search warrant?
There was a detective with the Digital Investigations Bureau.
Okay,
And other than that, upon initial arrival, there were family members inside the residence.
what happened with the family members? Where did they go while you guys were searching?
Once we clear one room to make sure that there's no evidence that we're looking for or any type of weapons or anything, then typically they'd be allowed to sit in that one space with supervision from law enforcement.
Okay, so there's an officer with them, but they can kind of see and hear what's going on inside the residence as well?
Correct.
While the warrant is being executed or while you're searching?
Correct.
And that there were family members of Mr. Tellis at least present in a room while the search warrant was going on?
Correct.
Now, when you go and do a search warrant, do you wear any type of protective equipment so you don't transfer anything external onto potential evidence?
Yes, normally latex gloves are worn.
Okay. Now, with regard to this search warrant, do you recall what area of the residence you searched?
Primarily the downstairs, to include the living room, kitchen, and garage.
Okay, so you're kind of going in many areas, is that fair?
Correct.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness? Sir, I'm going to show you a series of photographs. This is State's Proposed 236 to 246.
Okay.
Could you look through those and just let me know when you're done, please?
Sure.
Do you recognize those photographs?
I do.
And what are they of?
Those are photographs taken from inside of Mr. Tejas' garage.
Okay.
Particularly a shelving unit along one of the walls, which had a gray plastic storage bin, which contained a gray and black duffel bag.
And was that one of the areas that you participated in searching?
Yes, it was.
And actually, you were the scribe, so you probably kept track of where a lot of things were found in that warrant.
Yes.
I'm going to put on the overhead, oh, sorry, I moved to admit 236 to 246, Your Honor.
No objection.
And now may I publish? Thank you. I'm going to put on the overhead States 236. Is that just an overview of the garage area?
Yes, it is.
This is States 237. Can you orient us a little bit? And is that just one side of the garage?
I believe it's the west side of the garage.
Okay. And now I'm putting on the overhead States 238. Do you recognize that part of the garage?
I do.
And where you ultimately end up finding the bag that you were describing, are you able to grab that mouse in front of you and just kind of circle it for the jurors?
Yes, right here in this plastic bin.
Okay. I'm putting on the overhead now, States 240. Is that a closer view of that bag?
Yes, it is.
And so when you found that, would you have called the crime scene analyst over to photograph it?
Yes.
And this is States 242. Removal of the bag from the tub.
Yes.
States 243. What are we looking at in that photograph?
Oh, Jenny, you're not fooling us. You're always
And
nice.
States 244.
Can't fool us.
The opposite side of the bag.
Okay. And was that bag, to your knowledge, impounded by the crime scene analyst?
Yes, it was.
And I just want to put that bag, just for the record, we'll have States 244 in view. And then I'm also going to put on the overhead States 311. Is looking at 311, which is on the right-hand side, the bag was of significance based on that photograph. Is that fair?
Yes.
During the service of the search warrant, besides the family members that you mentioned and Metro personnel, were any like strangers or people that weren't Metro or family members allowed to be in the house at the time of the search?
Absolutely not.
Thank you, sir. I'll pass the witness.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So if I understand your testimony, this bag in question, which I'll back up a little bit more, was found here in this box, this storage container.
Correct.
And this was in a garage area.
Yes.
And then once this was presumably taken out.
Could have
of
been
this storage
Aaron Hernandez.
container, it had a basketball and a football in it.
Yes, it did.
Was that basketball and football preserved?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. This picture right here, assuming is with the basketball and the football in it?
I believe it is.
Okay.
Yes.
Then
Big
it's
star.
open.
I have two of
Yes.
them. That's like that.
And then here, this would be, looks like the bag is empty.
Yes.
And is that like sawdust or something? What is that at the bottom of it? Did you know? Did you preserve it? Did you take it?
I'm not sure what's in there.
Not sure what's in there. How could you not
And
be
then
sure?
this was asked, you were asked if this was of significance because obviously it looks a lot like this bag, huh?
Yes.
But then this bag had a basketball in it, football in it, and is in a storage container, correct?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Huh.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony here today.
Not quite sure where he was going with that. Oh, we might be done for the day from 4:30 here.
On your next witness.
State Call Detective John Hoffman.
All right, give me your best Johnny Cochran couplets there, everybody. Yes. Yeah. So that was just about the bag that was
Do
seen
you
in.
solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
My name is John Hoffman, John Hoffman.
Have a seat. Thank you. Sir, what do you do for a living?
I'm a homicide detective with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
And how long have you been a member of Homicide?
7.5 years.
Prior to that, where were you?
Prior to that, I was a patrol detective at downtown
I think
area.
so. I think that's
Okay.
prejudicial
Did you
against the
work
defendant.
with Detective Justine Gaddis in performing a search warrant on the residence of Robert Tellis?
Yes.
Okay, was Detective Gaddis a member of your squad? Is that why you were assisting her on that day?
Yes.
All right. If you could, explain a little bit about what is the process to get ready to.
David, is that haircut? Is that the real crime here? Is that what you're saying?
Other evidence that's collected to try to get to bone up on maybe what you should be looking for?
Yes. They'll usually be a brief prior to that. What that will consist of is if we're looking at video surveillance to kind of see if there's any clothing or weapons like that we need to look out for. But then there's also some items to be searched within the search warrant, and then we'll go over those items, make sure we know what we're all looking for.
In this case, did you review some video surveillance that was collected from the neighborhood where Mr. Gehrman was killed?
Yes.
Publishing what's already been admitted to Stage 311, did you see footage that included this suspect?
Yes.
Did you study this, the clothing and the things that he's carrying with him, or whoever this person is, to see if it might be located in the defendant's home?
Yes.
All right. when you execute a warrant, are people allowed to freely walk in and out as they please?
No.
Okay, what steps do you take to make sure that people aren't coming into, in this case, a home and compromising your search warrant?
Usually what we'll have is patrol officers stand outside the residence to block people from coming into the residence.
Are citizens allowed to come in?
No.
How about realtors?
No.
Anyone from Compass Realty?
No.
Okay. Did you happen to see Derek Jaffe in the home at the time you executed that search warrant?
No, I did not.
Do you know who Detective Jaffe is?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so he wasn't there. What sort of steps do you take to make
Ooh, you
sure
mentioned
you
Detective
wear
Jaffe.
anything to preserve the integrity of things you may be touching or locating?
Yes, we wear gloves to make sure that we don't disturb any of the evidence.
Do you wear like a face mask or anything like that as well?
No.
Okay, so you didn't in this case?
No.
Okay, sometimes do other personnel do?
Yes.
Okay. When you execute a search warrant, as you did in this case, did you break up portions of the house to kind of say, we'll handle this section, someone else will handle this section? Did you do something like that?
Yes.
What area of the house were you assigned to?
I searched the kitchen and then the garage.
Okay. Who did you work with in the kitchen?
I believe it was Detective Musenmeyer.
Okay. Did you work with Musenmeyer in the garage as well?
I don't think so, no.
Okay. Who did you work with in the garage, if anyone?
I know Detective Milligan was there, but I don't remember if anybody else was in the garage.
All right. I want to focus your attention to the garage for a moment. Oh, I forgot to ask. Was Mr. Tellis's wife present in the home at the time you executed the warrant?
Yes, she was.
All right. Let's talk about your search of the garage. What do you remember about looking through that garage?
There was a lot of items in the garage that made it difficult to search.
Okay. Let me show opposing counsel exhibits 247, 248, 249, 250, 251, 252, and 253. These are all proposed exhibits. I have another two that have already been admitted. These are the proposed exhibits. Any objections? No. Okay. Opposing counsel has been gracious enough to stipulate the admission of states proposed 247 through 253. That's correct, Your Honor. All right, so I'm going to approach with states 247 and 253 as well as states 282 and 285. So let's just start with this batch first. Take a look and see if you recognize what you're looking at there.
These are pictures of the inside the defendant's garage, and then ultimately the item I found in the garage.
All right. And when you look at states admitted 282 and 285, what are we looking at here?
Those are just photos that were taken of the object I found later on.
Okay. So you mentioned that the garage had a lot of stuff in it.
Yes.
Is that right? Okay.
Yes.
Publishing 247, is this a fair and accurate depiction of what this garage looked like?
Yes.
Okay. Ultimately, where do you go? Do you end up finding something that kind of catches your attention somewhere in this garage?
Yes.
Where roughly, where is that?
In the picture here, it's going to be the toolbox that is left of I think it's a water softener.
So if you
Wait, what's going to catch your attention
right
and
there,
all that?
you put your cursor, so that's
Flutter.
that's the red. What is that? A toolbox?
Yeah, toolbox. Yes.
So that's that. There's something of interest that was there.
Yes.
Okay. And let the record reflect the witness identified or what appears to be some red, a large standing red, kind of almost like a toolbox credenza something, in the center of the photograph. Publishing 248. Is this a close-up of this toolbox?
Yes, it is.
What draws where your attention? Where is that drawn to?
There's a bag at the bottom storage section of the toolbox.
Why don't you circle that for us?
Sorry. Right here.
Let the record reflect the witness has circled what appears to, or at least identified at the bottom of that red structure, toolbox, a white plastic bag with something in it. Publishing 249, is this a close-up of that bag?
Yes, it is.
Publishing 250, is this another picture of it getting a little bit closer?
Yes.
Publishing 251.
See one more, even closer.
Yes.
Closer.
Publishing 250.
Closer.
What are we looking at here?
That's a picture that the CSA took after she removed the bag from the toolbox.
Okay, and what does she have on her hands?
Gloves.
Publishing 253. Is this just another angle of that bag?
Yes.
Publishing 282.
Yes, let's see every single photo.
What are we looking at here?
Crime scene
That's
analyst.
another photograph of the bag and what's inside of it.
Okay. And publishing 285. What are we looking at here?
That's going to be the bag and then the contents that were within that bag.
Why did this catch your attention?
Because that the object that was in that bag is similar to what the suspect was wearing in the video surveillance.
Why don't we publish 311 for a second? Let's put them side by side if we could. Is that the hat that caught your attention in terms of the surveillance footage?
Yes.
Okay, and that's why you felt it important to collect this bag, the Sprouts bag with a cut up sun hat.
Yes.
All right. When you identified this, did you and your partner, what do you do next? So you locate it. Do you call anyone over to kind of help you out to make sure it gets impounded properly?
Yes. Once we
And he had 5
identify anything
days.
of evidentiary value, we call a crime scene
The
analyst.
murder was
over,
September 2nd.
and that crime scene analyst will photograph the item.
The search warrant was September 7th.
Okay. And was that done in this case?
Yes, it was.
He's killing me.
Did you see anyone,
Sorry.
any foreign parties, anyone manipulate
shouldn't have said
that
that.
bag
Actually, I didn't mean
between
that.
the time that you
No
brought that
pun
CSA
intended,
over to
but
the time that, she
I don't know
impounded
what he
the
was
evidence?
thinking.
No.
Okay. I have no further questions at this time.
Yes, thank you.
Is that what he was gonna do?
Couple of quick questions. You didn't take these photographs, correct?
No, I did not.
There's a crime scene analyst.
Yes.
And the crime scene analyst is called upon by yourself or other members of the homicide team to take pictures of items that you feel may be of significance.
Yes.
We have 3 photographs taken presumably by the crime scene analyst. This one, correct?
Yes.
And then a little bit closer, correct?
Yes.
And then a little closer still.
Closer. You're getting closer.
Did you ask the crime scene analyst to take the 3 different pictures?
No.
The crime scene analyst was summoned by yourself to take these pictures.
Yes.
Is that correct? You hadn't removed this bag, had you, prior to?
I believe I had to see what was inside the bag.
Oh, so you had already moved the bag?
Yes.
And then put it back?
Yes.
And then asked the crime scene analyst to come and take a picture, correct?
Yes.
And not 1 picture, but 3 pictures?
Yes.
After you'd moved it and put it back?
Leslie, he's gonna ask it in a way that
Who
bothers
were you
you.
with you removed the bag?
Excuse me?
Who were you with? Were you alone when you found this bag?
I know there were other detectives in the garage searching at that time, but I was by myself when I found that.
So then you find this bag, you go get the crime scene analyst.
By
and then
himself, he planted it,
who took these pictures?
I believe it was crime scene analyst Smithson.
right?
And then crime
Is that what they're
scene,
going for?
almost like she's coming up on it. She takes 3 pictures, correct?
Yes.
And then you remove the bag again, correct?
You would think that would be the
And
inference
this is
from
a
him being
picture
alone
of
when it
you
was
removing the
discovered.
bag?
No,
Maybe, I don't know.
Whose hand's that?
that's the crime scene analyst.
Okay. And is that her removing the bag?
Yes, I believe so.
But you've already moved the bag and put it back, so this is just extra, correct?
Yes.
Staged, in a sense. You'd agree?
No, I wouldn't say it's staged.
Okay.
Manipulated.
She's holding the bag now, correct?
Yes, she is.
Versus you who've already handled the evidence, correct?
Yes.
No. Again, we have this bag, but it's already been removed by you and put it back, correct?
Yes.
Same question. I presume it's the same answer.
Yes.
correct? Now, do you remove these items from the bag or does crime scene analyst dismiss them?
Crime scene analyst did.
I see.
It's always the one you least
So
suspect.
This is taken of her, by her, correct?
Always the one you
believe so,
least
yes.
suspect.
And then the contents of the bag are removed, correct?
Yes.
But it's your testimony that you'd already summoned her. Was she outside another room when you went and got her?
I believe she was. I don't believe that she was in the garage at that time.
Okay. But you went and got her before you opened the bag.
I never opened the bag.
But you knew that you needed to get her to take these approaching photos of her, correct?
Yes.
Yes, the Sprouts shopping bags make great bags to stash your
Were you
cut
present
up
when she
murdering
took these
hat.
photos?
No.
Okay. Were you present when you weren't present when she opened the bag?
For these photos, no.
He
So
wasn't
you don't
present
know
when
this
she
is a
opened the
complete
bag.
Representation of what was in the bag or not?
No.
Fair to say?
Right.
No.
No.
Was this bag ever processed for fingerprinting or anything to your knowledge?
Not that I'm aware of.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Redirect?
Yeah, just. Okay, so you remember I asked questions about picking up the bag or whether you opened the bag? Remember all those questions?
Yes.
So let's look at it here. So did you open up that plastic bag to see what was inside?
No, I did not.
Okay. What is it? Publishing 282. What is it about when you look at this bag that catches your attention?
It's pretty much the way that the fabric is on the hat. And then it's pretty much just the way the fabric is on the hat that caught my attention.
Okay, so it looks to you like it could be that hat. Is that right?
Yeah, similar to, yes.
And so to be cautious, you made sure your CSA came over and collected it.
Yes.
Okay, you didn't open it, right?
No, I did not.
You thought it might be a hat,
Yes.
right? And then lo and behold, when the CSA opens it, is it a hat?
That's what it appears to be.
So your intuition was on.
Try and
the
put it on
money
your
that
head.
way.
It's not a hat.
Appears so.
Okay.
Scraps a straw.
And it has how many holes does it have at the top of that hat? Well, what are those 3 dots up there?
I believe those are the holes that go at the top of the hat.
Okay, publishing 311. Holes like that?
Yes.
What's this brown thing here?
That appears to be a strap that you may use to hold the hat on your head, like under your chin.
Publishing 311. Do you see anything similar like that in this photograph?
From that photo, no, not that I can see.
Okay, how about at the top of the hat up here? Like up at the. not
You already
below
said
the
no.
brim, But maybe at the. I'm not a hat expert, so I don't even know how you break that one down.
No, neither am I.
So forget about the sunshady part.
Mhm.
It's part about the 10-gallon part, right? What's
The
that
brim,
brown
that's
or
what you
black
call
thing
the
on the back?
sun shady
No,
part.
from that photo, I can't tell
Okay.
what it is.
All right, but there's something brown there, right?
Objection meeting.
What color is the thing at the back part of the hat?
It's dark colored.
Okay, is it thick or thin?
Appears to be thin from that photo.
Okay, thank you very much. I have no further questions.
Just briefly,
Oh,
were you
more.
present when the bag was recovered with the soccer ball and the basketball and the football in it?
I don't know if I was or not.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Question?
Yes, he's next. That hat doesn't look like the whole hat. It looks like some of the hat is missing. Yes, they'll get the child from the sweatshop that wove the straw pieces together. So yes, that's the hat. That's the hat I made. Another sidebar. But if you're gonna, why not get rid of the whole hat? Then, if you're gonna get rid of the parts of the hat that had blood on it, why wouldn't you just get rid of the whole thing? Like, what are you saving? It's cut up.
Question from a juror been marked as court exhibit number 12.
Oh, got a
Did the
jury,
witness
a
have to
juror
open the
question.
toolbox to locate the Sprouts bag.
No, I did not.
Any follow-up from the state?
No, Your Honor.
From the defense?
So it was in plain sight.
It was in plain sight once items were removed that were in front of it.
Also, there were items in front of it.
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
One follow-up.
It's a good point, Maria. I think you're right. I doubt it.
Plain sight.
They closed down during the pandemic.
Is this a neat garage?
Doesn't appear to be.
Okay, is everything readily identifiable here?
No.
Oh, stop
No further
asking questions. All right.
Follow up. This photograph was taken after the search occurred.
I believe so, yes.
So Metro had already been in there and been moving things around, correct?
Yes.
It was all neat and orderly. And then Metro came.
Thank you very much.
Oh man, they make a mess when they
You may step down and you are excused. from
execute a
this
search
event.
warrant.
Thank you for being here. This time we are going to conclude for the day.
So what's he saying?
Please admonished not to discuss or communicate with anyone, including your fellow jurors, in any way regarding the case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or the means of
Never.
communication or social
Never.
media, or read, watch,
At some
listen to
point,
the news or
the
media
back and
accounts or
forth,
commentary
just-
about the case, do any research,
You're not-
consult
you're not helping.
dictionaries, internet or reference materials, do any investigation, test a theory, read tape,
Okay, are we coming back tomorrow?
or in any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own or form express
Or
any
not?
opinion regarding the case till it's finally submitted to you. We'll be in recess till tomorrow morning at 9:30. Juror number 4, just stay behind
9:30.
for 1 minute, and everyone else is excused. Thank you. We'll see you
Wait, why is the
tomorrow.
one juror staying back? The sound went out. All right. Well, there you go. 9:30 tomorrow morning. Pacific time.
You're fine. The
Yes,
rest of the time
Maria.
that the jury has up with the exception of juror number 4.
Kim
I just
Blandino
wanna
is here.
make
He can
sure you,
confirm it.
know that I did get your note, and if we're not done, we will work around that. Work around the 22nd and the 27th. I appreciate that.
Oh, juror has a conflict. They're going to accommodate the juror's schedule. Okay.
That's perfect. All right, thank you, and you're excused.
All right. Well, there you have it. So, yes, it will resume tomorrow, 12:30 Eastern Time. Oh, really? Oh, I'll have to look at that then. I'll have to figure that out. Okay. Hi, Biggin. You can't. All right. Yes. Biggin, I will figure that out, but we are done for today. Like, how about that? Another celebrity sighting. Yes, I will do that. I might text you. I don't know. I have to figure that out. My goodness, we had Mike and Biggin. Oh my goodness. And Kim Blandino. All, look at that. Just flush with celebrities here. It's like the Oscars. My goodness. All right, everybody. We will resume tomorrow at 9:30. Not yet. I do have the hours, but there's a lag in whatever. But I will have memberships, and you'll be able to do super chats here very, very soon. All right. What is that? All right. Sorry. Everyone, catch the replay. Catch the replay and be here tomorrow at 9:30. All right, everybody. I'm out of here, and we'll see you tomorrow.